Chapter 1258. The youth pressed down on his hat and looked up at Lu Yin's statue in the distance. This folded space is really big. The flow of time is different and the area is boundless. I should find some time to play around. At that moment, a giant screen appeared next to Lu Yin's statue, attracting everyone's attention. It wasn't just there. Screens appeared in many other places on Earth as well. Within the screens was a majestic mountain that towered in space like a god. A loud voice echoed across Earth. Astral Sovereign Tournament begin. At the same time in the Outerverse Xenu Star, a giant screen appeared on the busiest street of the Outerverse, right next to the auction house. It wasn't just there. Screens also appeared next to King Zishan's palace, the Imperial Palace and every corner of Xenu Star. On the first ring of land outside of Xenu Star, U Academy's 5 main halls were competing. Hua Shaoling, Zherbok, Lok Huazhong and Rucky Mathers were all present, including Schutz. They were all watching the intense battle between Fu Xiaoshu and Song Shi. Although the two had only cultivated for a short time, their innate gifts made them comparable to the Hall Masters. Everyone in U Academy was cheering. A giant screen appeared in the sky. Astral Sovereign Tournament begin. Schutz and the rest immediately stopped the competition and eagerly watched the screen. The Astral Sovereign Tournament was about to begin, and the Great Yu Empire's royal regent Lu Yin was one of the 5 past lords. Across the Outerverse, countless planets and various powers were all watching the tournament in Mount Supreme. It was the same in the Innerverse. The Sword Sect, the Wen family, the Lingling clan and even the Astral River Arc all had screens. In the Cosmic Sea and Neoverse, screens were everywhere. West of Chaos Flow Zone, in the higher realm, all of the 6th mainland's cultivators who had been moved there were also looking up at the screens. The Astral Sovereign Tournament was finally about to begin, and the 3 progenitors' words still echoed in their ears. They were certain that the Dao Source 3 skies were the strongest in this tournament, as they were the future rulers of the 6th mainland. Further west, in the depths of the technocracy, a screen appeared in a majestic city. The city was filled with technology as if it were a futuristic world. Hui Kong sat in the city's plaza and stared at the screen. The Astral Sovereign Tournament? Even the 6th mainland is participating. This is the biggest event in history. I wonder which brats will appear. In the Astral Beast domain, the Celestial Beast Empire also raised a huge light screen. Countless beasts looked at Mount Supreme with anticipation. Their prince Zhou Xian was definitely the strongest. The celestial demons were invincible. This was common knowledge that was branded into the hearts of countless beasts in the Astral Beast domain. The 5th continent, the 6th continent, and all the other planets that had been in contact with the star civilization were all watching as the screens opened. The Star Wars Paragon tournament had begun. How many young and promising cultivators were there in the starry skies? No one knew, and not even the Hall of Honor was able to calculate this number. Even in any random region of the Outerverse, there were more than 100 million young cultivators. There weren't many young cultivators who could participate in the Starry Sky Supreme tournament and successfully reach Mount Supreme. This was the Innerverse, and its geographical location blocked many people from entering. Even so, under the guidance of their elders, there were still millions of young cultivators who came to Mount Supreme to participate in the tournament. Not every young cultivator had the courage to take part in the competition. This was because, apart from the fact that no external objects were allowed, all other methods were allowed and life and death were not a concern. Young cultivators who had yet to reach the Limiter realm did not even have the courage to participate. Only space-exploring powerhouses could truly stand out from the crowd. Even so, there were still millions of young cultivators participating in the tournament. It was clear that this tournament's influence was unprecedented. This was only the number of people who had successfully reached Mount Supreme. If everyone who had signed up for the tournament had arrived, there would be more than 10 billion people. Most of them just wanted to leave their names on Mount Supreme for a period of time, and many of them were still melders or sentinels. However, their names would only remain for a short period of time. Those who could not pass the 5 Pass Lords would be eliminated. Only those who could pass the 5 Pass Lords would qualify for the next round of the tournament. That would be the true tournament. The number of older cultivators surrounding Mount Supreme to protect their juniors was no less than the number of juniors participating in the tournament. Some were nervous, some were excited, and some were anxious. Air currents whistled down from the cliffs on all sides of Mount Supreme. This air current was so powerful that even Lemeters would be killed if they were not careful. At this moment, there were millions of cultivators gathered at the bottom of Mount Supreme. They were split into 4 directions: north, south, east, and west. There were 4 passes at about a third of the mountain's height. Only by passing these passes could one continue to climb. There was also a huge vertical pass at about 2/3 of the mountain's height. Only by passing that pass could one continue to participate in the tournament. That was the true threshold to participate in the tournament. Countless gazes gathered as countless people filmed every corner of Mount Supreme, broadcasting it to the entire universe. The ones who filmed the most were naturally the 5 pass lords. At the northern pass, a devilishly handsome man leaned against the wall with a faint smile on his face. His eyes were slightly closed as if he was asleep. He was wearing exquisite clothes and exuded a noble aura. He was the crown prince of the astral beast domain's celestial beast empire, Zhou Xian. At first glance, Zhou Xian looked no different from an ordinary person. Aside from his devilishly handsome appearance, it was as if he was carved by a master. However, many people looked at Zhou Xian carefully and found that they could not see him clearly. Their impression of him was also decreasing. The longer they looked at him, the more they felt that this person was shrouded in a layer of fog, making it impossible to distinguish him. At the western pass, Zi wore a solemn expression. She wore a plain white robe, and her long black hair was casually draped over her shoulders. She looked ordinary, but because she cultivated Genesis Qi all year round, she gave off an indescribable aura. She looked down at the foot of the mountain, where millions of young cultivators had gathered. They all wanted to pass this pass. Zi's eyes flashed. Most of these people were trash and did not have the qualifications to fight with her. However, there were top-notch experts among them, especially that woman called Qiu Shi. She had been there the entire time during the Cosmic Sea battle, but she had not used her true strength. The Dao Source 3 skies were publicly acknowledged as the future heavens of the 6th mainland. After this tournament, they would also become the future heavens of the 5th mainland. Compared to Ziyi, Bukong's thoughts were much simpler. He just wanted to teach the 5th mainland a lesson, but not here. Instead, he wanted to do it in the real tournament. He had absolute confidence that he would become the sole sovereign, and since that was the case, he might as well give these people a chance. Bukong's thoughts were not as mature as Ziyi's, and he was much more impulsive. However, compared to Bukong, more people would rather face Ziyi. This was because Bukong was a boundless advanced lockbreaker who had mastered sourcebox arrays. He looked young, but since he had been able to become one of the Dao Source 3 skies, the younger he was, the more outstanding his talent was. Bukong was guarding the southern pass, and he looked down with a playful smile. A bunch of ants. Whether or not they can pass will depend on my mood. At the eastern pass, Lu Yin leaned against a wall like Zhou Xian and quietly looked down. It was not easy to reach this position. More than 1 million cultivators were competing, but less than half of them could actually break through. This was not only because of the difficulty of Mount Supreme itself, but also because of the competition between the other cultivators and the difficulty of the pass master. As the pass master, he could act as he pleased from above. If he wanted to, he could even attack the 1 million cultivators below. More than 1 million cultivators was a huge scale, but unfortunately quantity could not make up for quality. Lu Yin had never imagined that he would one day be able to watch top experts compete, including levitating Mavis and Lu Tianmu. He still remembered the unreachable expectations he had felt when he had first heard of the 10 arbiters, but now the 10 arbiters had to look up at him. There was no such thing as an eternal trough in life, and it all depended on one's own destiny. Lu Yin dared to say that none of the other 10 arbiters or the top geniuses of the Neoverse had experienced as many life and death situations as he had. There were a few times when he had truly died in exchange for what he had achieved today. However, he was not recognized by everyone as standing at the peak. As he thought about it, he looked up at the giant vertical pass. Xianxia was standing there quietly like a statue surrounded by 3 streams of energy. He looked like a deity, but more importantly, he was still floating in the air. Lu Yin pursed his lips. No one looked more like a god than this guy. He really knew how to act. Regardless of whether he admitted it or not, Xianxia was recognized by everyone as the strongest on the surface since he could summon progenitors from the same generation as him. No one dared to say that they could defeat a progenitor from the same generation, let alone 3. In particular, no one knew who the last progenitor was, which caused countless people to speculate. Only those who had participated in the battle of the mountain and sea realm could understand how helpless Xianxia was. The three sons' ancestral Qi's reputation of being invincible was not just for show. Zhou Xian, not Kong Zi, and even the people below them all wanted to fight for the Soul Prime, and the biggest obstacle was Xianxia. Lu Yin exhaled. Even with his current strength, he was still somewhat fearful when facing the Prime Clear. Humans were always filled with apprehension towards the unknown. Exactly which progenitor could the final stream of Prime Clear transform into? This truly made one feel uneasy. The heavens trembled as huge ripples spread out from Mount Supreme. No one knew who had made the decision or who had let out the first roar, but millions of cultivators charged towards Mount Supreme at the same time. Even though there were millions of cultivators climbing up, Mount Supreme was just too big and it didn't feel crowded at all. There were many times when people were separated by quite a bit of distance. At the foot of the eastern peak, Ascension Mavis was the first to charge out. She wasn't too fast, but she was too strong. Grass had already been prepared under her feet, and with the start of the Sovereign Tournament, the grass transformed into a giant palm and threw her out. Lu Yin was startled. It looked like it was coming straight for him. If this was a normal place, even in the heavens, Ascension Mavis would have been thrown far away, far enough to reach the top of the mountain. However, Mount Supreme was different. Since it had become the stage for the entire universe's younger generation to compete, it definitely wasn't a normal place. Thank you for your support, brothers. The Sovereign Tournament begins. I will continue to update tomorrow. Follow the wind, continue to write. Thank you for your support, brothers. Chapter 1259. Yuhua Mavis was thrown 1,000 meters into the air before she encountered resistance. An invisible force pressed her down. At the same time, the airflow was like a wave crashing down from above, hitting Feather Transformation Mavis first. However, the shockwave posed no threat to Yuhua, but she was still pressed against the mountain by the invisible force and could not fly. Aside from Yuhua Mavis, many others tried to fly, but they all met the same fate. A few Lemeters were unlucky enough to be heavily injured. Lu Yin raised his eyebrows and squinted his eyes. His pupils transformed into runes as he scanned the entire Mount Supreme, only to see a boundless amount of rune lines. This amount of rune lines far surpassed the Ice Empress and Mistress Red's rune lines that he had seen before. The power of an emissary surrounded Mount Supreme, ensuring that it wouldn't be damaged by the cultivators' attacks. A single Lemeter could destroy an entire planet, let alone an enlighter. The reason why Mount Supreme could become a stage for so many powerhouses to compete was because both the space and the mountain itself were sturdy enough. Another point was that cosmic rings could not be used. Entering Mount Supreme was like entering the mountain and sea realm, and all external items would be isolated to ensure the fairness of the competition. However, some external items were not isolated, such as fates and/or one's own sword. As long as they were not power vessels, everything would be fine. At the foot of the mountain, although Yuhua Mavis had been suppressed, she was still the closest person to Lu Yin on the eastern peak. The first attack had been too ruthless. Yuhua Mavis looked up at the peak and met Lu Yin's gaze. Her eyes flashed and she bent her legs to charge forward. Suddenly, a strange sound came from beside her, and she turned around to see strange lines forming all sorts of things. There were birds, insects, beasts, and even plants. Following that, these strange lines all exploded, and a strange sound spread out along with the bell's chime. Yuhua Mavis' mind went blank and she immediately stopped charging forward. It wasn't just Yuhua Mavis. More than 10,000 people on the eastern peak were affected by the explosion, and they all coughed up blood and fell to the ground with lifeless eyes. This was Bai Ling's attack, the 6th Mainland's Grand Martial Realm's Realm Ling. Once her martial seal appeared, birds would fly away and people would be wiped out. Her name had spread throughout the Starfall Sea. This was the first time Ascension Mavis had encountered such an attack. Fortunately, she was strong enough that Bai Ling's attack didn't cause her any harm. She looked into the distance and Bai Ling looked at her at the same time. Bai Ling raised her hand and Metamorphosis Mavis felt all the sounds around her suddenly disappear. Then they turned into strange lines that formed all kinds of shapes such as birds, bees, and so on. "Go down," Bai Ling said indifferently. Clenching her fist, the lines around the Ascension Mavis exploded once more. Suddenly, Bai Ling's figure flashed and dodged the attack. The huge grass fist rushed towards the sky. The terrifying power caused ripples in the void and almost hit Bai Ling. Although Bai Ling dodged, she was still hit by the power and was forced to retreat again and again. Ascension Mavis narrowed her eyes. Don't look for trouble. Bai Ling's eyes were sharp. She raised her index finger and an invisible force spread out. 1,000 meters, 10,000 meters, tens of thousands of meters. She wanted to use her voice to deal with all the contestants. As long as there was sound, it could become the power of Bai Ling. At that moment, a majestic domain spread out and enveloped the eastern peak as well. Bai Ling was stunned and looked in another direction. There she looked up without any light. This is the fifth mainland. The force field above her head took on a human form and slammed towards Bai Ling. Bai Ling's eyes flashed coldly, and countless lines fused together to form a huge beast that roared and collided with the force field. There was a loud boom. The eastern peak shook and over 1 million cultivators at the foot of the mountain were affected. Most of them were unable to withstand the force, and they either fainted or were sent flying. The power of the two was too strong, and it attracted the attention of countless people outside of Mount Supreme. Countless cultivators were cheering in front of their screens. Everyone had guessed that the Supreme Tournament would be intense, but they had not expected it to be so intense right from the start. The 6th Mainland's Realmling and the 5th Mainland's 10 Arbiters were both top-notch cultivators. At the entrance to the eastern peak of Mount Supreme, Lu Yin watched the two fight. It seemed intense, but both of them were holding back. The real competition was yet to begin. They were not stupid and their goal was to reach the top 10. If they fought to the death now, it would only benefit others. However, although this was just a probing battle, it was still not something that the other participants could approach. The difference in their levels was too great. Emergence Mavis did not fight Bai Ling and instead charged towards the mountain peak. She only had eyes for Lu Yin. She had not forgotten what Lu Yin had said to her. The Mavis family members all had fiery tempers, and Emergence Mavis looked the most gentle and quiet. She often liked to lie on the grass and read books, but that was only because no one dared to provoke her. Lu Yin had successfully provoked her. She wanted to see what gave him the right to say such things and what gave him the right to become the past master. At the same time, at the eastern peak, thousands of kilometers away from the battle between Bai Ling and Invisible, Gu Xiaoer excitedly looked at the celestial ice phoenix flying over his head. It was just too beautiful. Gu Xiaoer had always dreamed of capturing a beautiful and flashy beast as a mount. Wasn't this a ready-made mount? The one flying over Gu Xiaoer's head was Feng 6. She had joined the Skymender list in place of the deceased member. She was the strongest member of this generation of the Celestial Ice Phoenixes, and she far surpassed Feng Jiu, who had participated in the Tournament of the Strongest. Most of the participants in the Sovereign Tournament were from the 5th Mainland's human domain. The human domain and the Astral Beast domain were enemies, and when they saw a participant from the Astral Beast domain, many people spontaneously surrounded and attacked. However, since Feng 6 dared to represent the Astral Beast domain, she was not someone that these people could deal with. Her ice froze hundreds and thousands of participants, and even some from the 6th Mainland were affected. The celestial ice phoenixes possessed ultimate Arctic frost and a tricolored light that could melt everything. The stronger one was, the stronger their tricolored light would be. As the tricolored light swept out, Gu Xiaoer cried out and hurriedly dodged. He had almost been killed. "You're my mount. Don't run." Gu Xiaoer shouted, leaping towards Feng 6 again. Feng 6's large and beautiful eyes were icy cold, and a blue color appeared on her body that spread out and froze the void. Gu Xiaoer blew with all his might and a strange smoke appeared. It seemed weak, but it actually blocked out the cold. Gu Xiaoer followed the smoke and jumped onto Feng 6's back. "Haha, I have a mount now." Lu Yin was speechless as this guy was really asking for a beating. He suddenly thought of the ghost monkey who had always said that the celestial ice phoenixes were his harem. If the monkey saw Gu Xiaoer riding Feng 6, he would definitely be furious. What Lu Yin didn't know was that the monkey had seen it and he was very angry. When he saw Gu Xiaoer riding Feng 6 on one of the screens, the monkey roared, "Brat, I've got my eyes on you. Don't let me see you or I'll skin you alive. How dare you touch my harem? You're courting death." The monkey felt as if he had been cuckolded, while Phoenix 6 felt humiliated. "Bastard human, you're courting death." As she spoke, her body transformed into her human form. She was a beautiful long-haired beauty in blue clothes. Before Gu Shower could react, the blue-clothed Feng Six raised a hand and pointed out. An extreme chill froze the void as it swept towards Gu Shower. The chill bombarded the smoke in front of Gu Shower, but it did not freeze. Feng Six was shocked. What kind of smoke could be so powerful that even her chill was ineffective against it? Although the chill could not freeze the smoke, Gu Shower still felt cold. At this moment he realized that the ice phoenix in front of him was not to be trifled with. Hey, I won't play with you for now. Remember my name, Gu Shower. He then wrapped himself in white smoke and prepared to flee. Suddenly, a giant shadow descended and covered Gu Shower. He slowly looked up and opened his mouth. What a huge lion! In the sky, the giant blue lion lowered its head. Its left eye was wind and its right eye was fire. It exuded a terrifying aura as it descended and swiped at Gu Shower with its claws. Gu Shower was slapped to the ground. The one who had attacked was Cursewind, an expert from Skymander's list. He had broken through to the Enlighter realm and had become one of the strongest experts in this sovereign tournament. Feng Six was unhappy. Cursewind, you don't have to do anything. Cursewind's tone was cold. Your methods are too gentle. Die you from the astral beast domain. A wave of attacks surged towards Cursewind and Feng Six. Cursewind snorted. He did not seem to move, but a storm that could be seen with the naked eye descended and swept across the land. The storm was not powerful and it could not even cause the void to tremble. However, the cultivators who had attacked Cursewind howled when they came into contact with the storm. Bone-corroding wind and soul-burning flames. This was Cursewind, an expert on Skymander's list who was on par with Yao Gu and the others. He was an existence that could compete with the 10 arbiters. At the pass, Lu Yin watched the chaotic battle at the foot of the mountain, and his attention was drawn to Cursewind. This blue lion had left a deep impression on him, as it was the first expert of his generation who had fought against him. He slowly raised a finger and flicked it out. Lu Yin was always the center of attention. There was not just one scene on the giant screens in the universe but many. Many corners of Mount Supreme could be seen, and the more eye-catching an expert was, the more attention they would receive. The 5 past masters were constantly being watched, and even if they did not move, there would still be screens that were specifically focused on them. The moment Lu Yin raised his hand, countless people's attention was drawn to him. A finger wind traversed the void and descended to the foot of the mountain, causing ripples in the void as it viciously slammed into Cursewind. Cursewind sensed something and turned around to see the finger wind descending. He followed the finger wind and saw Lu Yin's arrogant gaze. Arrogant. Bone-corroding wind formed an explosive might that swept across the mountain and met the finger wind head-on. Countless people watched as the finger wind and the bone-corroding wind collided. In just a few moments, the bone-corroding wind was torn apart by the finger wind, which swept past Cursewind's enormous body and pierced through the mountain. Cursewind stared at Lu Yin in disbelief. How was this possible? It hadn't even been 10 years since they had last fought, but the difference between them was so great. Even if humans far surpassed astral beasts in terms of comprehension, it was impossible for there to be such a huge gap. Lu Yin's lips curled up and he no longer looked at Cursewind. Instead he looked towards another direction on the eastern mountain where a shocking sword technique had appeared. 13 swords. Lu Tianmu had made her move and her opponent was Exen Yu. Chapter 1260. The bone-corroding wind slowly dissipated in the sky, but a portion of it still descended, causing quite a few competitors to suffer. Lu Yin had used only a single finger wind to tear through the bone-corroding wind. Neither Cursewind nor Feng Lu could understand this, as Cursewind had broken through to the Enlighter realm. Although the bone-corroding wind's advantage was not in terms of power, but rather its destructive power, it should not have been pierced through by a single finger wind. It could only be said that Lu Yin's strength was unimaginable, and he had already surpassed his peers. This is pure strength. Only Star Devourer can compare to him, Feng Lu said with a solemn expression. She looked at Lu Yin fearfully as she recalled Feng Jiu's expression when she had been defeated in the tournament of the strongest. Feng Jiu had been very unwilling to accept her defeat. Fortunately, Feng Jiu had not come this time. Otherwise, if she had rashly provoked Lu Yin, it would not have been a simple defeat. This person had improved so much, and if he truly had the strength to become a Pass Lord, then it would be very difficult to complete the Imperial Tutor's mission. Cursewind's enormous body towered high in the sky. He could not go any higher or else he would be crushed like winged mavis. Curse wind, don't make a move. The bigger picture is more important. Don't forget the Imperial Tutor's instructions, Feng Lu shouted. Curse wind was unwilling to accept this, but he did not provoke Lu Yin any further. His body landed on the mountain, causing it to shake. In the distance, Gu Shower snuck a peek. Two mere beasts dared to provoke Lu Yin? Only perverts would dare to do so. More than 1 million people had climbed the eastern mountain, but not many had reached the space-exploring realm. There were even fewer people in the Fifth Mainland's innerverse and outerverse, and most of them were limiters. As Lu Tianmu and Xin Nu battled, an endless amount of sharpness spread out in all directions, forcing many competitors to retreat. Those were the lucky ones, but the unlucky ones were killed. Even Lu Yin, who had been a limiter, would not have been able to withstand the shockwaves from Lu Tianmu's battle. Lu Tianmu represented the Fifth Mainland's innerverse 10 arbiters, while Xin Nu represented the Sixth Mainland. Most of the competitors were from the Fifth Mainland, so they naturally hoped that Lu Tianmu would win. However, Lu Yin hoped that Xin Nu would win. Xin Nu had helped him a lot, and every time he met her he felt very close to her. Regardless of their positions, he cared more about who treated him. Lu Tianmu did not have much interaction with him, and the sword sect itself could even be considered as his hidden enemy. At a corner of the eastern mountain peak, Lu Tianmu and Xin Nu stood facing each other. Xin Nu frowned and felt that Lu Tianmu was difficult to deal with. This woman had fought with Ji Yi with a sword, and even Ji could not take her down in a short time. Lu Tianmu was rather wary of maiden Xin, as this woman had actually been able to dissolve his sword qi. She was definitely a boundless advanced lockbreaker. Before the competition, no one knew that aside from Bukong, Qiushi, Wu Dan and Lu Yin, there was a fifth boundless advanced lockbreaker. Anyone who had reached the level of a boundless advanced lockbreaker was feared by others. Not to mention their methods, just their control over the heavens was enough to make their opponents feel uncomfortable. Lu Tianmu's sword qi was unparalleled, but even he could feel the stifling feeling of having his star energy suppressed. With that thought in mind, he released his domain. Then it suddenly condensed and stabbed out with the fifth sword of the 13 swords. Man's sword and domain as one. The maiden's expression changed slightly. She felt that the incoming sword was unavoidable. Everything about her was under the control of the other party's domain. She was about to be stabbed by the sword. At the pass, Lu Yin's eyes went wide and he subconsciously wanted to intervene. Xin Nu raised her hand and struck the fifth sword with her palm, causing it to deviate. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. She reached out with her left hand and slapped at Lu Tianmu. Lu Tianmu felt a sense of crisis and immediately dodged while using the sixth sword, defensive sword force. Xin Nu's palm missed, and the wind from her palm swept across the distance and struck an unlucky person. The sword qi from Lu Tianmu's fifth sword also swept across the distance and affected a large group of people. The two women passed by each other without being injured, but the people who were affected by their attacks were unlucky, such as Sun Jiong. With the start of the Supreme Tournament, all the participants were randomly assigned to one of the 4 cardinal directions, and Sun Jiong had been assigned to the east. When Sun Jiong saw that Lu Yin was the pass master, he could not help but feel despair. Of course, he still had a sliver of hope, which was to follow the majority of the people and try to break through. Perhaps Lu Yin would not notice him and he just needed to pass through the pass. With his strength and status in the Sun family, if he could not even pass through the pass, then the family would not let him off easily. He had always kept a low profile and pretended to be a coward. When others provoked him, he did not retort and simply followed the majority of the group. But who knew that a sword qi would suddenly appear from the side and engulf the entire group? Sun Jiong was not weak as he was an explorer, but when faced with Lu Tianmu's fifth sword qi, even a cruiser or a normal hunter would not be able to withstand it, let alone an explorer like him. In the end, his left arm was chopped off and he had no chance of participating in the tournament. He was not the only unlucky one. Over 100 people in the same direction as him were also affected by the sword, and they all ended their lives. They had all been affected by Lu Tianmu's sword qi, and Xin Nu's palm had crossed the distance and struck Heart Phoenix. This person had competed with Lu Yin in the Astral Combat Academy and was the younger brother of one of the 10 arbiters, Sela Emperor Phoenix. After becoming an explorer, he had always wanted to become famous throughout the universe. Although he could not compare to Lu Yin and the other 10 arbiters, he was still strong enough to enter the top of the top 100 rankings. But who would have thought that a palm wind would appear out of nowhere and knock him out? So what if he was an undying bird? The palm wind's power had exceeded his limit, and he was unlucky enough to not participate in the tournament. Regardless of whether it was Sun Jiong or Heart Phoenix, they both had the strength to enter the real tournament. This did not mean that they would definitely be able to pass, but with their strength the stage master would normally not target them. However, both of them were unlucky. Similarly unlucky was young Master Ji. No one knew who he was, but once his identity was revealed, it was enough to shock many people. He was the young master of the Aurora Spacecraft Company and had participated in the Mountain and Sea Realms Battle of the 5 Astral Scions. Although he did not have much of a presence, he still had the qualifications to participate. He had been eliminated by the Junior Arrow Saint, who had eliminated over 1,000 people with a single arrow rain. If not for the fact that he had to chase after Yuhua Mavis, he would have continued to attack. Yuhua Mavis was the fastest to reach the eastern peak. Those from the 6th mainland did not wish for a cultivator from the 5th mainland to be the first to break through. The stage master was Lu Yin, and the Junior Arrow Saint believed that Lu Yin would not make things difficult for Yuhua Mavis. Thus he attacked Yuhua Mavis instead. At the summit of Mount Supreme, an even greater wave of energy poured down like a tidal wave. Countless wails rang out as a single wave eliminated hundreds of thousands of people from the 4 peaks. Even Coco and Zora had been eliminated. Their strength was not bad, but since they had to face the 6th mainland's sneak attacks, they had no choice but to retreat in defeat. Normally, those who gave up and allowed themselves to fall down the mountain would not continue to attack. Nothing was more important than the competition. Coco and Zora's elimination attracted Lu Yin's attention. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. He had been watching the battle between Lu Tianmu and Xian Yu, but he had not expected Coco and Zora to be eliminated just like that. He frowned when he saw the excited expressions of the 6th mainland's cultivators who had eliminated them. He raised a hand and flicked his finger. Streaks of wind descended, directly crippling the 6th mainland's cultivators who had eliminated Coco and Zora. Not far away, Hong Ying raised her head and looked at Lu Yin. She then looked at the 6th mainland's cultivators who had been targeted by Lu Yin. She ignored them and even distanced herself from them. However, Lu Yin had not forgotten about her. These 6th mainland's cultivators were just passers-by in his eyes. The ones who were truly valuable and needed to be eliminated were people like Hong Ying. Lu Yin looked at Hong Ying and 9-lined battle force appeared at his fingertips, causing countless people to cry out in alarm. There were not many in the younger generation who had cultivated 9-line battle force. That combined with Lu Yin's strength was enough to eliminate more than half of the competitors. Even though Lu Yin was ranked behind the predicted top 10, no one could deny his strength. The main reason was that the people in front of him were just too abnormal. When Lu Yin's 9-lined battle force appeared, Hong Ying sensed something and she looked up in shock. Coincidentally, her eyes met Lu Yin's and she saw him bend his finger. Her pupils shrank and she quickly dashed off in another direction. She would rather cross the great distance to reach another mountain than face Lu Yin. She had not been this person's opponent back in the Starfall Sea. Now he had improved so much that her scalp went numb. Unfortunately, it was not that easy for her to retreat. Lu Yin flicked his finger, causing a finger wind to tear through the void and form a spatial crack that descended in front of Hong Ying. Lu Yin did not hold back. Hong Ying had not held back when she had killed many of the 5th mainland's cultivators in the Starfall Sea, including Lan Si's younger brother Lan Yu. Hong Ying was aghast as danger descended upon her. She activated her imprint and stabbed out with her spear, causing her martial seal to appear. All of her strength erupted in an instant, all for that finger wind. There was a crack and her spear shattered. The finger wind pierced through the tip of her spear and shattered her martial seal before landing heavily on Hong Ying's body. It then pierced through her shoulder and into the ground. Hong Ying spat out a mouthful of blood and her imprint dissipated. She was sent flying by the enormous force and fell off Mount Supreme. At this moment, in the higher realm to the west of Chaos Flow Zone, countless people from the 6th mainland were dumbfounded. That was Hong Ying, the top disciple of the Grand Martial Realm's Galloping Horse Manor. In terms of status, she was second only to the Grand Martial Realm's Realm Ling by Ling. She had recently broken through to the hunter realm, and her strength was not much weaker than Bai Ling's. Yet she had been beaten so badly by a single finger wind. Many of the Sixth Mainland's cultivators who had fought with Lu Yin before had not paid much attention. They had heard of Lu Yin's background and thought that he was just fishing for fame. Although he was strong, he definitely did not have the qualifications to become the past master. Even when his finger wind had suppressed curse wind, they did not think that he was that strong. At this moment these people all shut their mouths. Could a realmling defeat Hong Ying with a single finger wind? Throughout the universe, countless people stared at Lu Yin, who was standing tall at the pass, and fell into a state of shock. This person's strength might be even more terrifying than they had imagined. In the distance, Bai Ling also saw this, and she glanced at Lu Yin with apprehension. Her voice split into thousands. Everyone, hide yourselves and don't expose yourselves. Try your best to break through. She was also apprehensive as she understood Hong Ying's strength. Although she was far from being on par with her, she was still not someone who could be defeated by a casual finger wind. If Lu Yin could do this, then his strength was unfathomable. Bai Ling did not wish for all of the Sixth Mainland's cultivators to suffer from such a finger wind attack. Thank you for your support, brothers. I will continue to update in the afternoon. Thank you for your support. End of chapter. Chapter 1261. Lu Yin's finger wind was a very casual attack, and it was truly a casual attack. It was just a flick of his finger which made it even more frightening. All of the Sixth Mainland's cultivators on the eastern peak fell silent and continued to climb. They did not take the initiative to attack the Fifth Mainland's cultivators. As for the Innerverse cultivators who were hostile to the Great Eastern Alliance, they did not dare to show their faces. The Sixth Mainland's cultivators did not take the initiative to attack, but Lu Yin did not plan on letting them go. His next target was Bai Ling. It would be very interesting if a dignified realmling was eliminated by a single finger wind. As he thought about it, he raised his finger once more. At this moment, countless gazes gathered on Lu Yin's finger. Who was his target? At this moment, many people on the eastern peak were frightened, and many of them stopped moving as they stared at Lu Yin. Bai Ling felt a chill run down her spine and she looked up at Lu Yin. She saw his cold gaze and all of her hair stood on end. His target was her. Bai Ling's pupils shrank as countless strange lines rose up from the entire eastern peak, causing it to fall silent. Not even the sounds of battle could be heard. Bai Ling was using her innate gift to the extreme. Lu Yin raised his brows as this line encompassed the entire eastern peak. As expected of a realmling who had reached the Enlighter realm, her strength was not to be underestimated. If he insisted on attacking Bai Ling, then the entire eastern peak would be affected, and most of the Fifth Mainland's cultivators would be affected as well. Lu Yin thought about it and then lowered his hand. He had his own concerns, as the Great Eastern Alliance had already attracted the hostility of the Innerverse various great powers. If he caused these cultivators to suffer as well, then he would truly become an enemy of the Innerverse, which included the Cosmic Sea and the Neoverse. Sometimes when one reached a certain status, there were many decisions that could not be made lightly. Below, Bai Ling was puzzled as she did not understand why Lu Yin had stopped attacking her. At this moment, a huge shadow loomed over her from behind. Bai Ling turned around and saw a strange humanoid figure hurling a punch at her. Zhou Xian was ranked 67th on the top 100 rankings, and he could fuse with his tamed beast. His tamed beast was an oolong horse. Zhou Xian sneakily attacked Bai Ling with a punch. Back then he had been able to compete with Lu Yin in terms of strength, even though Lu Yin had only been a Lemeter at the time. Now Zhou Xian had broken through to the cruiser realm and his strength had increased yet again. However, he did not know who he was up against. Bai Ling's gaze was icy and she had just condensed. Then she did something. In short, there was silence. Zhou Xian fell to the ground completely dead. At the entrance, Lu Yin shook his head. This Zhou Xian was completely unaware of his own strength. It was a pity that the Beast Tamer's flow zone had lost an elite. In the Innerverse, in the Beast Tamer's flow zone, the master of the Divine Grade Hall, the mountain god, angrily roared. Zhou Xian was considered one of the Divine Grade Hall's elite talents, and he was second only to the Little Mountain God. However, the Little Mountain God was not from this generation. Zhou Xian's death meant that the Divine Grade Hall had lost a future master, which made the Mountain God extremely sad. However, the Sovereign Tournament did not forbid death. Zhou Xian could only blame himself for his sneak attack on Bai Ling and being killed instead. Idiot, idiot. This woman dares to face Lu Yin directly. She's not someone you can deal with. Idiot. The mountain god's roar shook the heavens. Zhou Xian was not the first participant to die in the Supreme Tournament, but the impact of his death was still relatively large. At the very least, the participating cultivators from the Beast Tamer's flow zone were filled with grief and indignation, and quite a few cultivators from the Innerverse were terrified. Although not much time had passed since the start of the competition on the eastern mountain peak, the number of deaths had already increased. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. More than 10,000 people died mainly from the shockwaves. This discovery caused quite a few participants to stop in their tracks. They wanted to wait for the top experts to charge through before making any further moves. Otherwise, no matter how many lives they had, it would not be enough to compensate for their losses. Lu Tianmu and Exin Nu also stopped fighting. Although Emergence Mavis had been disturbed by the Junior Arrow Saint, she was still very close to Lu Yin. Although Mount Supreme was high with the speed of an enlighter, it would take at most half a day to reach the mountain pass if no one interfered with them. Lu Yin could almost hear Emergence Mavis panting. He was looking forward to what Emergence Mavis was going to do. This woman seemed gentle and quiet, but she had a fiery temper just like Lulu and could not take provocation. She couldn't be planning on fighting him, right? It was not impossible. Metamorphosis Mavis was completely focused on rushing upwards. The little Arrow Saint's repeated attempts to interfere had been fruitless, and he was furious. He felt like he was being ignored, so he raised his arrow once more. His 9-lined battle force soared into the sky and imprinted itself onto the arrow. At the same time, an enormous figure that was at least 10 meters tall appeared behind him. The Junior Arrow Saint's actions attracted the attention of countless people, and Lu Yin also looked over. He was no stranger to the Junior Arrow Saint. This person had chased after him for several days, but he had never seen the Junior Arrow Saint use his imprint. Back when the Fifth Mainland had been enveloped by the Symbol Ancestors methods, everyone's power levels had been suppressed to below 200,000. Regardless of whether or not he had an imprint, his power level had been suppressed, which was why he had never used his imprint. In the Daoist Sect's ruins, Lu Yin had fought with the Junior Arrow Saint. At that time, his imprint had been that of a 3-inch-old man, which was the same as the Sword in the Stone's imprint. But now his imprint had changed. It was a 10-meter-tall man dressed in animal fur. He looked like a barbarian and his muscles were solid. His face was sinister and he carried a longbow on his back. This was the Eastern region's heavenly imprint powerhouse that the Junior Arrow Saint was currently in, a newly advanced heavenly imprint. When the Junior Arrow Saint's imprint appeared, Emergence Mavis suddenly stopped and looked over with a serious expression. The Junior Arrow Saint sneered and shot out an arrow that was infused with 9-line battle force and the power of his imprint. This arrow's power level exceeded 300,000, and it was one of the strongest attacks that the Eastern Mountain had ever sent out. It even surpassed Lu Tianmu's 5th sword. Emergence Mavis frowned. Grass spread out from the ground and transformed into a giant fist that punched out. The Mavis family did not have much, but they had money and strength. The grass-formed fist collided with the arrow, causing the void to explode as a violent shockwave pressed down. Many participants cursed in anger, but they were still unable to avoid the attack and were sent flying by the terrifying pressure. A crack appeared on the mountain's ground. A power level that exceeded 300,000 was terrifying. The Junior Arrow Saint stared at Emergence Mavis. Emergence Mavis picked up a rock from the ground and hurled it at the Junior Arrow Saint. It was just a normal rock and the Junior Arrow Saint should not have cared about it. However, at this moment he felt a chill run down his spine. Although the rock looked normal, it contained a huge amount of power and it was not just a small amount. The Junior Arrow Saint narrowly avoided the rock as it smashed into the mountain peak, unable to withstand the force and shattering. The shattered rock fragments shot out in all directions, and a few participants who had been in the air were knocked back down. The fragments were powerful enough to tear through the void, and one of them even scratched the Junior Arrow Saint's cheek. The Junior Arrow Saint stared at Emergence Mavis in shock. This woman was actually so strong. He stared blankly at Emergence Mavis. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Mavis continued to charge up the mountain, and the Junior Arrow Saint did not try to stop her as he had been intimidated. At the mountain pass, Lu Yin pursed his lips. Emergence Mavis was the strongest person in the entire human race, not including himself. Lu Yin clenched his fists as he watched Emergence Mavis charge at him. Let's see how many punches you can take. The battle between the most powerful individuals attracted the most attention, but most people were more concerned about the people who were related to them. In the Outerverse Southern Weave Astral 9, many students were watching a screen with worry. 3 people were fighting on the screen and 2 of them were from Astral 9. They were Astral 9's former leader Lu Yin and Chao Ji, who had participated in the Astral Combat Tournament and had been frozen for 30 years. At this moment, the 2 were working together against an enemy, who was Case, who had been guarding King Zishan's palace for Lu Yin. Case had also arrived. As an expert who had once been in the top 80 of the top 100 rankings, he had been captured by Lu Yin to guard King Zishan's palace. Even though the Innerverse and Outerverse had been reconnected, Case had not returned to the Dire Barbarian clan. This was not because he was loyal but rather because he found Lu Yin inconceivable. If there was anyone who understood Lu Yin's progress the most, it would be Case, who was the closest to Lu Yin. He had seen Lu Yin countless times over the years, and his innate gift was hearing, which allowed him to hear the vibrations in his opponent's body. Every time Lu Yin returned to King Zishan's palace, Case would listen attentively, and what he heard was different each time. After a long period of time, Case had developed a new understanding of his physical body's strength and his battle techniques, and his strength had increased by leaps and bounds. Now that he had broken through to the cruiser realm, he had far surpassed his original strength. He believed that he could rival the top 50 of the top 100 rankings, which was why he had dared to participate in the Sovereign Tournament. When the registration for the Sovereign Tournament began, Case reported it to Lu Yin, and with Lu Yin's approval he was allowed to participate. He wanted to make a name for himself in the Sovereign Tournament. He did not want to become as famous as Lu Yin and the others, but he wanted to at least be recognized as part of the top 100 rankings. Lu Yin and Chao Ji were not weak as they both had the power level of an explorer. If they had faced Case in the past, they would have been able to defeat him if they worked together. However, they were facing Case, who had followed Lu Yin for many years, and the current Case was not someone they could deal with. Lu Yin was the first to be defeated, as his voice was not even on the same level as Bai Ling's. He was unable to cause any direct damage to Case, and he was defeated by Case's pure physical strength. Chao Ji was proficient in battle force, and she also had the monsoon battle technique, which used the winds of the 4 seasons to corrode a person's body. It was a very powerful battle technique, but no matter how powerful a battle technique was, it still needed to be complemented by powerful strength. Compared to Case, Chao Ji was still slightly weaker and she was swept aside by him. The students of Astral 9 were helpless, as there was nothing to regret about being defeated by an expert from the top 100 rankings. There were countless cultivators of the same generation in the Innerverse and Outerverse, but only 100 people could enter the rankings, and Case was clearly not ranked at the bottom. After defeating Lu Yin and Chao Ji, Case was exhausted. These 2 were not weak, and if they were in the same realm he might not have been able to win. As he thought about it, he looked up at the pass and at Lu Yin. He had once been a genius of the Dire Barbarian clan, but his fate had changed because of this person. Even if the Innerverse and Outerverse had been connected and the Dire Barbarian clan had summoned him, he had not returned. He was very smart, and following this person was much better than staying in the Dire Barbarian clan. The clan's resources would only be given to Avery, not to him. Thank you for your support, brothers. Thank you. End of chapter. Chapter 1262. Suddenly, Kay's scalp went numb as an intense sense of danger enveloped him. He dodged without a second thought, but a thin needle pierced through the ground. He looked into the distance and saw that one participant after another had fallen to the ground. Their bodies had been pierced by the needle and their blood had dyed the ground red. The attacker was a woman with a gloomy expression. There were ugly spots on her face, but she was dressed in beautiful clothes. Case dodged the attack and the woman looked over and stared at him. She raised her hand, causing a needle to appear and shoot it out. Case's expression changed. Not good, a hunter. He quickly dodged again, but since the woman was targeting him, it would not be easy to dodge. Case saw a needle aimed at his forehead, but a gust of wind swept past him and broke the needle in two. The woman narrowed her eyes and looked up. That gust of wind had come from Lu Yin. Case panted heavily and looked at Lu Yin with gratitude in his eyes. Lu Yin stood at the pass and watched the woman attack Kaze. Kaze was one of his people and he could not allow anyone else to kill him. Although Lu Yin's impression of the dire barbarian clan had been poor at first, Kaze had done his best to protect King Zishan's palace over the past few years, and Lu Yin had already acknowledged him as a subordinate. The woman was afraid of Lu Yin, so she did not attack Kaze again. Instead, she lowered her head and quickly climbed up the mountain. Kaze did not dare to stop her, as this woman was not someone he could deal with. What an unfamiliar woman, and there was definitely no such person in the top 100 rankings. She was a hunter, which meant that she had touched upon the level of the 10 arbiters. Could she have come from the cosmic sea or the Neoverse? The universe was vast, and it was not something that the top 100 rankings could encompass. There were many frozen powerhouses as well as countless powerhouses from mystical regions. Although they might not be at the top, it was easy for powerhouses to emerge. This woman was clearly one of those people. Lu Yin did not attack her again, and instead he looked in another direction. More than 1 million participants were competing on the eastern mountain peak, and Lu Yin was familiar with quite a few of them. For example, the woman who had just been defeated was Zijun. She had participated in the tournament of the strongest and had been defeated by Star Sibyl. She seemed to be from the Cosmic Sea's longevity squadron, and the person who had defeated Zijun stunned Lu Yin. Nong Zitian. If there was anyone in the 6th mainland that Lu Yin felt sorry for, then Nong Zitian was ranked first. Back when Lu Yin had been chased down by Blood Luni, he had only been able to escape because he had used a secret technique to steal Nong Zitian's hoe. After that, it had been because of Nong Zitian that Lu Yin had entered the furnace. Finally, he had discovered a method to quickly absorb star energy during the battle between Night King Zhenwu and Wu Taibai. If not for Nong Zitian, Lu Yin definitely would not have his current strength. It could be said that Nong Zitian was not only his savior but also his lucky star. Every time he met Nong Zitian, something good would happen. It had been a long time since he had met Nong Zitian in the fire furnace, and Lu Yin had almost forgotten about his lucky star. Who would have thought that they would meet again today? Things had remained the same, but people had changed. Every time he ran into Nong Zitian, he would be bullied in all sorts of ways. Actually, Nong Zitian was not weak and he was very close to becoming a hunter. Even if he did not rely on any life-saving treasures, he could still easily defeat Zijun. Nong Zitian raised his head and met Lu Yin's gaze. Perhaps it was because he sensed something, or perhaps it was because he was meeting an enemy. Lu Yin was taken aback and then he smiled. Nong Zitian gritted his teeth and opened his mouth to say 2 words. His voice did not reach Lu Yin's ears, but Lu Yin knew that he had said, "Ho." Lu Yin felt awkward and he averted his gaze. This guy still remembered it. It had been so long and he was so petty. Nong Zitian snorted and then he carefully continued climbing. He did not dare to offend Lu Yin too much. Lu Yin had once been just like him, being chased around and beaten up miserably. But now Lu Yin was standing at the peak and beating up others. If Nong Zitian was unhappy, Lu Yin could point a finger at him and Nong Zitian's life would be over. Even further away, the little stutterer was frantically fleeing with Tong Zhan right behind him. Tong Zhan had been crippled by Lu Yin in the past, and he had finally recovered after much difficulty. However, he could not advance any further and had been abandoned by the Tong family. Tong Zhan's main goal in participating in the sovereign tournament was to fight Lu Yin again. Even if he died, he wanted to die on the battlefield instead of being sullenly annihilated. The little stutterer was unlucky as he had accidentally bumped into Tong Zhan while dodging the shockwaves from the battle between Lu Tianmu and the maiden. He had almost knocked Tong Zhan off the mountain. Tong Zhan had not planned on attacking the little stutterer, but the little stutterer had excitedly shouted about some meat the moment he saw Lu Yin. Tong Zhan had thought that the little stutterer was Lu Yin's friend, and he had immediately chased after him. Although Tong Zhan could not advance any further, he was still a top descendant of the Tong family. Coupled with the Tong family's battle techniques, martial seals and imprints, he could easily suppress the little stutterer. However, the little stutterer was not weak either. His realm was even higher than Tong Zhan's and he was a peak cruiser. His innate gift was speed, so Tong Zhan would have a hard time catching up to him. Lu Yin saw Tong Zhan, but he did not care. This person was no longer worthy of his attention, and there were only a few powerhouses in the entire 6th mainland who were worthy of his attention. Meat, meat, meat. The little stutterer was still shouting. His master's words kept echoing in his mind, that there would be meat to eat if he followed Lu Yin. He might seem easy to bully, but he was actually very stubborn. He firmly believed that Lu Yin was meat, and he kept shouting as he ran and chased after him. Meat? What meat? Fish? How dare you insult Lord Fish? A thin figure was climbing with great difficulty, resisting the tides of Mount Supreme. She was Xianxia, and there was a fish on her head. Xianxia felt wronged. No one said fish. You heard wrong. The fish continuously flapped its fins. Lord Fish has never heard wrong in his entire life. It must be Fish. Hurry up and find out who that bastard is. Lord Fish wants to use him as a mount. Xianxia panted heavily. She was already very tired from climbing, and she did not want to argue with the fish. Lu Yin saw Xianxia, and he also saw that fish, the despicable fish. The fish continuously flapped its fins. That two-legged beast is looking at Lord Fish. Hurry up and get him to come down and greet us. Xianxia was helpless, and she looked up at Lu Yin. He's so far away. There were battles everywhere on the eastern mountain peak, and Lu Yin's acquaintances were everywhere. Although he had only wandered the universe for a little more than 13 years, he knew too many people, and there seemed to be some sort of attraction to him that unconsciously drew people closer to him. And this was only the eastern mountain peak. There were also many familiar faces on the southern mountain peak. At this moment, the unluckiest person on the southern mountain peak was Kulei. He had wanted to be the first to charge through the mountain pass with his thunderbolt and test out the sixth mainland's so-called Daoist's three skies. But just as he took a step forward, he crashed into the back of an incomparably large beast. This beast was the Star Devourer, and in his true form he could devour planets. Even though he had not fully transformed into his true form, his body still occupied a small portion of the southern mountain peak. Many participants were pushed away, and many of them were even pushed back to the starting point. Quite a few participants were crushed to death. The Star Devourer looked like a mix of wolf and tiger, but his 4 limbs had 6 eyes. He looked sinister and terrifying, but at the same time he was filled with power. Strangely, all 6 of his eyes were tightly shut, which made him look even more terrifying. Kulei crashed into the Star Devourer's back and instinctively unleashed a thunderbolt. Scram! The Star Devourer raised a claw and slapped out. Not only did it disperse the thunderbolt, but it also sent Kulei flying back to the starting point. Kulei was stunned. When had his thunderbolt become so weak? The Star Devourer's attack had sent Kulei flying, shaking the southern mountain peak and even those outside Mount Supreme. The experts from the Astral Beast domain were not surprised. This was the Star Devourer, a terrifying beast that could digest planets. Even in the Astral Beast domain, it was one of the top races. If not for the fact that there were so few of them, with only one being born every countless years, the Star Devourer would definitely have a place on the Celestial Beast list. The Astral Beast domain was satisfied, but the others were apprehensive. Kulei was the heir of the 7 Quartz Ku family, but he had been sent flying by a single claw. On the southern mountain peak, when Xianxia looked at the Star Devourer solemnly. What terrifying strength! Even further away, Kokohi's eyes narrowed as she looked at the Star Devourer's claw. Those rune lines were not just a sign of strength but also something else. This beast was not simple. At that moment, thunder exploded in the distance and tore through the void. Kulei rushed back, his boundless thunderbolt transforming into a spear that pierced towards the Star Devourer. A dignified heir of the Ku family had actually been sent flying by a wild beast. This was a live broadcast to the entire universe, and even the Ku family could see it. This was too embarrassing, and the beast had to be slaughtered. At the same time, Lu Yin, who was at the entrance of the eastern mountain peak, looked at the giant screen in the distance. Although he could not see the southern mountain peak, he could see the screen, and he saw Kulei and the Star Devourer. Lu Yin had a deep impression of the Star Devourer. Back when he had rolled in Hans, he had possessed the Star Devourer's protector, and he had personally witnessed the Star Devourer devouring a planet. It would have been great if this beast was only strong, but it was definitely not that simple. Could even digest a planet. Countless people looked at the southern mountain peak and saw the battle between the Thunderbolts and the Star Devourer. The Star Devourer's 6 eyes were completely closed, and when the Thunderbolts came crashing down, one of them opened. It swung its tail, stirring up layers of ripples that distorted the Thunderbolts and repelled them. Kulei's pupils shrank, but before he could react, the Star Devourer's tail lashed out and sent Kulei flying again. This time, Kulei was not as lucky, and he spat out a mouthful of blood as he was injured. Countless people fell silent as they stared at the Star Devourer in shock. Ku-Lei was unable to retaliate. Just as Ku-Lei was sent flying, a ray of light descended from the sky, transforming into countless sharp blades that slashed towards the Star Devourer. The Son of Light had made his move, feeling threatened. At the same time, Imperial Tutor's pupils turned into runes that weakened the Star Devourer's rune lines. When Xianxia used the literary prison to trap the Star Devourer's tail, and everyone else attacked the beast together. The Star Devourer roared, and its enormous strength shattered the literary prison. It roared towards the light, its voice causing ripples that destroyed the light like the thunderbolts that had just destroyed it. The Son of Light's expression changed as he was unable to resist. What a powerful beast! Imperial Tutor frowned. This beast was difficult to deal with. The Star Devourer's tail lashed out at Xianxia. A barrier appeared in front of Xianxia, and the Star Devourer's tail collided with the barrier, but it was useless. The Star Devourer's open eye turned to look at Xianxia. Xianxia also stared back. Due to the Star Devourer's appearance on the southern mountain peak, everyone had joined forces. Even Xianxia, who was predicted to be one of the top 10, had to join forces to resist the beast. Many people enjoyed the show, even if they did not understand what was going on. Thank you, brothers, thank you. Chapter 1263. There was an uproar outside Mount Supreme. How can this beast be so powerful? Even 2 of the 10 arbiters working together couldn't do anything. What's even more terrifying is that it has 6 eyes. Now that only one of them is open, will its power double with every eye it opens? Nonsense, everyone can see that the top 10 rankings are about to be revised. This beast is definitely in the top 10. It's too terrifying. The astral beast domain has all kinds of monsters. In the depths of space, Mu-En walked out with a solemn expression. The Star Devourer has appeared several times, and every time it does, it causes us great losses. Very few people are able to face it head-on. Qin Mavis, a powerhouse from the Mavis family, spoke up. The most troublesome thing about the Star Devourer isn't just its strength, but also its innate ability to suppress star energy attacks. It's just like how the 6th mainland naturally suppresses the cultivators of the 5th mainland. Its attacks can destroy star energy, and with its boundless strength, it's very difficult to deal with. Historically, your Mavis family has faced the Star Devourer head-on, but unfortunately you failed. Mu-En sighed. Qin Mavis's expression sank. It's never won. In terms of strength, it's number 1 in the entire universe. Not far away, Xia Yi walked out. Wrong. The number 1 bloodline belongs to one of progenitor Chen's 9 clones, the giant bloodline. Qin Mavis was stunned, but after thinking about it, she nodded. Progenitor Chen is unrivaled. Although it's powerful, it's not impossible to defeat it without competing with it, Mu-En said. Elsewhere, there were also experts from the 6th mainland watching from outside Mount Supreme, such as Elder Nong. As he watched the Star Devourer fight Xianxia and the others, Elder Nong sighed. The 5th mainland doesn't have it easy either. This beast has never appeared in the 6th mainland. Not far away, Elder Autumn Frost appeared. This beast isn't from the 5th mainland. Elder Nong looked over in surprise. Elder Autumn Frost said, "Have you forgotten the first 4 mainlands? Some creatures from the astral beast domain, as well as some clans from the human domain, came from the first 4 continents." Madame Red appeared and stared coldly at the eastern mountain peak before looking at Lu Yin. She should have killed this brat back then. He had actually managed to heavily injure Hong Ying with a single finger wind and had almost killed her. His improvement was too fast, and she did not know how Hong Ying was doing. Had she really died? As she looked at him, she suddenly thought of someone and her lips curled up. Because of the star-devouring beast, the southern peak of Mount Supreme caused a huge commotion. Even though the star-devouring beast exposed its huge body and became everyone's public enemy, it still managed to survive. On the western peak there was also a huge beast that exposed its huge body, but it was very unlucky. It was the amethyst beast named Zi Tongtiang. It had a very arrogant name, and its actions were even more arrogant. It exposed its body earlier than the star-devouring beast. However, he did not have the strength of Devourer and was eliminated by the Spirit Palace and Yochi. The amethyst beast was very strong, but it had not expected to meet an even stronger opponent. Yochi was the type of person who could kill you even if you could not hit him. Zi Tongtian was completely countered by such a person, and with the suppression of the Spirit Palace's Sky Palace, he was instantly killed without even having a chance to survive. The Astral Beast Domain's experts who had been satisfied with the star-devouring beast's strength, fell silent after Zitongtian's death. Humans were not that easy to deal with. Zhou Daoist and Night Queen Yanqing were both on the western peak, so it was only natural that Night Queen Yanqing would attack Zhou Daoist. The Daoist clan's internal strife had attracted quite a bit of attention, and Lu Yin's attention had also shifted over. Night Queen Yanqing's strength had undergone a transformation. He did not know the specifics, but he believed that Zhou Daoist would not lose to her. 50 kilometers away from the battle between Night Queen Yanqing and Zhou Daoist, two figures, one fat and one skinny, were excitedly whispering to each other. Fat bro, look. Buck. A rock can fly. Skinny bro, that must be a beast from the Fifth Mainland's Astral Beast Domain. Isn't that a rock? How can a rock fly? It must be a beast. Fat bro, I like it. Skinny bro, I like it too. Attack. Little Mountain God was very leisurely as he watched the Daoist clan's internal strife on the left and then looked at the Sixth Mainland's battle between Jianru and the Hall of Honor's Fatsi Shujing on the right. It had nothing to do with him as he was just a rock that no one paid any attention to. Suddenly Little Mountain God's warning signs appeared, and he subconsciously dodged to the side. Two figures, one fat and one skinny, crashed to the ground with a loud bang. Little Mountain God swayed a bit further away, as he did not know which unlucky person had been affected. Judging from their physique, they were just passers-by, so there was no point in asking them. He glanced behind him. Aren't those people from the Great Eastern Alliance? Alright, there are too many people outside so they can't touch you. Now it's time to teach you a lesson. A mere outerverse dares to join forces against the innerverse? What a joke. Suddenly, another warning sign appeared and Little Mountain God hurriedly dodged. There was a loud boom as the ground shook. Little Mountain God looked over. They look familiar. Aren't they the fat and skinny passers-by A and B? They can still move. No, those two bastards are attacking me. The blue heroes stood up, and their eyes lit up as they looked at Little Mountain God. Good stuff. He reacted so quickly. Fatty bro, I'll definitely catch him and give him to you. Skinny bro, I'm the one who's going to catch him and give him to you. Fatty bro, we'll be brothers forever. Skinny bro, good luck. Work hard. Little Mountain God was stunned. What the hell? Catch him. The blue heroes charged at Little Mountain God, but he subconsciously dodged. He was not afraid but rather disgusted. These two bastards looked like lunatics. Neither Little Mountain God nor the blue heroes noticed that there was a fingernail-sized bug lying on Little Mountain God's head. It looked similar to a beetle and it did not move at all. It was as if it was fixed to a rock and it was completely inconspicuous. On the northern mountain peak, Mount Supreme's tidal wave came one after another. At the pass, the Celestial Beast Empire's crown prince Zhou Xian looked down from above. His body emitted a hazy halo as he descended along with the waves. Although Mount Supreme's tidal wave could eliminate a portion of the participants, it did not affect explorers. At most 200,000 to 300,000 people would be eliminated by Mount Supreme's tidal wave. However, more than 500,000 people had already been eliminated by Mount Supreme's tidal wave, all because of Zhou Xian. He had infused his own strength into the tidal wave and was constantly eliminating participants. Once touched by the tidal wave, even explorers and cruisers would fall to the foot of the mountain. Most people would not be able to detect this force and only a small number of people could. Those who could ignore it were even fewer. The sword sex Lu Ling panted heavily as she looked at the incoming tidal wave in fear. She hurriedly dodged. Not only did this tidal wave contain a powerful impact force, but it also contained a hidden spiritual force. It was this force that had caused a large number of participants to faint. As far as the eye could see, there were participants who had fainted everywhere. Some were even dead. Was the Supreme Tournament this difficult? Just this tidal wave alone could eliminate half of the participants. She did not know that it was Zhou Xian who had eliminated half of the participants. In the distance, Lily Rose, Sharon, Diao, and the rest all avoided the tidal wave. Even they could not ignore the tidal wave's power. At a corner of the mountain peak, Bai Qian calmly looked at the man in front of her. Why are you stopping me? The man was called Calcifer, and he was an assassin who had been frozen for 100 years. He had once assassinated Star Sibyl, and after being unfrozen he had participated in the astral combat tournament. However, he had ultimately been defeated by Chao Ji. I've seen you before. You were with this generation's Star Sibyl in the Astral Combat Academy, Calcifer said in a low voice. Bai Qian was indifferent. So what? Calcifer's eyes flashed with a strong killing intent. If you can't kill Star Sibyl, then you can treat it as interest. He then lightly tapped his feet and his body flickered as he charged towards Bai Qian. He had a battle technique 10 steps 1 kill and his innate gift indestructible. The fact that he had made it to the 4th round of the Astral Combat Tournament was proof of his strength, and as an assassin he was even better at hiding his aura. His assassination techniques were enough to raise his threat level by several levels. Calcifer instantly appeared behind Bai Qian and slashed out with a single palm. Success. He had an innate gift of indestructible, and even if this woman had a weapon, it would be useless against him. His palm was enough to split her in two. Suddenly, a white mist flashed in front of him and then everything changed. The world around him became ice cold. Had the entire world been frozen? No, it wasn't the world that had been frozen but rather him. With a thump, Calcifer collapsed to the ground, his entire body frozen into a block of ice. His face was still filled with a cruel killing intent. Bai Qian lifted her foot and walked past Calcifer. She did not ask anything as she did not care about the grudge between this person and Star Sibyl. Regardless of which mountain peak it was, there were still top powerhouses fighting against each other. The northern mountain peak had Xia Jiuyo, Wu Taibai, Jiu Hao and Star Sibyl. One of these people had attracted quite a bit of attention. He was Wang Yi, the only competitor from the technocracy. Just his name alone was enough to attract the attention of countless people. Wang was a primeval surname that represented a type of inheritance and a heroic spirit. Wang Yi was very mysterious and very few people had seen him before the start of the competition. After the competition began, he had not made a single move. Even so, there were still quite a few people watching him. The reason why no one from the technocracy had participated was because the androids themselves were considered external objects. Wang Yi was a normal person and did not show any signs of being modified. Ever since Wang Yi had appeared as the representative of the technocracy, the Hui family of the 7 courts had been investigating him, hoping to learn more about Hui Kong from him. With a whoosh, a giant void thunderbeast swept past. On the northern mountain peak, Yao Gu had made his move. His target was Wang Yi as he wanted to test this person's strength. The technocracy was not only mysterious to the human domain, but also to the astral beast domain. As Yao Gu made his move, even more people looked over. Throughout the universe, countless screens were focused on the northern mountain peak. This level of attention even temporarily overshadowed the scene of the southern mountain peak's participants attacking Planet Devourer. Wang Yi's appearance was ordinary and his clothes were also very ordinary. His face was sallow and he looked a little malnourished. Everyone else was rushing towards the mountain peak, but he walked step by step, lagging behind many others. Chapter 1264. Yao Gu's attack came from above. A huge wind pressure enveloped the mountain peak, and the competitors around Wang Yi immediately fled in fear when they saw Yao Gu attack. Some of the slower ones even jumped off the mountain as they would rather withdraw than die. Wang Yi raised his head and calmly looked at the huge void thunderbeast descending. His right foot paused for a moment and then his figure flashed. There was no change in the void and he appeared 1,000 meters away. The huge void thunderbeast smashed into the mountain peak like a meteorite. Under everyone's stunned gaze, the huge bloody mouth spurted out blood, forming a scarlet river that dripped down the mountain. Yao Gu's eyes were slack as he stared blankly at his abdomen. There was a huge wound that ran through his body and he did not know how it had appeared. He had not seen it and he had not been able to stop it. He was a void thunderbeast and possessed his own innate thunderbolt. He could break through the void and escape, and he could even escape from an expert who surpassed him. However, he had been defeated in an instant. There was no suspense and he had not been able to resist at all. He had not even been able to react. In the southern region of Zhidong, a giant void thunderbeast tore through the void and appeared atop a white skeleton. It stared at the screen in shock. Impossible! How could Yao Gu be so easily injured? Not far away, one beast after another appeared and stared at the screen in shock, unable to speak for a long time. This was Yao Gu, a genius of the void thunderbeast race who had been bestowed the surname Yao by the Empire. He was an expert on Skyminder's list, but he had been instantly defeated without even seeing how he had been defeated. This scene not only shocked the Astral Beast Domain's experts, but also everyone else. The entire northern mountain peak fell silent, and even Zhou Xian at the pass stared at Wang Yi in shock. This person was extremely terrifying. Yao Gu slowly turned around and stared at Wang Yi in horror. He was an expert on Skymender's list and one of the strongest of the Astral Beast Domain's younger generation. He could look down on countless living beings, but he had been defeated just like that. Wang Yi continued walking towards the mountain peak step by step just like before. He was neither fast nor slow, and he walked expressionlessly as if defeating Yao Gu was just a small matter. At the same northern mountain peak, Starsibyl stared at Wang Yi from afar. Her eyes flickered and the star energy around her body became unstable. I can't calculate. This person is the same as Lu Yin, so why can't I calculate? Starsibyl looked at Wang Yi with apprehension. Wang was a primeval surname, and any primeval surname could not be underestimated. Where did this person come from? Was he really from the technocracy? What was his relationship with Iron Blood Weaves Wang Wen? They knew too little about the technocracy. Frostwave Weave Earth. Not far from Lu Yin's statue, a young man lifted his hat and looked at the screen in shock. Not bad at all. On the eastern mountain peak, Lu Yin raised his head to look at the screen. He had also seen the scene of Wang Yi defeating Yao Gu, and honestly he was shocked. The screen of light could not capture any trace of Wang Yi, so he could not see anything from the screen of light. However, there was one thing that he was certain of. Wang Yi was very fast, so fast that it was inconceivable. Even Yao Gu could not react in time. Wang Yi's speed was comparable to the power that tore apart Yao Gu's flesh. This person was definitely one of the greatest opponents in the Sovereign Tournament. You still have the energy to look elsewhere? Take my fist. With a shout, Ascension Mavis charged over. Lu Yin lowered his head and smiled. You're really impatient. Ascension Mavis coldly replied, let's see how much your strength has improved before you dare to speak such arrogant words. As soon as she finished speaking, she soared into the air and punched out. In an instant, a huge shockwave spread from her wrist to her arm. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. Following that, there was a loud explosion that shook Mount Supreme as a fist flew towards Lu Yin. Ascension Mavis had always used grass as a fist to attack, and she rarely used a real fist. Even though she was very strong, or perhaps it was precisely because of her strength that a single punch from her would result in either death or injury. But at this moment she punched Lu Yin with a real punch, one that contained the strength of the Mavis family's Treeheart's successor. At that moment, the entire universe's screen shifted from Wang Yi's body to Lu Yin. Outside Mount Supreme, Qin Mavis straightened her back and stared at the screen intently. The human domain's other pass master had always been between Feather Mavis and Qiu Shi. This had been decided when the Supreme Tournament was being held, and the two of them could choose one. However, after Lu Yin had returned from Progenitor Chen's tomb, the Elysian Master of Everlasting Island had strongly recommended him, and even Elder Chan had approved of him. That was why Ascension Mavis and Qiu Shi had not been chosen. Even though Ascension Mavis didn't care about the past master, she was still unwilling to be eliminated by Lu Yin. Furthermore, the words that Lu Yin had said before the tournament had given her the motivation to be the first to rush to the pass. She wanted to see how this person who had only been able to withstand 7 of her punches was able to eliminate her, and what right did he have to say those words? Lu Yin's eyes turned into runes as he watched Ascension Mavis' fist descend, and he saw runes that filled the sky as they converged on the fist. The power of this punch far surpassed the 7th punch that had knocked him off the golden stage. It could be said that Ascension Mavis hadn't held back in this punch, and if Lu Yin couldn't withstand it, he would either die or be crippled. At this moment, Ascension Mavis had descended with the power of the Mavis family. Even the 6th mainland viewed the Mavis family with great importance. They were a colossus. When Ascension Mavis unleashed her punch, everyone turned their attention to it. Everyone knew that whether or not Lu Yin could defend this stage would depend on whether or not he could block Ascension Mavis. It wasn't just Lu Yin's friends who were nervous. Everyone was. This punch seemed to represent the outcome of the sovereign battle. With a whoosh, Ascension Mavis' fist descended, flattening the void as if a ferocious beast had stepped through the air from ancient times to crush Lu Yin. Lu Yin raised his head, clenched his right fist and looked up. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Ever since he had broken through to the Melder realm, his strength had inexplicably skyrocketed, and he had believed that there was no one in his generation who could surpass him in strength. However, the battle in the mountain and sea realm had shown him what the Mavis family truly were, and what they represented: the strength of the human domain. 7 punches. He could only withstand 7 punches, and the 7th punch wasn't even Ascension Mavis' true strength. Her strength was said to be infinite, and it was the pinnacle of human strength. When he had been thrown off the golden stage, Lu Yin hadn't been as calm as he had appeared on the surface. He had been crushed in his strongest domain, and even though he had been 2 realms lower than Ascension Mavis, a loss was a loss. After breaking through to the Hunter realm, what he had wanted to do the most was to find Ascension Mavis and compete with her once more. That day had finally arrived. This was the power of the Mavis family. She didn't restrict Lu Yin's movements, and if he didn't dare to accept her punch, it would be tantamount to admitting that he had lost to the Mavis family in terms of strength. In the air, Ascension Mavis drew closer and closer to Lu Yin, her eyes filled with battle intent. Lu Yin's tightly clenched right fist suddenly opened, and he raised it to grab Ascension Mavis' right fist. Boom! There was a loud collision and the ground at the entrance shattered. A strong gale pushed the space in all directions, forming a momentary darkness that rapidly spread out. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. The mountain peaks split open, and everyone stared blankly at the eastern entrance of Mount Supreme. Shockwaves that could be seen with the naked eye spread out in an arc, as if a gap had been opened in the sky. It also seemed as if the sky had transformed into an incomparably large screen of light. The competitors who had been climbing up the eastern peak, as well as those who had been fighting and scheming against each other, all felt the pressure, and they almost fainted from the stifling pressure. Lu Tianmu, Obscurer, Bai Ling, Maiden Adept, Cursewind, and the others all looked up at the sky. This kind of pressure was the most fundamental but also the most inexplicable. How could a person's strength be so great? Feng Lu was shocked. This strength was almost on par with the cosmic devourers. Lu Yin didn't fight with Ascension Mavis, and instead caught her punch with one hand. He then swung his arm in an arc and threw Ascension Mavis behind the entrance. Now is not the time for us to fight. Ascension Mavis was still immersed in her shock. If Lu Yin had exchanged blows with her, she wouldn't have been too surprised even if he had managed to catch her punch. However, Lu Yin had caught her punch with his palm and he hadn't even pushed her back. He had just caught it. This kind of strength surpassed her own punch. Even after being thrown by Lu Yin, Ascension Mavis didn't react. When she heard Lu Yin's voice, she forcefully broke free from the inertia and landed steadily on the ground. She then looked at his back with a complicated expression. At this moment, outside of Mount Supreme, Qin Mavis was no less shocked than Winged Mavis. Only the Mavis family members knew how powerful Treeheart's successor was. His boundless power wasn't just for show. In theory, no human could withstand that punch. The only ones who could truly compete with Mavis were some unique astral beasts in the astral beast domain. She hadn't expected a human to be able to catch her punch and even throw her away. It was unbelievable. Lulu was stunned and looked at Lu Yin in a daze. How could this guy be so strong? It was already unbelievable that he had surpassed her in strength, but now he had surpassed Ascension Mavis. How did he train? Was he an astral beast in disguise? It wasn't just the eastern peak. The competitors on the other 3 peaks were also shocked. When Sanxi's expression turned solemn, although he was confident in his innate gifts barrier, there were no absolutes in the universe. His barrier had been broken by the corpse devil, and its strength had been unparalleled. If Lu Yin's strength reached the same level, he might be able to break through it as well. No, he shouldn't be that strong. The Star Devourer kept one eye open and allowed the others to attack it. It did not even care as it stared at Lu Yin on the screen. Its eyes were no longer emotionless. Instead, they were filled with intense interest. Humans, do you really understand power? Zi narrowed her eyes. She could feel that this power had reached her. She could feel its terrifying intensity. This fellow had actually become so unfathomable. This kind of power was so strong that even she did not want to bear it. No wonder he could become the Past Lord. However, no matter how strong he was, it was just a single technique and there would always be a way to deal with it. Little Qin blinked at the screen in the sky. When had this guy become so powerful? He was like heaven and earth compared to when he had been in the Daoist sect's ruins. Did the people of the Fifth Mainland improve so quickly? Old 16 gulped. He felt lucky that he hadn't offended this guy back in the cosmic sea. He was a monster. Wu Taibai looked at Lu Yin on the screen with interest. This was getting interesting. Thank you for your support, brothers. Thank you. End of chapter. Chapter 1265. Wang Yi's gaze was calm. Whether it was climbing Mount Supreme or facing Yao Gu's attack, he had remained expressionless. However, at this moment his fingers twitched, and a trace of interest appeared in the depths of his eyes. This was the only person worth defeating. Above the north, south, east and west passes was the central pass, where Shangqing stood. She looked up at the screen as well. You're much more useful than Lei Nu and Xu Jing. Do your best to climb. The Hall of Honor must be the strongest, and I hope that you can become someone second only to me. At the eastern mountain pass, Lu Yin tossed Yuhua Mavis out and immediately faced the junior arrow saint. This was the 6th mainland's realmling who had chased after him for several days. If not for Xin Nu and the others, Lu Yin would have been in danger. In the ruins of the Daoist sect, Lu Yin had fought with the junior arrow saint and injured him, but Lu Yin himself had avoided the attack. The junior arrow saint had always remembered Lu Yin, and he was still brooding over the battle in the ruins of the Daoist sect. Lu Yin's improvement was too fast, and he had already been on par with the junior arrow saint at that time. Now Lu Yin was terrifyingly strong, and the clash of power just now had caused the junior arrow saint's heart to palpitate. The more he thought about it, the more apprehensive the junior arrow saint became. Anyone who could cultivate to his level was no fool. If the 5th mainland's Hall of Honor dared to let this person guard the pass, then they definitely had something to rely on. The junior arrow saint's gaze turned cold. No matter how strong or how fast Lu Yin improved, it would not be easy to defeat him. He had never considered that he would not be able to break through the pass, and he had always been thinking about how to deal with Lu Yin. When he saw Lu Yin's gaze sweep over, the junior arrow saint's 9-lined battle force surged into the sky and imprinted itself onto the arrow. An imprint appeared behind him, and it was the heavenly imprint powerhouse that was 10 meters tall and looked like a savage. Not only that, but the junior arrow saint's face also turned red and his veins bulged. Scarlet blood turned into a mist that wrapped around his body and he shouted, "Divine bestowal." A terrifying aura swept out and gathered on the arrow. Divine bestowal was a secret technique created by the progenitor of mystery. It could burn one's own essence blood to communicate with the progenitor. Legends had it that some people could ask the progenitor to possess them, and they were incomparably powerful. The Changbai prince whom Lu Yin had met before had used the secret subjugation technique, but that person's strength was far inferior to the little arrow saint's. The little arrow saint's secret subjugation technique caused everyone's hearts to tremble as an indescribably terrifying power spread out. Regardless of whether it was Lu Yin or the many competitors on the eastern mountain, they all felt a sense of awe and fear that came from the depths of their hearts. That was the aura of secret progenitor. The little arrow saint had used his secret subjugation technique, and the aura of secret progenitor had been stirred up. This was a realmling, an existence that was second only to the Daoist 3 skies in the 6th mainland. Maiden Xin's sword in the stone and the other experts from the 6th mainland were astonished. The little arrow saint was going all out, and the subjugation secret technique was only used when one was going all out. Did he not care about the sovereign competition anymore? Outside of Mount Supreme, the 6th mainland's experts stared fixedly at the junior arrow saint. Using the secret subjugation technique to communicate with the secret progenitor was a huge price to pay. They had to defeat that Lu Yin. Lu Yin had just clashed with Yuanhua Mavis, and he immediately faced off against the junior arrow saint. At that moment, Lu Yin could sense that the junior archer saint was going all out. That secret technique placed a huge burden on the body, but it had indeed increased the junior archer saint's strength by leaps and bounds. Even Lu Yin felt a sense of danger from the arrow. It was secret progenitor's aura. The junior arrow saint's secret subjugation technique had greatly increased his strength. He had already broken through to the Enlighter realm for the sake of the sovereign tournament and was now on the same level as the 10 arbiters. Now that he had used the secret subjugation technique, his strength was at the peak of his realm. Lu Yin, we've already fought twice. In the cosmic sea, in the ruins of the Daoist sect. This will be the 3rd and final time. The junior arrow saint shouted. 9. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. His battle force twined and dyed the sky red as well as the screens that everyone could see. Although most people could not understand what was going on, they knew that this arrow was quite powerful. Lu Yin's fingers twitched as he locked gazes with the Junior Arrow Saint. The Junior Arrow Saint released his fingers, and the arrow traversed the void and shot towards Lu Yin. The Junior Arrow Saint knew that Lu Yin had a secret technique that allowed him to redirect attacks. After learning that Lu Yin had become the Pass Master, the Junior Arrow Saint had specifically asked around and found out that Lu Yin had a secret technique that allowed him to teleport away. However, it was useless. That arrow was a chain arrow and Lu Yin could redirect the arrow and dodge it. However, there was a second arrow hidden beneath the first arrow and there was no way for him to dodge. If Lu Yin could not even dodge the first arrow and decided to take it head-on, then the Junior Arrow Saint would have to face the explosive power of both arrows. The Junior Arrow Saint seemed impulsive, but he had long since made preparations, and he was confident that this arrow would succeed. This arrow represented the Junior Arrow Saint's strongest attack as a realm ling. The Junior Arrow Saint had guessed all of the possibilities, but there was one that he had not guessed. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold and he struck out with 250 stacks, empty palm. Back in the Daoist sect's ruins, Lu Yin had only used 100 stacks during his battle with the Junior Arrow Saint. Now, the Junior Arrow Saint had improved and even broken through to the Enlighter realm, and his strength had undergone a transformation. Lu Yin, on the other hand, had improved even more. The overlaying stacks path became increasingly difficult to cultivate as one progressed, and the empty palm was a culmination of the overlaying stacks path. Combined with Lu Yin's strength, which could even shake off a winged mavis, the arrow collapsed under his palm. Not only did the first arrow collapse, but the second arrow that was hidden beneath the first one also collapsed. The empty palm did not give the Junior Arrow Saint any time to react, and it landed on his chest. The Junior Arrow Saint did not even have time to react, and he only knew that he had fired the arrow before his body was sent flying backwards. Intense pain radiated from his body, and the incomparably oppressive strength caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood along with his organs. His body quickly flew up into the sky, but he was pushed back down by the pressure of Mount Supreme. The Junior Arrow Saint's eyes bulged and he did not know what had happened. He only knew that his entire body had gone numb, and his body was cracking apart uncontrollably. This was especially true for his chest, where a palm print had pierced through his skin. His instinctive sense of danger made him use his secret resurrection technique. What? The Junior Arrow Saint spat out another mouthful of blood as his entire body crashed into the ground. He looked up and spat out another mouthful of blood. The sky and his surroundings blurred, and his body trembled uncontrollably as he activated his secret resurrection technique. His hair turned white at a speed visible to the naked eye, and he finally coughed violently before fainting. Everyone who saw this scene from the eastern mountain was speechless. They had all felt the aura that the Junior Arrow Saint had released, and the terror that came from the depths of their hearts caused them to feel fear. They did not even dare to look at that arrow. If the power of that arrow was converted into a numerical value, it could exceed 400,000. That was the power that the Junior Arrow Saint had obtained by burning his essence blood and using his secret subjugation technique to communicate with the progenitor of secrets. Even the emissaries were shocked. However, such a terrifying attack had been easily dispelled by a single palm strike. It had only been a single palm strike. Everyone was silent as they stared in shock at the Junior Arrow Saint's lifeless figure. They could not forget that kind of tragedy for the rest of their lives. Some might have guessed that the Junior Arrow Saint would be defeated, but no one had ever imagined that he would lose so miserably. Countless people looked at Lu Yin in shock. This was the Pass Lord, one of the publicly acknowledged powerhouses of the 5 great powerhouses. He had shaken off Heaven's emergence mavis and defeated the Junior Arrow Saint with a single palm strike. He had been guarding the pass. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Those who recognized him could pass, but those who did not would not be able to pass. This was the Pass Lord. In the west of Mount Supreme, the older generation of the 6th Mainland's experts were speechless. Madame Crimson was shocked. This brat was somewhat unfathomable. Since the start of the Sovereign Tournament, Lu Yin had attracted the attention of many. What he had done was what a Pass Lord should have done. He could release, he could defend. Everything was under his control. Who could guarantee that they could defeat the Junior Arrow Saint in his divine bestowment state? Lu Yin's palm strike did not seem to have consumed much of his strength. Perhaps he could unleash 8 or 10 palm strikes and no one would be able to pass. Many people on the eastern mountain were frightened, and they looked at Lu Yin as if he was a monster. Lu Yin lowered his head and looked at the junior arrow saint. The overlaying stacks of 250 stacks had forced back Emperor Luo, and even the heavily injured Madame Crimson did not want to take it head-on. Madame Lan, whose power level was over 400,000, had been injured by a single palm strike. Although the junior arrow saint was powerful, he could not have withstood it. In the entire sovereign tournament, there were no more than 15 people who could have withstood that palm strike. This palm strike was the dividing line. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes as he watched the junior arrow saint's hair turn white. He had not died, which was beyond his expectations. Was this the secret ancestors' revival technique? Lu Yin had been disgusted more than once. The sword in the stone and the junior arrow saint had both used this technique to disgust him. Back then Lu Yin had guessed that this technique could not be used without a price. Now it seemed that the price was related to one's lifespan. Although the junior arrow saint had not died, he had aged considerably and did not look like a youth at all. He looked about the same age as undying Yushan. However, even if he had sacrificed his lifespan, it was already a miracle that he was still alive. Lu Yin retracted his gaze and clasped his hands behind his back. He stood there quietly and looked down. Everyone who met his gaze panicked and did not dare to look him in the eye. After so many years, Lu Yin had accumulated his power as the Great Eastern Alliance's alliance leader, as well as his invincible appearance. Even these elite geniuses who could participate in the sovereign tournament did not dare to look him in the eye. If Lu Yin's clash with Yuhua Mavis had shocked countless people, then defeating the junior arrow saint with a single palm strike was even more shocking. On the other 3 mountain peaks, many experts felt their scalps go numb. Bukong, Wen Sansi, Wu He, Zi Qiushi, and the others all looked at Lu Yin with different expressions. Wen Sansi was certain that his barrier would not be able to hold on, and the possibility of this happening was very high. Shixing's eyes grew more and more excited as he wanted to compete with this person in terms of strength. Wu Taibai's lips curled up. This level of strength was truly ruthless. Some people cared while others did not. For example, Zhou Xian had only glanced at Lu Yin. He might have been shocked at Lu Yin's strength at first, but no matter how strong he was, his attack methods were limited. Even if Lu Yin was 10 times stronger, he might not be able to withstand Zhou Xian's attack. The Imperial Tutor's mission was to deal with this person. The mission was difficult, but it was not impossible. Wang Yi's expression was calm. The more powerful the better. Only then would there be value in defeating Lu Yin. On the eastern mountain peak, many people who were attempting to break through had stopped in their tracks, as they did not know how to proceed. The most obvious one was Nan Yanfei. He had kept a low profile and had not fought with anyone else. In fact, he could have broken through earlier than the little archer saint, but he was smart enough not to make a move. Then he saw the little archer saint and panicked. He swallowed hard. Nan Yanfei did not consider himself to be a coward, but at this moment he did not move. He would let others break through first. He would wait and see. End of chapter. Chapter 1266. There were many participants who had the same thoughts as Nan Yanfei, as no one wanted to end up in the same miserable state as the little arrow saint. Even if that guy didn't die, he would be crippled. Xiao Luo swept past the other participants and charged towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin saw Xiao Luo, but he did not move. Xiao Luo brushed past Lu Yin. See you later. Lu Yin smiled. I hope you can make it to the Supreme Clarity Tournament. Xiao Luo smiled and charged over as well. Ling Ke was right behind Xiao Luo. This guy had kept a low profile from start to finish, which was not in line with his personality. However, there was no helping it, as everyone who could participate in the sovereign tournament was a powerhouse. Since even the 10 arbiters were competing on the same stage, Ling Ke had no choice but to keep a low profile. K's mighty slash streaked past and Ling Ke arrived in front of Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked at him. Ling Ke's gaze tensed up and he panicked. Bro, you don't plan on attacking me, right? I'll let you have the support group, okay? Support group. Lu Yin suddenly remembered and he felt a chill run down his spine as he looked away. Ling Ke swept past and relaxed. Right, I overheard the clan head talking to Ling Gong. He asked if she had any thoughts of marrying you. Congratulations, ha. Then K's mighty slash left. Lu Yin was stunned. Marrying me? Linggong? He recalled the scene he had seen in the ruins of the Daoist sect. That woman had looked like a knight, but she had a cute face and was stubborn and proud. She had ordered him around, but she had also helped him many times. Lu Yin pursed his lips and shook his head. Why was he thinking about this? When they saw Xia Luo and Ling Ke pass by, the other participants' eyes lit up with hope. That guy can't block everyone. At most he can block half of them. Let's charge in. Maybe he can, someone on a mountain peak whispered as he looked at the woman beside him. The woman was afraid. But he's so scary. Look at that archer. Not only was he injured, but he even showed his age. His attacks can't be related to time, right? I don't want to age. I'm not participating. You go. The man gulped. That can't be. He's just heavily injured, which makes him look older. The woman shook her head firmly. I'm not going. If you want to go, then go. In any case, we're just trying our luck. Do you really want to fight that kind of freak? The sovereign tournament doesn't forbid death. The man was conflicted. Should he participate? Should he participate? This was a problem. No matter what decision the man made, the woman went down the mountain. It was not just one woman. Many women from the eastern mountain had gone down the mountain. Women cared about appearances the most, and when they saw the little archer saint's aged appearance, they all assumed that it was Lu Yin's doing. Who would dare to attempt a breakthrough? Once one broke through, one's fate would be in the hands of others. Appearance was more important than one's life. Quite a number of people descended the mountain, frightened by Lu Yin's actions. The passing of Xia Luo and the others also inspired some people. Nan Yanfei swallowed hard and his gaze hardened. Who cares? I'll just charge forward. At worst, I'll just withdraw from the competition. I'm a realmling and the 6th mainland is keeping an eye on me. If I don't charge forward now, then I'll definitely be seen as a coward, and that won't do. Nan Yanfei could not afford to lose face like this. With that thought in mind, he gritted his teeth and rushed toward the pass. To the west of Mount Supreme, many of the 6th mainland's older powerhouses were watching this scene closely. They were most afraid that Lu Yin would target the 6th mainland, as that would be troublesome. Even the little archer saint had been crippled by a single palm strike, and no one from the 6th mainland in the entire eastern mountain could defeat this person. Whether or not the 6th mainland's competitors could pass would depend on Nan Yanfei's results. The Nong family's ancestor was the most nervous. Nan Yanfei was a Bloodhail Realm's realmling, and the Nong family was a part of the Bloodhail Realm. If Nan Yanfei succeeded, then Nong Zitian would be able to do the same, and perhaps Nan Yanfei would be able to take care of Nong Zitian during the competition. To the west of Chaos Flow Zone in the higher realm, many of the 6th mainland's people were very nervous. The little archer saint's miserable fate made them both angry and afraid of Lu Yin. When they saw Nan Yanfei rush out, everyone clenched their fists, hoping that he would not end up like the little archer saint. At the eastern mountains pass, Lu Yin saw Nan Yanfei and raised a brow. Nan Yanfei's expression changed, and when he saw Lu Yin raise a brow, his heart clenched and he subconsciously slowed down his steps. However, after thinking about it, he realized that there were so many people watching and he could not retreat. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and continue rushing forward. Nan Yanfei's eyes met Lu Yin's and they were filled with friendliness. He forced a smile to appear harmless. Lu Yin found this funny as he did not plan on attacking Nan Yanfei. The outer verse had been gifted to the 6th mainland, and there were many things that he would have to reconsider. Nan Yanfei was not the little archer saint, and Lu Yin had a deep grudge with the little archer saint. As for Nan Yanfei, Lu Yin did not care. He would just leave this guy to the Prime Clarity sect. As he thought about this, Lu Yin shifted his gaze in another direction. Nan Yanfei was delighted as Lu Yin's attitude was obvious. This guy was not going to attack. Nan Yanfei hurriedly sped up and rushed past Lu Yin. Thank you. Lu Yin's eyes flashed as it was still too early to say thanks. He was thinking about the future. When they saw that Nan Yanfei had succeeded, the 6th mainland became excited. It was great that Lu Yin was not going to attack. Many people in the 5th mainland's innerverse could not understand why Lu Yin was not attacking. However, they could not criticize him as it was entirely up to Lu Yin to act. They could not expect Lu Yin to help them sweep away the 6th mainland. People in different positions naturally had different considerations. If Lu Yin was just an ordinary wandering cultivator, then he could abhor evil and target the 6th mainland without hesitation. However, he was not. He was the Great Eastern Alliance's alliance leader, and his future goals were even grander. The Hall of Honor had allowed the Sixth Mainland to occupy the Outerverse, not because they did not care about the Outerverse, but because they had their own concerns. Lu Yin also had his own concerns. However, his concerns might be different from the Hall of Honors. His original goal had been the Innerverse, but now he felt that he should set a greater goal for his life. No matter what, the Sixth Mainland had invaded his territory, and he would not be a gentleman if he did not take revenge. Lu Yin had never admitted that he was a gentleman. Nan Yanfei's thanks came too early. Nan Yanfei had passed and Xiao Luo and Ling Ke had all passed as well. This gave many people hope. Could it be that Lu Yin was not a ruthless person? Was he only so ruthless because he had a grudge against the little archer saint? As they thought about this, many people who had originally left the mountain climbed back up. They felt that they could still take a gamble and save their future in the competition. In climbing Mount Supreme, aside from the mountain's original obstacles and the strange phenomena that appeared from time to time, the biggest obstacle was actually the other competitors. More than 1 million people were climbing at the same time, and the distance between them was gradually shrinking. This was because the mountain pass was only so big. As the distance shrank, the chances of them fighting each other increased. Yu Hua, Mavis, and the others belonged to the first echelon as they relied on their own strength. Lu Tianmu, Invisible Light, Bai Ling, Xanyu, and the others were all the same. As long as there were no experts of the same level holding them back, they could quickly reach the mountain pass. Once the first echelon finished, it would be the remaining people's turn. Lu Yin had allowed Nan Yanfei to pass, which gave many people hope. Some people who had originally planned on withdrawing returned, wanting to take a gamble. However, even if they wanted to take a gamble, they would do so after the first echelon had finished. Otherwise, it would be easy for them to get caught up in the fighting. This was especially true for Lu Tianmu and Xinyu. The two women's battle caused sword qi to fly everywhere, and the wind from their palms to wreak havoc. It had already caused many people to withdraw from the competition, and the surrounding people stayed far away from them. There was also the battle between Bai Ling and Invisible Light. Both of their attacks covered a large area, and each of their attacks could affect tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of people. Countless people withdrew from the competition. Most people were waiting for these people to pass and leave. At the mountain pass, Lu Yin's gaze shifted and he looked ahead. Two figures, one black and one white, quickly flitted past and charged towards him. He smiled. The two girls had been hiding all this time and they had finally shown themselves. Little Black and Xiao Bai were very astute. When Bai Ling and Invisible Light had clashed at the start of the competition, they had hidden themselves. There were simply too many experts in the competition and they were afraid of being targeted. Now that the battle had slowed down, they immediately charged towards Lu Yin and stopped in front of him. Lu Yin looked at them in amusement. "Why are you suddenly so obedient? Not messing around anymore?" Xiao Bai panted heavily and rolled her eyes at him. "It's all because of Senior Shenwei. He said so many scary things and it's so annoying." Little Black looked at Lu Yin and said, "If we get stopped at the mountain pass, you have to help us." "How can I help?" Lu Yin was puzzled. Xiao Bai replied, "Idiot, if you can attack those below, can't you attack those above? Attack the mountain pass." Little Black laughed strangely. "You're not afraid, are you?" Lu Yin straightened his back. "Afraid? I'm just joking. Go ahead, I'm watching." Little Black and Xiao Bai looked at each other slyly. Let's go. Lu Yin laughed as he watched the two girls leave. How could the Prime Clear target them? The 5 mountain passes only needed to stop half of the competitors. These two were not weak when they worked together and they were enough to cause trouble for someone like Ku Lei. If they were eliminated by the Prime Clear, then it would prove that the Prime Clear was deliberately targeting Eternal Sky Island, which would lead to conflict. There was no need to worry about the Prime Clear's mountain pass. As he thought about it, he scanned the eastern mountain peak and finally fixed his gaze on Tongzhan. When he saw Tongzhan participate in the competition, Lu Yin was shocked. This person had been crippled by him, but he had still been able to recover. It was a pity that his strength had not improved at all. When Lu Yin looked at Tongzhan, Tongzhan paused and raised his head to stare at Lu Yin with a bone-deep killing intent. He believed that no one in the entire Sixth Mainland could surpass his hatred for Lu Yin. Even if he died, he would fight this person one more time. He had seen the little Arrow Saint's miserable state, and he knew that he was no match for this person. However, he was already a cripple with no hope of improving himself. The Tong family had already given up on him, so he only wanted to fight this person fair and square. Lu Yin retracted his gaze and ignored Tong Zhan. He looked at the rune lines of all the competitors on the eastern mountain, and the one with the most numbers was Invisible Light. However, Invisible Light did not rush through the mountain pass and instead continued to stare at Bai Ling. He was restraining Bai Ling. Otherwise, with Bai Ling's innate battle technique, she might cause everyone on the eastern mountain to withdraw from the competition. Bai Ling did not continue to attack and instead charged towards the mountain pass. She stared at Lu Yin with a serene gaze. Would this person stop her? Lu Yin did not stop her and allowed her to pass. Many of the 6th mainland's cultivators relaxed. I've been updating for 3 days straight and I'm a little tired. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Chapter 1267. Invisible Light also rushed over, his eyes still closed. The moment he passed Lu Yin, his voice rang out. Your domain is very strong. I'll wait for you. Lu Yin's expression did not change. His domain was indeed very strong. The trial master had given him the source box array diagram to help him guard the pass, but there was no need for that at all. With just his domain, spiritual force and battle techniques, he could hold back 10,000 enemies. Bai Ling and Invisible Light both succeeded, and Lu Tianmu and Maiden did not continue fighting. Lu Tianmu directly passed through the pass without saying a word, and Maiden followed closely behind him. The moment she passed Lu Yin, she said, "Congratulations, you've improved a lot." Lu Yin nodded. "Thank you." He was thanking her for her help in the past. This woman had helped him a lot. Maiden smiled and continued climbing higher. They still had one more pass to face, and it was the Prime Clear. The Prime Clear was recognized by countless as the #1 expert and the only paragon of the same generation. There was a whoosh, and a huge shadow enveloped them as Cursewind appeared. He was about to break through. Feng Lu also appeared with Cursewind, 2 experts from the Astral Beast Domain Skyminder list. Lu Yin looked up and frowned. "You're so big. I can't say I didn't beat you up." When he heard Lu Yin's words, Cursewind's eyes that contained wind and fire flared up. Then his body shrank until he was a young man who looked at Lu Yin fearfully. Lu Yin was speechless. Cursewind was terrified. If this had been at the start of the tournament, Cursewind would not have cared about Lu Yin at all and would have even taken the initiative to throw Lu Yin down. Now, however, he no longer had such thoughts. Although he had not directly faced the junior archer saint's arrow, the sense of danger had made his hair stand on end. He knew that it would be very difficult for him to block that arrow. When the 6th mainland had invaded the Astral Beast domain, Cursewind had also participated, and the people of the 6th mainland naturally suppressed them. That arrow had been extremely powerful, and Cursewind was not confident in being able to deal with it. However, that terrifying arrow had been destroyed by a single palm strike. At that moment, Cursewind had decided not to fight with this person and to run if he could. This person seemed to be much stronger than him. Feng Lu had not expected Cursewind to be so straightforward, and she looked at him in surprise. Cursewind's expression was calm, as if this was a very ordinary matter. Lu Yin felt embarrassed to attack him as Cursewind's attitude was too proper. When Cursewind saw that Lu Yin was no longer looking at him, he secretly heaved a sigh of relief and quickly passed through the pass. Feng Lu stared at Lu Yin for a long time before passing through as well. Suddenly, Lu Yin appeared in front of her. Feng Lu's eyes narrowed, and she immediately transformed into a celestial ice phoenix. She froze the surroundings, and her tricolored light was ready to erupt at any moment. She thought that Lu Yin was about to attack her. Cursewind turned around and transformed into a giant blue lion as well. He stared at Lu Yin intently. If Lu Yin made a move, they would definitely join forces. In the universe, countless gazes were focused on this place, and Lu Yin was considered the most active of the 5 Pass Lords. Atop the Astral Beast Domain's white skeleton, a powerful beast from the older generation roared as it glared at the screen. This brat didn't attack the 6th mainland, but instead attacked the Astral Beast Domain. Traitor. Could it be that this kid is leaning towards the 6th mainland? At the Eastern Mountain Pass, Lu Yin was amused when he saw that his actions had caused such a huge commotion. He looked up at the celestial ice phoenix. "I wasn't planning on doing anything, but I'm tired of looking at your huge body." Phoenix 6's large and beautiful eyes blinked, and then she slowly shrank back into her human form. She stared at Lu Yin warily, and at the same time, Cursewind also transformed into his human form and surrounded Lu Yin. Lu Yin tilted his head. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. He barked at Cursewind, I'll give you one chance to scram. Otherwise there's no need for you to compete. Cursewind was furious. He admitted that Lu Yin was powerful and had the strength to kick him out of the competition, but he could not accept such humiliation. Cursewind, think of the bigger picture. Feng Lu barked. Cursewind ground his teeth, his expression sinister. Lu Yin looked up. What do you want to play? Cursewind snorted and looked at Feng Lu. Be careful. He then climbed higher without looking back. Lu Yin looked back at Feng Lu. I want to know about progenitor Wuxiang. Feng Lu was puzzled. Progenitor Wuxiang? That's our astral beast domain's ancestor. That's right. Your celestial ice phoenix clan is related to progenitor Wuxiang. Feng Lu was confused. Related? Why don't I know about this? How do you know? Lu Yin stared into her eyes. You don't know? Feng Lu shook her head. Progenitor Wuxiang is an ancestor from long ago, and the entire astral beast domain knows about him. Many races have legends about him, but that doesn't include my celestial ice phoenix clan. We have nothing to do with progenitor Wuxiang. Lu Yin retracted his gaze. With his domain he could tell that Feng Lu was not lying. The monkey had once said that the celestial ice phoenix clan was a harem that progenitor Wuxiang had assigned to it. This had been said during the tournament of the strongest, so it should be true. Since it had been assigned, it meant that progenitor Wuxiang was definitely related to the celestial ice phoenix clan. Whether it was being a ruler, a helmsman, or a slave, the celestial ice phoenix clan would definitely listen to progenitor Wuxiang. If Feng Lu said that there was no connection, then that could only mean that she did not know. Have you heard of the monkey? Lu Yin continued. Feng Lu's expression changed, but it only lasted for a moment. Nope. Lu Yin's lips curled up. He had never heard of it? How could that be? He had rolled 6 pips and fused with the Star Devourer Protector's body, and he had obtained memories that these Astral Beast Domain participants had been ordered by the Celestial Beast Empire's imperial tutor, Butian, to capture his ghost monkey whenever possible. This order had been personally issued by Butian. He stared at Feng Lu's eyes and saw a trace of panic there, confirming that the memories he had obtained were correct. Feng Lu definitely did not know what the monkey was used for, and neither did Cursewind, the Star Devourer, or the other experts from the Astral Beast Domain. Even Crown Prince Xiaoxian might not know, but Butian definitely knew. Lu Yin did not expose her as he only wanted to confirm the memories. You can leave now, Lu Yin said. Feng Lu did not say anything and quickly flew past him, climbing higher up the mountain. Her thoughts were in a mess. Lu Yin had actually mentioned the monkey's name. What did that mean? Wasn't the monkey obediently serving as a tamed beast on his body? Why was he asking her? Was there a problem with the monkey? Or did he know something? She recalled Butian's words from the imperial tutor. Capture Lu Yin's tamed monkey as much as possible. What exactly was the monkey used for? Did Lu Yin know about this order? That shouldn't be possible, as the imperial tutor had only given the order to a few of them, and not many people knew about it. Feng Lu left with complicated thoughts in her head. Feng Lu and Cursewind had just left when a cloud of smoke floated over. It was Gu Shower. He had finally shown himself. Bro, your brother is here. Gu Shower was very happy. When he had been assigned to the eastern mountain, he had known that he would be able to pass. The person guarding the mountain was one of his brothers, the kind who had experienced life and death situations together. Lu Yin looked at Gu Shower. Can you give me some of this smoke? This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Gu Shower's eyes widened. This is a supreme treasure of my smokescreen mountain range. Back then I used it to exchange for the first stage of the Sirius sect's serious art. Lu Yin nodded as he was just asking. It's a pity that some wretched bastard stole it and put it in his cosmic ring. It mysteriously disappeared and Dad didn't believe him. I'm so angry, Gu Shower muttered as he passed by. Lu Yin heard this and his eyes twitched. He looked back at Gu Shower, his eyes full of sympathy. It turned out that the stolen serious art had been his. What an unlucky child. Suddenly, Gu Shower paused and turned back to look at Lu Yin. Lu Yin was stunned and he grew nervous. Do you think that the Sirius sect tricked my smokescreen mountain range? Did the chip that recorded the first stage of the Sirius art disappear on its own? Gu Shaoer asked seriously. Lu Yin's expression turned solemn. There's a chance. Gu Shaoer was indignant. That must be it. Those despicable people. He cursed as he ran off. Lu Yin sighed. Shaoer, seventh bro owes you a favor and I'll repay it in the future. Lu Yin looked up at the screen and saw that some people had passed by him, and there were others on the other 3 peaks as well. At the southern peak no one attacked the Star Devourer anymore. This beast's defenses were extremely strong, and it was able to withstand many attacks as it climbed higher. Every step it took covered a great distance and in the end it was the first to break through. It wasn't that the others were too slow, but rather that Lu Yin's victory over the Junior Arrow Saint had left a deep impression on them. Everyone was subconsciously afraid of the Past Master, and they were afraid that the other Past Masters would act like Lu Yin. No one wanted to be the second Junior Arrow Saint. The Star Devourer didn't care, and its huge body rushed over as if it wanted to crush the southern peak's Past Master Bukong. Bukong slowly looked up and calmly watched the beast charge over. The Star Devourer suddenly opened its second and third eyes and rushed to the front of the pass. It raised its claws and slammed down. It didn't underestimate Bukong, but as a strange life form in the universe, its arrogance and disdain for humans were deeply engraved in its bones. In its understanding, humans were inferior creatures that had been born as ants. Even if their comprehension abilities were strong, they were still limited by their natural lifespan. Humans didn't exist that could threaten the Star Devourer. The fact that it could open 3 eyes showed that it had a high opinion of Bukong, and this was only because Lu Yin had raised its recognition of the Past Master's strength. Otherwise, even if it faced Bukong, opening 1 eye would have been enough. Countless gazes shifted from Lu Yin to Bukong. The Star Devourer's name had spread far and wide before the Sovereign Tournament. It had devoured planets and accumulated power, and this terrifying legend had made it one of the most unpredictable powerhouses in this tournament. Even if it hadn't been ranked in the top 10, that was because the people ranked in the top 10 had revealed their strength or had extremely terrifying backgrounds. Many still believed that the Star Devourer could enter the top 10. Facing the claw of the legendary Star Devourer, Bukong slowly raised his hand. The Great Reincarnation Technique. As soon as he finished speaking, the Star Devourer's claw slammed into Bukong's body. Its body suddenly shrank and the violent and terrifying aura instantly vanished as if it had never appeared. The barbaric aura that had suppressed the entire southern peak had also disappeared. The violent winds and torrential rain suddenly turned into a blue sky and white clouds. Everyone felt this way. The most obvious change besides its body shrinking was that the 6 eyes on the Star Devourer's forehead had turned into 2. It had returned to its childhood. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Follow the Wind is working hard to write. End of chapter. Chapter 1268. The reincarnation technique was one of the secret techniques created by the 6th mainland's secret progenitor. Those who were struck by it would feel as if time had been reversed, and they would instantly return to several years, decades, or even centuries. Their strength would also return to their original state. The Great Reincarnation Technique was an even more terrifying secret technique based on the reincarnation technique. During the battle in the Cosmic Sea, no one had dared to be hit by Bukong's Great Reincarnation Technique. Once struck, it was equivalent to declaring defeat. Although the Great Reincarnation Technique was heaven-defying, its greatest disadvantage was that it was not that easy to hit someone. Once someone was on guard, it would not be easy to hit them. However, this disadvantage did not apply to the Star Devourer. It was a direct attack against Bukong, and Bukong did not care about it at all. The moment the Great Reincarnation Technique was unleashed, the Star Devourer returned to its childhood state. Everyone who saw this scene felt their scalps go numb. No matter how strong the Star Devourer was, even if it had unparalleled strength, it would be useless if it was beaten back to its childhood state. The Star Devourer was stunned. Its brain was not very good to begin with, and it did not understand what was happening. "Idiot," Bukong said indifferently. His figure flashed, and he appeared above the Star Devourer's head. He raised a hand and said, "Disintegrate." Suddenly, a halo spread out from the distance and enveloped the entire area above Mount Supreme. In the blink of an eye, it swept past Bukong and dissipated into the horizon. Bukong's eyes widened as he looked towards the north. This halo was Zhou Xian's spiritual force. The Celestial Beast Empire's crown prince Zhou Xian had attacked. Zhou Xian's attack did not only affect Bukong but also Lu Yin and Ziyi. Both of them were affected by Zhou Xian's spiritual force. Because the Sixth Mainland's cultivators had to perform imprints, their spiritual force was not weak. Even so, Bukong was still shaken by Zhou Xian's spiritual force, and his movements were delayed for a second. In that second, the Star Devourer recovered and slammed its claws into the mountain, causing it to crack. Bukong's palm landed, and the Star Devourer opened its fourth eye. A visible shockwave spread out in all directions. Bukong's palm landed, but it did not touch the Star Devourer. Instead, it disintegrated the shockwave, and the Star Devourer took this opportunity to rush out and pass the pass. Bukong was furious that the Star Devourer had actually let it pass. According to the rules of the Supreme Tournament, once a participant passed, they were not allowed to continue attacking. Bukong was Zhou Xian, the crown prince of the Celestial Beast Emperor. If it wasn't for this person, the Star Devourer would have been finished. Thinking back to the Essence Energy attack just now, Bukong's expression turned grave. Even he was affected. He was one of the Daoist's three skies, the enigmatic imprinting progenitor. Although his essence, energy and spirit were not his forte, he was definitely not weak. And yet he was still affected. In the entire Sovereign Tournament, no one could compare to Zhou Xian in terms of essence, energy and spirit. Not only did Bukong think so, but Ziyi also thought so. She had been affected just now, so she was the first person to succeed. Zhou Xian's spiritual energy was quite terrifying. No one could fight against him in this aspect. If they wanted to defeat him, they would have to think of other ways. Fortunately, their spiritual energy was not weak either. There was no one behind Ziyi, but there was indeed someone breaking through. It was Yuqi. Very few people could see him, but those who could see Hidden Cry were all experts. Consider yourself lucky, Ziyi said indifferently. Hidden Weep did not respond and continued to climb. On the eastern mountain peak, Lu Yin looked at the screen with a strange expression. On the screen, Zhou Xian was lazily leaning against the mountain wall. This was the person who had just used his spiritual force to help the Star Devourer succeed in its breakthrough. That spiritual energy was truly terrifying. Lu Yin wanted to try it out and see if Zhou Xian's spiritual energy was stronger or if Lu Yin's tribute to the Day-Night was stronger. Lu Yin was looking forward to it. On the northern peak, Zhou Xian was very lazy. Someone had successfully broken through here, but it was not Xia Juyo, Wu Taibai or Wang Yi. It was a Void Wanderer. This Void Wanderer had a name and was rather afraid of death. Its name was Su Ling, and it was one of the Astral Beast Domain's experts participating in this tournament. It was a very cunning Void Wanderer. Second only to the Void Wanderer was the Heavenly Ho. Although the Heavenly Ho wasn't very strong and couldn't be compared to Xia Juyo's level, its characteristics were too strange. Very few people could injure it, and when it focused on climbing, no one could stop it. The one who had caused the greatest commotion on the northern peak was Wang Yi. He had severely injured Yao Gu with a single attack, and Yao Gu was still gasping for breath at the foot of the mountain. Everyone wanted to know if Zhou Xian would stop Wang Yi from breaking through. After all, Yao Gu had been heavily injured by Zhou Xian. There were many experts on the northern peak, and even Starsabil was there. There were also the 10 Arbiters' Wine Tyrant, the Hall of Honor's second Fatsi, the Tear Lady, the Sixth Mainland's Shao Bai Silkworm, Tollwielder and others. Many felt that it was a pity that the Northern Peak's past master was Lu Yin. Up until now, he had been the one who had fought the most. Actually, Lu Yin was also very tired. He was not tired from fighting but rather from watching. More than 1 million people were trying to break through, and there were quite a few familiar faces among them. He would occasionally lend a hand, but it was quite tiring. Half a day had passed since the start of the Sovereign Tournament, and the person closest to Lu Yin was the Sixth Mainland's corpse collector. Lu Yin had an impression of this person, as anyone who carried around a bunch of corpses would leave a deep impression. Most importantly, this person was not as sinister and terrifying as everyone thought. Instead, he was more like a chatterbox. The corpse collector calmly walked past the pass, his lips constantly moving, but no one knew what he was saying. Lu Yin was too lazy to listen, and he watched with interest as the person quickly approached him. Mu Rong was one of the 4 strongest Limiters, and Lu Yin had a deep impression of him. Mu Rong had once been considered the number 1 person below the Explorer realm, but Lu Yin's appearance had shattered that legend. A shepherd's song, leisurely drifting through the green grass. This was Mu Rong. Now Mu Rong had broken through to the explorer realm and was very close to becoming a cruiser. His strength had also undergone a transformation, and from Lu Yin's perspective he was definitely no weaker than a typical hunter. Mu Rong still maintained his nearly invincible strength within the same realm. There were not many explorers who could fight against Mu Rong, and Lu Yin might even be able to gain the title of the strongest explorer. It was a pity that Lu Yin was no longer an explorer. I really want to fight with you again, but there's no chance. Mu Rong did not look at Lu Yin as he continued to climb up the peak. Lu Yin looked at Mu Rong's back. Fight. Indeed, there was no chance. Mu Rong could not even withstand a single palm strike from Lu Yin. Even in terms of domain, Mu Rong would only be crushed. Lu Yin remembered that Mu Rong revered Obscurus the most, and he had followed Obscurus in the 10 Arbiters' Council because of his domain. His domain had Obscurus, his spiritual force had Zhou Xian, and his strength had Heaven's Emergence Mavis and the Star Devourer. Life was not lonely. With a whoosh, a figure rushed over and smiled at Lu Yin in a friendly manner. It was Qianzhou, and Lu Yin purposely looked at his legs. This person's footwork battle technique was very unique, and it was called the reverse step. Qianzhou was flustered by Lu Yin's gaze, and he quickly ran off after passing the test. Aside from the little arrow saint, Lu Yin did not stop anyone else from passing the test. This made many people on the eastern peak even more excited, and they quickened their steps. There were experts among these people, and they were considered to be in the second tier. However, Lu Yin was not as good as they had imagined. Only half of the people could pass each test. What was the sovereign tournament? Only the most outstanding youths of the younger generation had the qualifications to be called sovereigns, and how could anyone who could compete with them be mere mortals? He was only a limiter with an ordinary cultivation base and battle techniques. He had relied on his unique innate gift to avoid the other experts and arrive before Lu Yin. In reality, he had been close to the test for a long time, even earlier than Mu Rong and the others, but he had not dared to try. Now that Lu Yin had not stopped anyone and allowed everyone to pass, the youth finally dared to step out. When he reached the test, the youth glanced at Lu Yin and raised his foot to pass. He looked at the taller peak in front of him. As long as he could pass this test, his name would remain on Mount Supreme. He looked up and saw the central test, where the publicly acknowledged strongest person of the younger generation was overseeing it. He did not expect to pass the test with his own strength, but it was impossible for such a powerhouse to be eliminated. He was confident that he could pass the test before the majority, as surpassing the majority represented his strength. The strongest person would usually not make things difficult for him, and even if he was eliminated, he would only eliminate the last participant. As he thought about this, the youth took a step forward, but his body suddenly flew out uncontrollably. Not good. Lu Yin had attacked. Lu Yin had seen this person a long time ago. He had clearly avoided the crowd and arrived near the test, but he had not attempted to pass the test. Instead, he had wanted others to test his limits. This youth was too clever and was not suitable for the sovereign tournament. The youth had not been knocked down by a powerful attack, but he had been suppressed by the strength. He could only watch helplessly as he fell off Mount Supreme. He wanted to move his body, but he could not. The force suppressing him was too strong. How could this be? Why had Lu Yin attacked? Did he have a grudge against him? If he did, he would not have attacked so lightly. Was he purely trying to eliminate him? This youth was the first person besides the junior arrow saint to be eliminated, but he would not be the last. On the eastern peak, many of the participants' expressions changed. Lu Yin had attacked, and he would not allow everyone to pass. The group that had been very close to the test paused. Case passed by the crowd and rushed towards the test. He bowed in front of Lu Yin. "Your Highness." Lu Yin grunted, "Don't force yourself. Just treat it as training." "Yes," Case replied. He bowed again and passed Lu Yin. Zhao Yilong, a former classmate of Astral 10, also arrived shortly after. He greeted Lu Yin and passed. His former classmate was only an explorer now, and the myriad swords peak that Lu Yin had looked up to was only a small power with a few powerhouses. They did not have any emissaries. And Xiaohua arrived after Zhao Yilong, but he had not arrived alone. There were quite a few people with him, and some of them were from the Great Eastern Alliance. There were also some who had been keeping an eye on Xiaohua since the beginning. They had also played some tricks and felt that following Xiaohua would definitely allow them to pass. This was also a test. Unfortunately, Lu Yin had attacked and Xiaohua passed. Only a few of the people who had followed in Xiaohua had passed. The rest had all been eliminated, including those from the Great Eastern Alliance. Lu Yin was the leader of the Great Eastern Alliance and he would take care of them. However, he was not their nanny. If these people continued to participate, their lives would be in danger if they did not have enough strength, so it was better for them to withdraw. Chapter 1269. When they saw that even the people from the Great Eastern Alliance had been forced to withdraw from the competition, many of the participants on the Eastern Mountain were helpless. They understood that Lu Yin was not only looking at people but also strength. Everyone, let's charge together. 100, 1,000, 10,000. I don't believe that he can stop all of us. Someone has to make it through, someone whispered and many agreed. It wasn't just the Eastern Mountain but the other 3 mountains as well. Those who had the courage to charge through alone were either very strong or had connections with the pass master. Whether or not they could pass depended on the pass master. If he wanted you to pass, you could. If he didn't want you to, you couldn't. This was unacceptable to most of the participants. They also knew that the 5 checkpoints would eliminate half of the participants. The only way was to win with numbers. If everyone charged together, they would at least be able to make it through. The participants closest to the checkpoints immediately stopped and waited for the people behind them to charge together. Mount Supreme was not static and it didn't take long for darkness to envelop it. Everyone looked up and saw Sirius hanging in the sky. Every star was blooming with radiance, and they occasionally attacked Mount Supreme. Many of the participants cursed silently. They had already felt despair when facing Mount Supreme's tide and the Pass Master, and now the constellations were growing stronger and stronger. As Sirius attacks grew stronger, some of the participants had no choice but to band together to resist. Lu Yin looked up at the dark sky and thought back to Astral 10's entrance exam. The stars had been arranged one after another, and he didn't even know how the continents had been formed. He had been greatly shocked at that time, but he hadn't been able to comprehend it at all. Now he understood that the stars in the sky weren't real stars. Instead, they were formed from star energy, and each star was formed from the star energy of a powerhouse. It wasn't difficult to achieve this, as the star energy had been forcefully condensed by some people, unlike his 9-yang cauldron transformation. The 9-yang cauldron transformation possessed an unfathomable might, even though it was a condensation of star energy. When he thought about the 9-yang cauldron transformation, Lu Yin remembered that he hadn't been to the Daoist sect's ruins in a long time. After this sovereign competition, he would definitely go there to absorb the cauldron aura. He had many offensive techniques, including several secret techniques, source box arrays, and so on. Even so, he still cared about the 9-yang cauldron transformation, as it might even be the battle technique with the most potential. He would never forget what he had seen when he had first comprehended the 9-yang cauldron transformation. It was as if he had traveled back in time. He had seen the Savage Era. The combination of the 9 cauldrons battle skill could make one invincible. No matter what, this battle skill could not be ignored. In front of him, star energy transformed into a beam of light that swept out as 2 figures rushed towards Lu Yin. It was Lulu Mavis and Grandine Mavis. The 2 girls had competed against each other ever since they had been in the Astral Combat Academy, and they were still competing against each other. They did not see eye to eye with each other, but they had supported each other during the 6th Mainland's invasion. The 2 girls quickly brushed past him, not even bothering to look at him. Lu Yin laughed. "Be careful. Don't get hurt." Another figure rushed over from the front. This person was much faster than Lulu and Grandine, which surprised even Lu Yin. At this speed he should have broken through long ago. The newcomer was Little Stutter, and he looked at Lu Yin nervously. Yes, yes, yes. Lu Yin was stunned and a glint flashed across his eyes. How bold of him to want to fight with him. "I can't stand properly," the Little Stutter finally shouted and fell down with a thud. Lu Yin quietly watched as the Little Stutter collapsed in front of him. He hadn't done anything, so what was this guy trying to do? The Little Stutter rubbed his head and looked up, blinking when he saw Lu Yin. "This chapter is not finished, please turn the page." Meat, meat, meat. "You want to eat meat? Let's go home and eat." The Little Stutterer grew anxious. Grow, grow, grow. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. This was a person with a speech impediment or simply a stutter. Chongxing Dejan I. Little Stutterer pointed at himself. Lu Yin looked at the Little Stutterer, and then suddenly remembered that he had seen this guy before, back in the Mountain and Sea Realm's Inner Steel Realm. Back then this guy had mentioned something about meat. You are from the Longevity Corps? Luin asked. The little stutterer nodded, his face flushed red. A master said that if I follow you I'll have meat to eat. I don't have any meat. Little stutterer swallowed his saliva and didn't know what to say. You can go, Luin said. This person was from the Longevity Squadron, one of the Cosmic Sea's 4 great squadrons. He seemed to be from the same squadron as Zijun. The Cosmic Sea's 4 great squadrons were Leon's Armada, the Longevity Squadron, the Mastiff Squadron, and the Corps. These 4 squadrons basically divided the Cosmic Sea, and they were all very powerful. Any one of them had the ability to deal with the leading powers of the Universe, 8 great flow zones. Leon's Armada controlled all of the universe's pirates, and Heizage Leon was the pirate king. He acted in an overbearing manner, and it was the strongest squadron. The Mastiff Squadron originated from the experts of the Home of the Gods. This was the information that Luin had obtained during the battle in the Mountain and Sea Realm. The Home of the Gods people were hunting down the Mastiff Squadron. The Longevity Squadron and the Corps were more mysterious, and he had never heard Big Sis and the others mention them. He was very curious about the Longevity Squadron, but it was obvious that he wouldn't be able to get anything out of this little stutter. Xianxia arrived, and she had climbed up with great difficulty. She had managed to avoid Mount Supreme's tide, the strange phenomenon, and the shockwaves from the clashes between powerhouses. When she arrived in front of Luin, she felt like she had turned over a new leaf. I'm so tired. Xianxia was exhausted. Oh, two-legged beast. Are you here to be Lord Fish's mount? Lord Fish taught you how to become an ancestor, and not just any ancestor. You're definitely an ancient ancestor. The fish on Xianxia's head was very lively, and it was very happy to see Luin. Luin pursed his lips. This cheap fish had also come. I'm sorry, Brother Lu. I'm sorry. Xianxia hurriedly apologized, her face pale from fright. The little stutterer stared blankly at the fish on Xianxia's head. Fish could talk. This was too crazy. The fish looked at the little stutterer and gave him a look of disdain. Two-legged beast, what are you looking at? Have you never seen such a handsome fish before? The little stutterer swallowed his saliva and looked at Luin. Meat, meat. He was still thinking about meat. The little stutterer actually wanted Luin to help him, as his master had told him that there would be meat to eat if he followed Luin. However, the moment the word meat came out, the fish was enraged, as it was the only one present that seemed to be meat. Two-legged beast, how dare you mock Lord Fish? Now girl, go and beat him up. It used its fin to hit Xianxia as it spoke. Xianxia felt wronged. Stop hitting me. My head hurts. You're making me stupid. You're the one who's stupid. Go beat him up. The fish grew anxious. Luin rolled his eyes and grabbed the little stutterer. Under the little stutterer's confused gaze, Luin flung him towards the mountain peak behind him. Take care of yourself. The little stutterer yelped and fell to the ground with a thump. He had passed, but he was not happy. Luin had not helped him, and he felt that he would be in trouble the next second. For some reason he missed the Xiaoya King. Although the Xiaoya King had not helped him, he had still blocked off many disasters for him. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Two-legged beast, Lord Fish did not say anything. Who allowed you to let him go? Capture him and bring him back. Lord Fish will teach you true insight, and Lord Fish will teach you how to become an ancestor. The fish was furious, and it continued to hit its fin with increasing force. Xianxia looked depressed. Even Luin felt pain for her. Right, let's go. There's still Shangqing up there, but since you're from the Lockbreaker Society, he shouldn't make things difficult for you, Luin said to Xianxia. Xianxia was grateful. Thank you, Brother Lu. Thank you. Two-legged beast, don't you want to become an ancestor? Lord Fish can teach you since you already have the aptitude to become an ancient ancestor. Lord Fish can give you some pointers, and although you're stupid, Lord Fish can guarantee that you'll become an ancestor. The fish's words drifted further and further away, and Xianxia quickly ran away, afraid that the fish's words would anger Luin. Now girl, why are you running so fast? Lord Fish isn't done yet. The fish slapped its fin. Xianxia's head hurt. Stop slapping me. It hurts. What pain. Lord Fish is training your resistance to beatings. Let's go back and have Lord Fish chat with that familiar two-legged beast again. What's there to chat about? Brother Lu already let us go. Let us go. What a joke. If Lord Fish is willing, then you'll be a supreme. Yes, a supreme. I'm a supreme, Xianxia mumbled. It was so tiring to climb the peak. Above her head, the fish's eyes swayed. The power of the Grim Reaper. There's actually someone who can inherit the Grim Reaper's power in this era. Strange, too strange. Wait, what's the Grim Reaper? Why would Lord Fish talk about the Grim Reaper? Where did it come from? The Grim Reaper? That sounds familiar. Death, wait, what was that again? What did Lord Fish say? Peachy was helpless. It was starting again. The fish would occasionally spout nonsense and she could not even understand what it was saying. It was very mysterious and she could not even remember what it was saying. She did not know how much longer she would have to live like this. Lu Yin did not hear what the fish was saying, and he quietly watched as the competitors gathered below. They had stopped fighting amongst themselves and were preparing to work together to break through. There were already tens of thousands of people gathered and they were still gathering. At this point, there were less than 300,000 competitors who had been eliminated, and there were still nearly 100,000 who had voluntarily withdrawn. Most of them were women and the rest were still gathering. This gathering would probably take half a day or even longer. Lu Yin was familiar with some of the remaining competitors, such as Zhou Xian and Xiyu. It wasn't that they didn't want to break through, but rather that they couldn't because the crowd was gathering at the front. They weren't weak, but they were just a little unlucky. However, compared to them, Coco, Zora and the others were even more unlucky. They hadn't even broken through and had been eliminated by the shockwaves of the other competitors' battles. Lu Yin quietly leaned against the wall. In the distance, a man finally managed to climb up with great difficulty and arrived in front of Lu Yin. It was Nong Zitian, a man who seemed miserable, but Lu Yin viewed him as his lucky star. Lu Yin was a little embarrassed to face him, which was why he had taken action. Nong Zitian stared blankly at Lu Yin's hand and he hurriedly shouted, "What are you doing? Give me back my hoe." Before he could finish his words, Lu Yin had already tossed him to the back. "I'll send you through and we're even now." Nong Zitian howled in grief. Outside Mount Supreme, old Nong heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this scene. His heart had leapt to his throat as he had thought that Lu Yin was going to attack Nong Zitian. The screen could only transmit images and not sound. He had seen both Lu Yin and Nong Zitian speak, but he couldn't make out what they had said. Since the two could converse, did they know each other? End of chapter. Chapter 1270. Old Man Nong was curious about the relationship between Lu Yin and Nong Zitian. Madame Red's gaze was cold. "Senior Nong, your family has hidden itself quite well." Old Man Nong raised his brows. "What do you mean?" Madame Red sneered. "That Lu Yin's friends all passed by themselves, but he actually sent your family's juniors in. Is there even a need to explain this relationship?" The other experts from the Sixth Mainland all looked at Old Man Nong, but they did not question him. Old Man Nong was considered the most powerful person present as he was a cosmic imprinter. Madame Red had dared to mock him because she herself was close to becoming a cosmic imprinter. Madame Red looked carefully. Zitian was thrown over, not sent in. "That force was quite strong," Old Man Nong said. Madame Red's tone was cold. "Senior, are you trying to tell us that your family's juniors have nothing to do with this Lu Yin?" Old Man Nong did not speak again. Even a fool could tell that the two knew each other and their relationship was not shallow. Madame Red had only mocked him to vent her frustration over Hong Ying's injuries. She did not want to offend Old Man Nong either. The invasion of the monsters had caused the Sixth Mainland to suffer heavy losses. Even though the three patriarchs had acted in time and prevented too many experts from dying, there were still some who had died. For example, the D Patriarch, a cosmic imprinter, had died at the hands of the monsters. 4 cosmic imprinters had also died. With fewer cosmic imprinters, the survivors were naturally more respected. Even though Madame Red did not fear Old Man Nong, she did not want to offend him openly. Many participants from the Eastern Mountain had gathered together, and the situation on the other 3 mountain peaks was similar. On the southern mountain, Bukong did not stop those from the Fifth Mainland from attempting to pass. When Sansi, He, Wu Dan and the others all successfully passed, including Mira, Quang Wang, Lu Xiaoyun, Li Zimo and the others. Even Ku Lei passed. Bukong did not attack them at all and he merely smiled as he watched them pass. Many from the Fifth Mainland did not understand, but those who understood Bukong knew that he did not have good intentions. There was no point in eliminating these people here. He wanted to defeat these people with absolute strength in front of everyone, just like during the battle on the Cosmic Seas General Appointment platform, where he had single-handedly defeated many top experts. That scene would be remembered forever, and he wanted to create an even more glorious scene in the Supreme Tournament. Wukong was not the only one who had the same thoughts. Zi and Yao. The more confident he was in himself, the more he would let the experts he had set his eyes on go. This was only one of the reasons. No one knew whether these experts were hiding their strength or not. If they tried to stop them, even if they didn't lose, they would still be afraid no matter how confident they were in themselves. Who didn't have a hidden trump card? Rather than foolishly fighting everyone head-on, he might as well let them pass. Meanwhile, these people would all face the prime clear lineage. Ever since the 5 Pass Lords had been appointed, Xianxia had been appointed as the Central Pass Lord and the sole supreme candidate. Wukong, Zi and the others had been suppressing their anger. They had always looked down on the 5th mainland, so for someone from the 5th mainland to be called the only supreme being on the surface, it was an insult to them. They had long wanted to drag the prime clear lineage down, but the 3 Sons' ancestral chi was known to be invincible, and the Hall of Honor recognized the prime clear lineage as the strongest. They still wanted to see the strength of this person. Letting these experts pass was also to see if the Xianxia sect would stop them. Once they did, they would be able to more or less see the Xianxia sect's bottom line. No one was stupid, and Lu Yin was no exception. He was very confident in himself, and if he went all out, not a single person would be able to pass the Eastern Mountain. However, he wouldn't do that. Going all out right now would only benefit others. Only an idiot would do that. Lu Tianmu and the others weren't bragging. The most important function of the so-called 5 Great Pass Masters was to eliminate the weaker participants, at least half of them, and not to let them fight to the death with their peers. Of course, they couldn't be beaten down, otherwise it would be too shameful. The 5 Pass Lords' strength was like the face of the Supreme Tournament. After a day, almost all of the experts that Lu Yin and the others saw as passable had passed. The remaining people were just there to make up the numbers. At least that was what they thought. And at least half of these people had been eliminated. At the Eastern Mountain Pass, Lu Yin looked up. At this moment, the person closest to the prime clear lineage was Yuhua Mavis. Not only was she the number 1 in the Eastern Mountain Pass, but she was also the number 1 in the entire Sovereign Tournament. Countless people looked at Yuhua Mavis. At the Central Pass on Mount Supreme, the prime clear lineage opened his eyes and looked down. Yuhua Mavis was rushing over. Outside Mount Supreme, Qin Mavis was nervous. The Mavis family dominated the universe and feared no one. Even the Hall of Honor had to give them face. Xu Exin, the successor of the Mavis family, had never feared the Hall of Honor's number 1 method. However, this time's number 1 method was different because he controlled the ancestral chi of the 3 sons. In the era of the 3 sons' ancestral chi, everything else was empty. No one could surpass a progenitor in the same realm, which meant that no one could surpass the 3 sons' ancestral chi. There were 3 progenitors in the same realm, and whether it was in theory or in reality, no one could surpass them. Yuhua Mavis and the prime clear lineage exchanged glances before leaping out and quickly passing by. The prime clear lineage didn't make a move. Qin Mavis heaved a sigh of relief, as did many others. The prime clear lineage didn't plan on stopping everyone, which was good. Yuhua Mavis passed by the prime clear lineage but suddenly stopped and looked back. Everyone is curious. Who can your 3rd ancestral chi turn into? Although there aren't many progenitors in history, there are very few who can stand on the same level as progenitor Qin. Or could it be that all 3 ancestral chis are progenitor Qin? The prime clear lineage calmly closed his eyes. If you want to know, then force me to use my 3rd ancestral chi. However, the prime clear lineage's voice changed at this point. It was still calm, but his voice echoed throughout Mount Supreme. In the Sovereign Tournament, no one can force me to use my 3rd ancestral chi. No one can force me to use my full strength. Yuhua Mavis' gaze trembled. How arrogant. On Mount Supreme, everyone's expression changed. Some were gloomy, some were excited, and some were disdainful. The prime clear lineage's words included everyone. No one could force him to use his full strength. He was too arrogant. Try to force me to use my full strength. Actually, I'm also very bored, the prime clear lineage said calmly. The screen was being filmed by people outside Mount Supreme, so no sound could be recorded. However, the prime clear lineage's voice was too loud, and it rushed out of Mount Supreme's range. Everyone outside Mount Supreme heard it clearly. The entire Mount Supreme was in an uproar. Everyone outside Mount Supreme, including those in the universe, was astonished. This was the first Supreme tournament. It was unclear what would happen in the future, but from the ancient times until now, there had never been so many talented youngsters participating in the tournament. Facing these people, the Prime Clear lineage actually used a single word to describe them: boring. This was disregard. Many people in the universe were furious and cursed the Prime Clear lineage's arrogance. For example, the Great Eastern Alliance, the Innerverse, various powers, and the Sixth Mainland all supported people who were considered to be unrivaled in their generation, yet the Prime Clear lineage ignored them. Of course, there were also many people who cheered. They supported the Hall of Honor and the Prime Clear lineage. The more arrogant the Prime Clear lineage was, the more confidence they felt. On Mount Supreme, Lu Tianmu and the others paused and looked at the Prime Clear lineage. Back in the mountain and sea realm, the Prime Clear lineage had revealed the power of the Three Suns' ancestral qi. They had indeed been powerless, but the Prime Clear lineage hadn't been as arrogant as he was now. Anyone who had interacted with the Prime Clear lineage knew that he wasn't an arrogant person. Everything he said was from his heart. He was truly bored. He was lonely, and it was lonely at the top. Bukong took a deep breath and his face sank. Even as someone from the Dao Source Three Skies, he had never been so arrogant. His weight. Zi's face sank. She really wished that this person had been in the Cosmic Sea back then. She wanted to see if he would still be so arrogant. Yao Xian looked up. Humans were still so arrogant. However, the ancestral qi of the Three Suns was indeed troublesome. Lu Yin stretched his neck. How ruthless, directly provoking everyone. It seemed that the Prime Clear lineage was truly bored. Was the strength that they had displayed not enough for him to notice? He thought back to Progenitor Chen's unrivaled glory, and how the Prime Clear lineage had been able to invite two progenitors of the same realm to battle. Just thinking about it made him shudder. Looking at the current Prime Clear, Lu Yin seemed to see three indistinct figures standing tall. Three progenitors were high up in the sky waiting for him to challenge them. This era was too boring, and no one could name this era after themselves. Only by crossing this hurdle would one be able to create their own era. In the distant past, Progenitor Chen had represented an era. The symbol progenitor had represented an era, Progenitor Wuxiang had represented an era, and so on. Progenitors were unrivaled in their generation, and they each represented an era. It had been a very long time since someone like that had appeared. Lu Yin took a deep breath. He wanted this era to have the surname Lu. A clamorous roar came from below, and Lu Yin turned around to see that the competitors had finally gathered and were charging over. It wasn't just the eastern peak. The competitors from the other three peaks were also frantically trying to break through. It was likely that they had been provoked by the Prime Clear lineage, but everyone's eyes had turned red, and they were determined to break through. Determination was one thing, but the results were another. As Lu Yin released his domain and enveloped the entire mountain pass, hundreds of competitors who had rushed over were sent flying back. Only a few managed to hold on, but they were forced to half-squat on the ground. Lu Yin continued to lean against the wall and watch them with interest. Those people were pale, and they panted heavily as they exchanged glances with Lu Yin. At that moment, more and more competitors rushed over from behind. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed and his domain crashed down. It was as if the world had turned upside down, and most of the competitors were sent flying back like the previous batch, landing at the foot of the mountain. Of the few who had withstood the domain's first attack, a few were unable to withstand the second attack and were sent flying back. Only one person managed to advance with great difficulty, and that was Yu Xianzi. Yu Xianzi was surrounded by a whirlpool of water. This was a battle technique that she had obtained from the Three Realms' 6 Daoist trial zones, Water God's Robe. Yu Xianzi was an explorer who was very close to becoming a cruiser, and she had relied on the Water God's Robe to break through Lu Yin's domain. There were not many people with her strength, and with her strength she should have been able to break through from the very beginning. Chapter 1271. At the checkpoint, the contestants who had barely withstood the second round of domain bombardment hurriedly rushed to the back of the checkpoint. That was because batch after batch of contestants were rushing up from the foot of the mountain. Every batch of contestants would trigger a domain bombardment. They could withstand 1 or 2 domain bombardments, but they couldn't guarantee that they could withstand 3. With a whoosh, the mountain trembled as the domains continued to bombard the contestants, sending them flying back one after another. It was a spectacular sight. Xiyu relied on her musical battle technique to break through the domain attacks and pass. She looked back at Lu Yin. Lu Yin returned her gaze. It had been a long time since they had last met. Xiyu had a complicated expression on her face. She still remembered their battle in Astral 10 Sand Ocean, and it had been then that this man had comprehended battle force. Back then the two of them hadn't been that far apart in power, but now they couldn't even withstand a casual domain attack. This person had reached a height that she couldn't even imagine. When the Sixth Mainland had invaded, the entire Soul Dream tribe had been captured, and Elder Crimson Moon had said that this person had saved them. Lu Yin was indebted to the Soul Dream tribe. "Thank you," Xiyu said. Lu Yin smiled. "Good luck." Xiyu nodded, but then her face suddenly paled. "Be careful." On the mountain peak, Tong Zhan rushed out, his star energy forming a sword that condensed in his palm. He thrust it towards Lu Yin, and Elder Tong's seal appeared behind him as a martial seal appeared on the back of his hand. Tong Zhan had been waiting all this time for this exact moment. He knew that his sneak attack wouldn't succeed under the domain, but he had still rushed out just for this one attack. At the same time, a woman rushed out from nearby. It was the same woman who had almost killed Kaze, but Lu Yin had stopped her. She had thought that Lu Yin would target her, so she had waited for this moment just like Tong Zhan. However, she wasn't here to kill Lu Yin, she just wanted to pass the trial. The two of them had coincidentally rushed out at the same time, their strength far surpassing the other contestants. When Xiyu shouted for them to be careful, Tong Zhan was already very close to Lu Yin. He was so close that he could instantly cross over, but even so, the distance between them had become like the distance between heaven and earth. Tong Zhan could only watch as he was frozen in the void. The sword in his hand had only traveled a meter when it was also frozen in the void, unable to move. Lu Yin's domain had completely trapped him. At the same time, the woman was also trapped. Lu Yin looked at Tong Zhan. "I spared your life in the Daoist sect's ruins, but you're still unrepentant." He then casually waved his hand, causing Tong Zhan to spit out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying towards the foot of the mountain. Tong Zhan's organs had already been destroyed in midair, and he was definitely dead. Lu Yin didn't care about him at all as he looked at the woman. The woman shouted, "I'm from the Neoverse, Jade Great Realm." "You dash." Before she could finish her sentence, Lu Yin tossed her to the foot of the mountain. Jade Great World? Lu Yin hated being threatened the most. Originally he just wanted to teach that woman a lesson and then let her go. Unfortunately she didn't have eyes. Since she dared to threaten him, she wouldn't be able to pass. The entire sovereign tournament was now divided into two parts. Lu Yin, Bukong Ji and Zhou Xian. The four pass lords separated the participants and formed a barrier. Looking from the starry sky, one group of people was heading towards the central pass, while the other group was charging towards the four passes without any regard for their own safety, vainly trying to win by sheer numbers. Unfortunately, quantity could not make up for quality. Lu Yin's domain, the infinite sourcebox array, Zi's vitality and Zhou Xian's spiritual force. For this chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. The great force isolated half of the participants, and a large group of people crashed to the foot of the mountain. To them, the remaining people were of no value and they could choose to let them go or not. The ones that were truly worth their attention were the group that had already charged past them and were heading towards the prime clear. Lu Yin raised his head and watched silently, constantly releasing his domain. He no longer paid any attention to the people below. At the highest point, Emergence Mavis was the first to charge past the prime clear. Not long after she charged past the central pass, her body disappeared. When she reappeared, she was already on a giant platform. The platform was a fault of Mount Supreme. There were 3 such faults in Mount Supreme. The Heavens Emergence Mavis appeared on the 3rd fault, which was also the largest one. Above it was the 2nd fault, the 1st fault, and the last one was the peak. Emergence Mavis looked around her. The fault was huge and she couldn't see the end of it. It wasn't a platform made of rocks, but rather a variety of environments such as forests, seas, magma, gales, sand, and so on. The place where she had appeared was a pile of rocks that took up about 1/10,000th of the entire fault. The pile of rocks was like a forest of rocks and every one of them was very sharp. They covered an area of about 10,000 meters, and outside of the pile of rocks was sand that was separated by a barrier of light that could be seen with the naked eye. This was a stage. This was what the participants would face next. As long as they passed through the 5 checkpoints, they would appear in the various stages in order. Only one person could pass through each stage, and the number of participants would be determined by the number of participants who passed through each checkpoint. This was a free-for-all. Lu Yin and the other 5 pass masters had to participate as well, and no one was an exception. Emergence Mavis was the first to reach the stage. The next person to pass through the prime clear checkpoint would appear in another stage, and so on and so forth. Once all the stages were occupied, the next person would start from the beginning and appear in Emergence Mavis stage. This free-for-all relied not only on strength but also on luck. Whoever encountered prime clear and the others would be unlucky. Many people passed through Lu Yin's checkpoints and saw the stages on the screens. Some of the smarter ones immediately began to calculate. There were at most 100 top-tier experts in the entire Supreme Tournament, which meant that as long as one passed through the central checkpoint after the 100th place, the chances of encountering an absolute expert would be much lower. The best scenario was between 500 and 10,000, which meant that it was almost impossible to encounter a true absolute expert. As they thought about this, some people sped up while others slowed down. In reality, the probability of encountering an absolute expert was very low. Everyone stared at Prime Clear. His attitude would determine the number of participants. If he was like Lu Yin and the others, then half of the participants would remain, but if he showed no mercy, then the number of participants would sharply decrease. More and more people approached the central checkpoint. Prime Clear quietly floated in the air with 3 streams of energy coiling around his body. He looked like a deity, and everyone who saw him felt flustered. The sky was still dark, but this darkness suited some people such as DFA and Hidden Weep. DFA was the Bloodburn Realm's realmling and possessed the bloodline of the Ghost Raccoon, which allowed him to see through everything. Hidden Weep was similar to DFA, but Hidden Weep's power came from the burial garden, and not from her bloodline. DFA broke through from the southern mountain peak and no one saw him. No one stopped him and he was allowed to leave. He was also the closest to Prime Clear at this point. DFA did not hesitate and directly broke through. Prime Clear's gaze turned cold, and the 3 streams of energy coiled around his body. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. The streams began to twist, and then a stream of energy whisked past and smashed towards DFA. Those who had participated in the Mountain and Sea Realm's 5 Scions of the Stars were familiar with this. Prime Clear had used this same stream of energy to suppress many people. Only Corpse Ghost had been able to force out the true power of his 3 sons' ancestral chi. Otherwise, even Xia Zhuyo and the others might not have been able to force it out. In Prime Clear's eyes, DFA was not strong enough to use the 3 sons' ancestral chi's true power. DFA had expected Prime Clear to stop him. After all, he was from the 6th mainland. However, he did not care. The Ghost Raccoon bloodline could penetrate everything, including attacks. Unless he took the initiative to attack and allowed himself to be caught, it would not be easy for others to hit him. However, when the stream of energy descended, DFA suddenly felt a sense of danger. He subconsciously dodged, but it was already too late. The stream of energy slammed into his shoulder, numbing half of his body. His body fell to the foot of the mountain like a rock. DFA stabilized himself in midair with difficulty and looked at Prime Clear in shock. How could this be? Prime Clear floated in midair and looked down at DFA. He waved his hand and the stream of energy slammed towards DFA. It was a very simple attack, but it made many people wary. Half of DFA's body was numb and he kept dodging. At the same time, Songqiong Old Man's imprint appeared. He was an expert with the heavenly imprint. When the imprint appeared, DFA's battle prowess surged. However, he did not fight Prime Clear's stream of energy head-on. He only wanted to break through. Prime Clear had wanted to experience the strength of the 6th mainland's experts for a long time. When the 6th mainland had invaded, he had wanted to participate, but he had been stopped by the general situation. Now he wanted to stop the 6th mainland from entering. Everyone had their own standpoints. Z was from the 6th mainland's Dao Source 3 skies, and they would not intercept any of the 6th mainland's participants. Zhou Xian was from the Astral Beast Domain's Celestial Beast Empire, and the Celestial Beast Empire had always been enemies with the human domain. Thus, it was understandable that they would not intercept any of the 6th mainland's participants. However, it did not matter. As the Hall of Honor's #1 disciple, his duty was to stop the 6th mainland's experts. This was not only an explanation for his own status, but also for the entire Fifth Mainland. The Hall of Honor needed to make their stance clear. The stream of energy whizzed towards DFA, speeding up and tearing through the void. DFA wanted to break through, but the stream of energy blocked his path. However, the flaw of this stream of energy was that it could not lock onto an enemy. Back in the mountain and sea realm, even Kulei and the others had been able to dodge it. No one could fight against this stream of energy head-on, but dodging it was still possible. DFA wanted to use his speed to avoid it. Suddenly, everything in front of him started flowing backwards. DFA's pupils shrank as he saw the pass getting further and further away. He even saw Mount Supreme, and with a thump his body was pushed down to the foot of the mountain by an enormous pressure. DFA did not know what was happening, but the others saw it. It was a secret technique. Prime Clear had used a secret technique. Secret technique Exile. This was one of the Hall of Honor's secret techniques. It could unconditionally banish an enemy, and only Xia Juyo had been able to break through it. The only exception was the Giant Emperor, who could not be banished too far away. DFA had been thrown out by the Exile secret technique. Many of the Sixth Mainland's experts had ugly expressions. Prime Clear had used a secret technique so quickly just to deal with DFA. Prime Clear's stance was clear. He did not want the Sixth Mainland's experts to participate. He wanted to stop all of the Sixth Mainland's experts by himself. Thank you, brothers, for your continued support. Thank you. End of chapter. Chapter 1272. At the Eastern Mountain Pass, Lu Yin already knew that this would be the outcome. The Prime Clear represented the Hall of Honor, and if even he was indifferent to the Sixth Mainland, then those who were loyal to the Hall of Honor would be disappointed. After all, the Sixth Mainland had caused the Fifth Mainland too much blood debt. If the Prime Clear truly went all out to intercept the Sixth Mainland, then those from the Sixth Mainland would be in danger. At the Western Mountain Pass, Ziyi frowned. Was he targeting the Sixth Mainland? Fortunately, he had to use a secret technique to deal with DFA, which proved that this person's strength was not as unbeatable as the legends claimed. Trying to preserve his strength while intercepting the Sixth Mainland's experts was a joke. DFA had been banished and thrown to the foot of the mountain, but that did not mean that he had withdrawn from the competition. He could still continue. It was not as difficult as it had been in the beginning, and the guardian of the Southern Mountain Pass was the Sixth Mainland's Bukong. Hold on. DFA rubbed his head and stood up. He looked around, but the environment did not seem right. This was not the Southern Mountain Pass. He looked up at the screen and his expression changed. This was not the Southern Mountain Pass, but rather the Eastern Mountain Pass, and the guardian was Lu Yin. DFA had not expected to be thrown to the Eastern Mountain Pass, and the others were stunned as well. What was the Prime Clear trying to do? Lu Yin was also puzzled, but when he thought about it, it made sense. Compared to the other three mountains, his chances of intercepting DFA were higher. DFA cursed his bad luck. He and Lu Yin were old friends, and they had exchanged blows in the Daoist sect's ruins. It was he who had thrown Lu Yin towards Shangrong's Wutian, which had almost caused DFA to be dismembered. They had exchanged blows once or twice after that, and DFA was even more fearful of Lu Yin than he was of the Prime Clear. Quiet Weep reached the central pass and successfully broke through. She then appeared in the arena beside Feather Mavis. The Prime Clear did not intercept her. Behind Quiet Weep was Star Devourer. This astral beast had broken through Bukong with Yao Xian's help and was now facing the Prime Clear. After being intercepted by Bukong, Star Devourer seemed to have become smarter. It shrunk its body and quickly charged over. It had seen the Prime Clear's banishment technique, and even though it looked down on humans, it was still wary of secret techniques. Star Devourer's body size, so it had to shrink. The Prime Clear did not intercept it, and it simply watched as Star Devourer charged over. The competitors from the Astral Beast domain relaxed. Qiushi and the Spirit Palace both made it through at the same time. The Prime Clear one didn't stop them. Behind him was Nan Yanfei. He had also arrived. Shangqing looked over. Nan Yanfei was speechless. He had already been scared witless during Lu Yin's trial, so he would definitely be intercepted in this trial. Countless people were watching, and Nan Yanfei could not retreat. If he stopped, it would mean that he was terrified. He was a realmling, so he could not admit defeat, not even if he had to die. Left with no other choice, Nan Yanfei suddenly charged towards the pass. Nan Yanfei sighed inwardly. As expected, he was stopped. At the same time as Nan Yanfei, invisible light also tried to break through. Invisible light easily passed, but Nan Yanfei was intercepted. To the west of the chaos flow zone in the higher realm, the cultivators from the sixth mainland were furious, and they cursed at the prime clear branch. However, many of them remained calm. The enmity between the sixth and fifth mainlands was too deep. It was understandable that the prime clear lineage would target them. Now, it all depended on whether or not the participants would be able to pass. Fortunately, the prime clear one wasn't as godly as the rumors had first stated, and he wasn't as intimidating as Lu Yin. After all, the scene of Lu Yin defeating the junior arrow saint had left a deep impression on everyone. A stream of air smashed towards Nan Yanfei, who continuously dodged as he tried to break through. Although the stream could not lock onto him, it was very fast and could travel through the void, always blocking his path. Hey, it's unrealistic for you to try and stop all of us from the sixth mainland by yourself, Nan Yanfei threatened. The prime clear branch's gaze was cold, and he did not move as he controlled the stream of air to attack Nan Yanfei. Behind him, Lu Tianmu and Maiden Xian arrived. Lu Tianmu easily passed, but Maiden Xian was also obstructed by a stream of air. She narrowed her eyes as two streams of air appeared. Bai Ling arrived and a third stream of air descended from the prime clear branch. The prime clear branch was able to stop 3 experts by itself. This was the pride of the prime clear branch. However, many people felt that it was impossible to stop the prime clear branch. Even if 3 streams of air could stop the 3 experts, what if another expert from the sixth mainland arrived? What could they do? The secret banishment technique could not be used indefinitely. Jian Ru arrived, but he did not choose to break through. Instead, he slashed at the prime clear branch. The sword came from the book and the sword returned to the book. Everyone looked at the prime clear branch. There were 4 realmling experts from the sixth mainland. How could he fight alone? Lu Yin looked up. Progenitor Chen was about to appear. On the third fault, Yuhua Mavis looked up at the screen, her eyes filled with anticipation. How big of a commotion would Progenitor Chen cause when he appeared? This was not the mountain and sea realm, but the sovereign tournament that was being broadcasted to the entire universe. Progenitor Chen was about to appear before everyone. Outside the sovereign tournament, Mu En straightened his back. Come out, the fifth mainland's once unrivaled powerhouse, the invincible Progenitor Chen. The sword chi swept past the prime clear branch, but it did not harm him in the slightest. Because it was distorted by a stream of air, 2 streams of air appeared in front of him. Only 1 stream of air appeared at the critical point of the pass. If they could break through it, they would pass. The 3 streams of air turned into 1, and Nan Yanfei and the rest subconsciously paused as they stared vigilantly. I hope you can force out the second chi stream, otherwise it'll be too boring. As soon as he finished speaking, the chi stream in front of the 4 of them started to transform into a person, a nose and eyes. In the end, it turned into a handsome yet cold man. The moment the man finished transforming, Nan Yanfei and the rest felt their hair stand on end. They felt as if they were facing a monster. Yuhua Mavis, Xia Juyo and the others all had solemn expressions. Progenitor Chen had appeared at the same time. Progenitors were unrivaled powerhouses. Who dared to say that they could match a progenitor of the same generation? This was especially true for Progenitor Chen, who was known as the unrivaled powerhouse since ancient times. The moment Progenitor Chen appeared, the outcome was already decided. Black illusory flames burned, and Progenitor Chen's figure flickered as he appeared in front of Nan Yanfei and struck out with a palm. Nan Yanfei's imprint illuminated the Zhongqiang old man, and he attacked with all his strength. He roared as his Taotai bloodline was pushed to its limits. He felt a sense of danger. With a boom, the earth trembled as Nan Yanfei's attack split open a mountain peak. He was incomparably powerful. Anyone who could become a realmling was extraordinary. However, no matter how powerful his attack was, it was meaningless to Progenitor Chen. Progenitor Chen's palm landed on Nan Yanfei's chest, and blood spurted out from Nan Yanfei's back. Nan Yanfei was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing to the foot of the mountain. Immediately after, Progenitor Chen slammed his palm towards the sword scholar who had attacked the prime clear branch. Distance was meaningless to him. The sword scholar slashed out with his sword, which swept past Progenitor Chen. Sword chi tore through the sky and spread out horizontally, creating a crack in the sky. Progenitor Chen slammed his palm onto the sword scholar's hilt and sent the sword flying. Illusory flames burned and instantly enveloped the sword scholar. The sword scholar's pupils shrank, and the sword chi around him blossomed with brilliance. However, before he could dispel the flames, he was sent flying to the foot of the mountain. His fate was exactly the same as Nan Yanfei's. Progenitor Chen's next target was Bai Ling. Bai Ling's hair stood on end. How was this possible? She didn't even think about it and immediately retreated. However, Progenitor Chen's figure appeared, and his eyes were cold and emotionless. Bai Ling's face paled and a feeling of being unable to resist welled up in her heart. Suddenly, Progenitor Chen disappeared. Behind him, Xin Nu attacked the prime clear branch. She didn't retreat and Progenitor Chen appeared behind her and struck out with his palm. No one could block Progenitor Chen's palm. Xin Nu's eyes narrowed, and she similarly raised her right palm to strike the prime clear branch, completely ignoring her rear. Xin Nu's speed was very fast, but the prime clear branch's body was surrounded by qi, and her attack was completely useless. Behind her, Progenitor Chen's palm descended. Suddenly, Progenitor Chen's movements paused, and the qi around the prime clear branch's body also paused. Xin Nu's attack missed, and her body rushed forward due to inertia. She actually passed the test. Bai Ling's eyes widened and she also rushed forward, passing the test. In just an instant the two girls both passed the test. Everyone looked at the prime clear branch, not understanding what happened in that instant. Outside the supreme mountain, Mu-En felt strange. Could it be that the three-yang ancestral qi was flawed? The prime clear branch had just displayed its might, using Progenitor Chen's power to instantly eliminate two Realm Ling branch experts. Yet an unforeseen event occurred, making everyone unable to understand. At the central pass, the prime clear branch's expression sank. He swept his gaze towards Bukong, then towards Zhi Yi and finally towards Zhou Xian. Who was it? Just now, someone used an extremely powerful spiritual attack on him, forcibly dragging him into an irreversible illusion. If it wasn't for Progenitor Chen's power, he wouldn't have sunk into it in just an instant. Even he couldn't resist such an illusion. Just who was it? The prime clear branch's expression turned solemn, and he continuously recalled all the experts who specialized in spiritual force. Finally he looked at Zhou Xian. Was it him? The Celestial Beast clan specialized in spiritual force, and they even surpassed the Day-Night clan. The prime clear branch couldn't be sure that Zhou Xian had no reason to help the Sixth Mainland, but aside from him, no one else could unleash an illusion attack that even the prime clear branch couldn't reverse. On the eastern mountain peak, Lu Yin relaxed, but his expression turned ugly. It had only been an instant, as expected of Progenitor Chen's power. Fortunately, Xin Nu had passed, which could be considered as returning the favor. The prime clear branch didn't know who had acted, but some people did, such as Tai Yishen, Qin Guangshen and the others from the home of the gods. They had seen Lu Yin's rune lines envelop the prime clear branch for an instant, and although they didn't know what had happened, they felt that the prime clear branch's sudden change might be related to Lu Yin. Zhou Xian also knew that he was too sensitive when it came to spiritual force. The spiritual force that Lu Yin had unleashed in that instant had shocked him. A human could actually possess such powerful spiritual force, and Zhou Xian's opinion of Lu Yin completely changed. This person wasn't easy to deal with and the state tutor's mission would be difficult. Lu Yin's physical strength, domain and spiritual force were all terrifying. Zhou Xian felt many gazes converge on him, especially those from the prime clear branch. He raised his head and met the prime clear branch's gaze. Had this fellow misunderstood something? Even though Xin Nu and Bai Ling had passed through the central checkpoint, no one dared to underestimate the prime clear branch. The prime clear branch had instantly defeated two Realm Ling powerhouses, and this was only the first stream of energy. The prime clear branch had 3 streams of energy surrounding his body. 3 progenitors. Just thinking about it made one's scalp go numb. Chapter 1273. Regardless of whether one admitted it or not, ever since the illusory ancestor Qin appeared, the prime clear lineage had been virtually invincible. Even the cultivators of the 6th continent were unable to find fault with it. If you want to pass, then I'll let you pass. The higher you climb, the harder you fall, Shang said calmly. He looked at Bukong Ji and Zhou Xian calmly. His thoughts had changed. Bukong's face was gloomy. This fellow's thoughts were exactly the same as his. He was willing to let so many experts pass because he wanted to defeat those people on a higher stage. As for this Xianxia, he also wanted to do the same. Fine, let's see who is stronger. Although progenitor Qin was invincible, he was just a stream of air without any intelligence. Intelligence was the foundation of a human being. It was just a humanoid monster with no intelligence. He was not afraid of such a thing. If the Prime Clear was able to transform into the intelligent ancestor Qin, there would be no need for the others to fight. The reason why everyone held on to the hope of fighting against him was because even if he could borrow ancestor Qin's strength, he wouldn't be able to borrow ancestor Qin's wisdom. A body without intelligence was far from the power of ancestor Qin when he was in the same realm. Of course, even if that was the case, it was still extremely difficult to fight against ancestor Qin who had no intelligence. Moreover, the Prime Clear could conjure more than one ancestor Qin. That was the most despairing thing. Just like what Xianxia had said, if they wanted to go over, then let them go. The result would be the same. However, not all cultivators from the 6th mainland could go there. Only those who were close to the strength of a realmling would be allowed to pass, which allowed the 6th mainland's members to breathe a sigh of relief. The Prime Clear had absolute confidence in becoming the sole sovereign. Since that was the case, there was no difference in defeating those people first or later. He would just trample them one by one. As long as he defeated all of the participants from the 6th mainland, he would be able to answer to the 5th mainland. The excitement that had just risen was instantly extinguished. Many people felt that it was a pity that the Prime Clear lineage was no longer targeting the experts of the 6th mainland. There was already nothing to see on his side. The illusory ancestor once again transformed into a stream of air, eliminating a portion of the competitors. Everyone shifted their gazes back to the eastern peak because DFA was about to make a breakthrough there. DFA was tossed towards the eastern mountain peak by the Prime Clear, and everyone was curious as to whether Lu Yin would let him pass. Based on the previous situation, DFA should have been able to continue living, but some people had dug up the old grudges between DFA and Lu Yin, and even the old grudges from the Daoist sect's ruins had been spread. Most people had never even heard of the Daoist sect, and they only knew that these two had a grudge against each other, which was enough for them. The little arrow saint had a grudge against Lu Yin, and his miserable state had caused many to shiver. Was it now DFA's turn? DFA was also apprehensive of Lu Yin, but it wasn't that great. His ghostly raccoon bloodline could basically guarantee his safety, and he would be fine as long as he didn't make a move against this person. He just wanted to break through. Lu Yin stood at the eastern mountain pass, sweeping through batch after batch of competitors. Hundreds of thousands of people had already been eliminated, but there were still hundreds of thousands more who wanted to pass. DFA was very close to that group of people. He passed through one cultivator after another and headed towards the entrance. He stared coldly at Lu Yin before shifting his gaze to Xianxia. He was filled with hatred. He would definitely not be exiled again. As for the illusory ancestor Qin, fear flashed across his eyes. This was the biggest problem. Once the Xianxia illusory ancestor Qin attacked him, he couldn't guarantee that he would be able to break through. The biggest possibility was that he would end up like Jian Ru and Nan Yanfei. Their ending wouldn't be good. As he thought about it, DFA had already passed by most of the contestants and was very close to the checkpoint. Countless people were nervous and excited as any realmling's appearance would excite them. With a whoosh, DFA passed by many of the contestants and charged towards the entrance. He didn't even look at Lu Yin as he didn't plan on fighting. This person wouldn't be able to hinder him. Lu Yin raised his brows in an arrogant manner. His eyes turned into runes as he stared at DFA. At the same time, he raised a hand and struck out with a palm. DFA saw Lu Yin raise his hand out of the corner of his eye and he sneered. He sped up. You want to stop me? Let's see if you can hit me first. DFA's ghostly raccoon bloodline could pierce through anything. Of course, given enough time, an expert like Lu Yin could think of a way to break through it. He had been targeted by Qiushi during the battle at the Cosmic Sea, but it was impossible for her to break through his ghostly raccoon bloodline in such a short time. Suddenly, DFA tripped over something. He looked down and his expression changed drastically. Tripped? How could this be? He could pierce through rocks, so how could he have tripped over a rock? Not too far away, Lu Yin stared at DFA and used the true scripture of Ian evolution to weaken his rune lines. DFA's ghostly raccoon bloodline allowed him to pierce through anything, and with such an increase in power, his rune lines had naturally increased as well. Lu Yin, on the other hand, had directly weakened his rune lines to reduce the ghostly raccoon bloodline's boost to DFA. DFA's ability to pierce through anything was naturally weakened. By the time DFA realized this, it was already too late. He only had time to cast an imprint on old man Zhongqiang before Lu Yin's palm descended. It was an empty palm and DFA was sent flying, crashing into half of the mountain peak. His entire body slammed into the foot of the mountain, leaving behind a scarlet trail of blood in the air. Everyone who saw this scene was dumbfounded. This was too fast. This was DFA, the 6th mainland's realmling. Another palm strike, just like the little arrow saint, had defeated him in a single strike. On Mount Supreme, many of the contestants felt a chill run down their spines. Z stared at Lu Yin. He had actually sent out another palm strike. Just how much power did this person possess? Up above, the contestants who were rushing towards the central pass were all stunned. Who had said that this person had become the pass master because of his background? DFA had even used a secret technique to expel the Prime Clear Branch's experts, but he had been defeated by a single palm strike. This was too terrifying. Many of the 6th mainland's cultivators had ugly expressions. On the eastern mountain peak, Lu Yin withdrew his hand. DFA had been too careless, and he had thought that his ghostly raccoon bloodline would be able to ignore any attacks. Did he really think that there was no way to deal with him? Rune lines were the nemesis of everything, and any form that affected the universe would be reflected by rune lines. The Aeon Evolution True Scripture was equivalent to the most fundamental attack. However, even if DFA had been prepared, it was still useless. In the entire Sovereign Tournament, there were no more than 15 people who could withstand Lu Yin's palm strike. DFA was not one of them, even if he had broken through to the Enlighter realm or was a realmling. The difference was too great. The Sovereign Tournament had already been going on for more than a day, and many experts had been eliminated. 4 of the 6th mainland's realmlings had been eliminated. Lu Yin had eliminated 2 and the Prime Clear Branch had eliminated 2. The realmlings were existences that could rival the 10 arbiters, and the 6th mainland had once viewed them as invincible existences that could suppress the 5th mainland's peers. However, 4 of them had already been eliminated before the Sovereign Tournament had even officially begun, which was a huge insult to the 6th mainland. Aside from the realmlings, many of the 6th mainland's participants had also died. After all, they had committed too many crimes in the 5th mainland, and they would be targeted no matter where they went. Even so, there was still a group of peak experts who managed to break through the 5 checkpoints and appear on the 3rd layer. When all of the participants appeared on the 3rd layer, the Sovereign Tournament would officially begin. Breaking through the 5 checkpoints was only a ticket to the tournament. Another day passed and the universe was very calm as everyone watched the Sovereign Tournament. Some people had broken through the central checkpoint, while others had been eliminated. Lu Yin leaned against the wall and watched quietly. Their mission for the 4 checkpoints had already been completed. Those who should have broken through had already done so, and those who had not could forget about doing so. Now they were just waiting for the Sovereign Tournament to officially begin. At the base of Mount Supreme, millions of people were bustling about as they looked up enviously. They were all losers. One after another, names disappeared from Mount Supreme. Coco was rather busy. She wanted to treat people and give them injections, but unfortunately, no one paid her any attention. She was unlucky to have been caught up in the aftermath of a battle between experts. There were many unlucky people like her. On the 3rd layer, one figure after another appeared. There were already 100 people in Heaven's Emergence Mavis's arena. There were both men and women, and all of them had depressed expressions on their faces. Only one person could pass through each arena. Needless to say, it would definitely be Heaven's Emergence Mavis. Their path to the Sovereign Tournament had come to an end. In the entire Sovereign Tournament, there were at most a few dozen people who could be considered true experts. On the 3rd layer there were more than 10,000 arenas, and running into an expert was truly unlucky. Kaze, on the other hand, was very unlucky. The arena he was in was a short forest. There were close to 100 people fighting for a spot in this arena. He thought that he had already finished because the little white silkworm had appeared in the same arena. Kaze had seen the little white silkworm before. Back when the Eyeless clan had invaded the Outerverse, the little white silkworm had appeared, and she had even fought against Lan Si. She was a participant who could be considered an expert, and she was second only to the realmling Shang Rong in the Black Blood realm. Kaze was also confident that he could fight against Shang Rong. The invasion of the sixth mainland by the monsters had caused Xiao Bai's temperament to change. He no longer wanted to compete with Shang Rong, but his power had not decreased at all. Instead, he was becoming stronger just like the others. Kaze was helpless. The sovereign tournament had ended. How unlucky. There was one more person in this arena, and Xiaohua. He was also helpless, and he looked at Kaze and sighed. They were not the only ones who were unlucky. The Sword Sect's Long Yun, the Royal Frost Continent's Che Han, and Northline Flowzone's Fan were even more unlucky. There were less than 100 people in each arena, but the three of them had already met each other. Their greatest opponents were the 10 arbiters, so it was impossible for them to pass. There were more than 10,000 arenas, but there were not many that could attract the attention of the crowd. The Sirius sect was more unlucky. Yen Kun, who was ranked third on the inner court rankings, had met Wang Yi from the technocracy. To be honest, Yen Kun was panicking. Just like Wang Yi, he had come from the northern mountain and had personally seen Yao Gu collapse at the foot of the mountain. He could not understand what had happened, and no one had clearly seen how Wang Yi had attacked. There were more than 10,000 arenas, so how could he have met Wang Yi? The Sirius sect's second disciple, Mu Xing, was not having a good time either because he had met the Star Devourer. After the giant beast had broken through the prime clear stage, it had returned to its original size. Its enormous body had occupied half of the arena, and it had squeezed the remaining 100 people to the other half. It was very tyrannical. Mu Xing was also speechless. There had been so many experts surrounding the southern mountain, but this fellow was still unharmed. The rest of them had definitely surrounded the Star Devourer, but would it be of any use? Even if he used his toes to think, it would be useless. Mu Xing's sovereign tournament had come to an end. When the last person fell to the foot of the mountain, no one else attempted to break through. The true sovereign tournament had begun. Chapter 1274. No one was an exception, and even the 5 past masters had to participate in the sovereign tournament. This was an elimination round. Xianxia continued to hover in the air, looking down at the 4 people below. Lu Yin turned around and headed towards the central pass. At the same time, Bukong, Ziyi, and Yao Xian all headed towards the central pass as well. Everyone was nervous and all eyes were on the 5. Would a huge battle break out? It was obvious that they were overthinking things, as no one was stupid enough to fight. The 4 reached the central pass at almost the same time, and they weren't too far away from Xianxia. Yao Xian looked at Lu Yin with interest and a strange expression. This person's tamed beast was something that the state tutor wanted, and he had thought that it wouldn't be difficult. However, Lu Yin's spiritual force had made him realize that it wasn't that simple. Although Yao Xian was confident that his spiritual force could suppress Lu Yin, it wasn't going to be easy. Bukong stared at Xianxia. He was young and proud, and even the invasion of those monsters hadn't changed him much. He believed that he could definitely become a progenitor in the future. Xianxia was the opponent that he was most interested in, as he wanted to fight against progenitor Qin. I hope that your 3 young ancestral qi is as powerful as the legends say, Bukong said as he stared at Xianxia. Xianxia shifted his gaze away from Yao Xian and looked at Bukong. I hope that you guys can force out my 3rd qi flow. You're saying this again. If you lose in the end, you'll lose a great deal of face. You'll lose the face of your Hall of Honor, said Yao Xian with a smile. His appearance was devilishly handsome, and many women's hearts were moved when they saw him. He gave off a strange charm. Xianxia looked at him. Why are you helping the 6th mainland? Yao Xian's eyes narrowed. This person really did think that he was the one who had taken action. Bukong raised his brows and looked at Yao Xian strangely. Help the 6th mainland? Did that count as helping them? This so-called sole sovereign was too stingy and wouldn't amount to much. Ziyi stared at Lu Yin the entire time. He still remembered how Lu Yin had ignored the origin qi. You've improved a lot. If you're willing, I can ask the blood ancestor to take you in as a disciple. Xianxia and the others looked at Ziyi in surprise and then at Lu Yin. Lu Yin shrugged. Then I'll have to let you down. I know my limits, and I don't have the honor of being a progenitor's disciple. You don't know what's good for you, Ziyi said coldly. Xianxia looked at Lu Yin. With your strength, you have a chance to reach the top 10. Work hard, as this is the Hall of Honor's method. Lu Yin frowned. He was quite displeased with the high and mighty tone of Xianxia. Yao Xian laughed heartily. The first solution? Look at everyone's attitude. Be careful of capsizing in the gutter. Xianxia was calm. I'm just speaking the truth. You will see despair. Nonsense. Your cultivation system isn't even complete. How can you be in despair? Wukong snorted coldly. He passed by the prime clear and headed towards the peak. Lu Yin shook his head and rushed over as well. Zi stared at Lu Yin the entire time, as if he was the most important person in her eyes. She followed him. Yao Xian's lips curled up as he approached Shangqing. Let me tell you a secret. Actually, I didn't attack just now. Shangqing's expression changed as he stared at him. It wasn't you? Yao Xian smiled and rushed over. Shangqing looked at Yao Xian's back and was shocked. It wasn't him? Then who could it be? Even he was unable to resist falling into an illusion. Such an illusion combat skill was the specialty of the Heavenly Fae. Who else could it be? Shangqing suddenly thought of the Day-Night clan. In the Fifth Mainland, the Day-Night clan was the most proficient in spiritual force. It was just like how the Sword Sect was the most proficient in swordsmanship. The Day-Night clan's Night's End, daybreak was a technique that had been used by the Day King for an entire era. The Day-Night clan? Shangqing looked towards the fault zone. The descendant of the Day King who could use Night's End, daybreak, seemed to have arrived. Could it be her? At this moment the most nervous people were the competitors within the fault zone. The 5 main gates had arrived and whichever arena they entered would be unlucky. Everyone was nervous and held their breaths. Wukong's figure disappeared and reappeared above an ocean surrounded by more than 100 people. This arena was located above the ocean and there was no land, only the ocean. In the distance there were many arenas separated by a screen of light, but they all belonged to the same ocean. When they saw Wukong appear, nearly 100 people wailed. It was over, there was no more hope. Wukong had arrived, so he would definitely be the only victor. Not too far away, Lulu Mavis covered her head. It was over. This was the Sovereign Tournament and it had been such a great opportunity. That bitch Grandini had definitely surpassed her. Lu Yin's figure disappeared, and when he reappeared he was in a dark cave that was also surrounded by a few hundred people. When they saw Lu Yin appear they were all speechless. It was over and the Sovereign Tournament was completely over. In the crowd, a rock rocked back and forth and when it saw Lu Yin appear it fell to the ground. Master, it's not that this disciple didn't live up to expectations, but that the enemy was just too cunning. He was the little mountain god and he had thought that he would definitely win in this arena, especially since it was suitable for him to fight. Now everything was over and he did not think that he could defeat Lu Yin. He had been confident that he could provoke Lu Yin before the Sovereign Tournament, but after seeing how the little arrow saint and DFA had ended up, he felt that he would be lucky if he did not get destroyed. Z's arena did not have any experts, nor did it have any cultivators with special backgrounds. Kuang Wang's arena was where Yao Xian had appeared. He had actually been prepared to release his Emperor Butterfly Grass to expel the star energy and then use the Azure Dragon to fight steadily. He should have been able to win, but when he saw Yao Xian appear he silently recalled his Emperor Butterfly Grass. What was there to play? There was nothing to play with, and it would be good enough if he didn't destroy the Emperor Butterfly Grass and the Azure Dragon. The unluckiest of them all was Mo Jiangshao of the Sixth Mainland. This expert of the Mo clan had originally thought that he would definitely win and participate in the upcoming Supreme Tournament. However, the moment the Prime Clear appeared his heart turned cold. His path to the Supreme Tournament had come to an end. The true Sovereign Tournament would only begin after the 5th stage. There were no referees or anyone controlling the pace of the competition. It was as if Mount Supreme was the one controlling the competition. Everyone waited quietly. It was not that they did not want to attack but rather that they could not move. They were bound by an invisible force and it was as if they were involuntarily thrown into various arenas. When Shangqing appeared on the 3rd stage, everyone was able to move. The true competition was about to begin. There was no doubt that the famous powerhouses were the first to be surrounded, especially those on the top 10 predicted rankings and the 5 most famous past masters. They were surrounded by nearly 100 people at the same time. Lu Yin was the same. Nearly 100 people attacked him at the same time, using all sorts of battle techniques and attacking methods. It was as if 100 flowers were blooming. Unfortunately, numbers were meaningless against him. As he released his domain, half of the people collapsed to the ground and the rest could only barely hold on. Their attacks were immediately suppressed. A round stone smashed towards him at lightning speed, piercing through the void. Lu Yin's eyes trembled as he had long since noticed this stone. It was not because of its rune lines but because it was a stone. Even an idiot would know that something was amiss if a stone was allowed to participate in the competition. This particular stone was quite famous. It was the Little Mountain God, a genius from the Beast Tamer's flow zone who had been sealed in ice for 1,000 years. The Little Mountain God was not affected by Lu Yin's domain, and it continued smashing towards Lu Yin like a real stone. Along the way, a cultivator was accidentally swept up by the wind, and his body was instantly pulverized. Although the stone was small, it possessed the strength of 1,000,000 mountains. It was a disciple that the Beast Tamer's flow zone had carefully nurtured, and it was also the successor of the Mountain God. Lu Yin was curious about the 1,000,000 mountains and he raised a hand to grab the round stone. Just as Lu Yin was about to grab the Little Mountain God, the round stone suddenly transformed into a humanoid form. It was still covered in stone and it was about the size of a palm. It had a nose and eyes and it slipped through the gaps between Lu Yin's fingers and punched towards his face. Its enormous strength caused the void to explode. "You were careless." The Little Mountain God had used all of his strength in this punch, which had a power level of over 300,000. Regardless of whether it was Lu Yin, the 10 arbiters or any of the other top experts, none of them would be able to easily block this attack. The Little Mountain God was confident that this punch would stun Lu Yin, and once that happened he would have a chance at victory. Lu Yin calmly stared at the Little Mountain God that was punching towards his face. The Little Mountain God sensed that something was amiss, but he still punched out without hesitation. The punch was supposed to hit Lu Yin's nose, as he wanted to use the enormous strength of this punch to stun Lu Yin. After all, this was the strength of 1,000,000 mountains. However, the punch was still some distance away from Lu Yin. The Little Mountain God was clearly right in front of Lu Yin and the punch was enough to land, but that distance seemed unreachable. At some point in time, 726 stars had appeared around Lu Yin's body. Speed was meaningless in his eyes, and the Little Mountain God's sneak attack wasn't even considered fast. With a single punch, Lu Yin was forced to retreat, always maintaining a certain distance from the Little Mountain God. To Lu Yin this was a game, but to the Little Mountain God this was his only chance. There was a thump as Lu Yin flicked his finger and sent the Little Mountain God flying. At the same time the stars exploded. The remaining contestants who were still standing fell to the ground, all of them unable to fight. Lu Yin hadn't used too much strength or they wouldn't have survived. The Little Mountain God crashed into the wall of the cave, causing it to cave in. Its body was covered in stone, and not only had it tamed 1,000,000 mountains, but it had also learned the petrification technique that had been specially prepared for this purpose. Even so, Lu Yin's attack had still almost caused it to spit out blood. Lu Yin was shocked. It hadn't fallen? The Little Mountain God pulled itself out of the wall and hovered in the air, staring at Lu Yin with vigilance. "What, you still want to fight?" Lu Yin was amused. The Little Mountain God was the direct disciple of one of the 8 great flow zones, the Beast Tamer's flow zone's Divine Great Hall's Mountain God's personal disciple. This person's status was very important, and Lu Yin didn't mind saying a few more words. The Little Mountain God gritted his teeth. "I still have a chance." The entire cave shook as stone after stone was peeled off and flew towards the Little Mountain God. These stones were from Mount Supreme and they were made from taika, which made them extremely hard. Stone after stone covered the Little Mountain God's body, and it visibly grew in size. 1 meter, 10 meters, 100 meters, and eventually 1,000 meters. It was like a stone giant that looked down at Lu Yin from above. Lu Yin raised his brows. Based on the number of rune lines, the Little Mountain God was no weaker than Night King Jinwu. It was no wonder why it had the confidence to compete with the 10 arbiters. Unfortunately, Lu Yin was still a step too late. With Night King Jinwu's strength he would have definitely broken through to the Enlighter realm if he was still alive. Even if he hadn't broken through, his strength would have increased and Lan Si, Obscurus and the others. Chapter 1275. The Little Mountain God had been one step behind the 10 arbiters. In the Outerverse he still couldn't compare to the 10 arbiters in terms of strength. He still wasn't aware of the disparity between them. Petrification technique. The Little Mountain God growled. The stones on his body trembled, and his enormous body rapidly shrank as if they were melting. The smaller they became, the more rune lines they could produce. Lu Yin was shocked. Was he absorbing stones? There was such a technique. Interesting. The little mountain god eventually shrank to 5 meters tall and could not shrink any further. At this moment his rune lines had caught up to Lan Si, who had broken through to the Enlighter realm, and he was now on par with the 10 arbiters. With a whoosh, the little mountain god attacked Lu Yin with a palm. Lu Yin looked up. Not a bad battle technique, but it's a pity that your path has come to an end. He didn't seem to move, but the little mountain god's 5-meter-tall body was sent flying and crashed into the cave wall, causing it to cave in. The little mountain god's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as rocks continuously fell from his body. Finally, he reverted to a round stone that rolled to the ground. This was the emptiness palm, and Lu Yin had used it to defeat the little mountain god. The little mountain god's strength was not bad, and he could be considered one of the top 100, no top 50, or even top 30, but he had been unlucky. Outside Mount Supreme, the people from the Beast Tamer's flow zone sighed, as they had still been defeated by Lu Yin. There was nothing they could do about it. In the Beast Tamer's flow zone in the Divine Grade Hall, the mountain god was helpless. When the little mountain god had first met Lu Yin, he had still held on to some hope, but he had still been defeated in the end. He stared at the screen, hoping that Lu Yin would not be too harsh on the little mountain god. Within Mount Supreme's cave, the little mountain god wobbled as he tried to fly up, but it was no use. The round stone's surface was already starting to crack. Lu Yin looked down at him. Remember, if I can suppress you now, I can suppress you forever. The little mountain god gritted his teeth, but he didn't retort. In this situation he was still very tactful. Lu Yin was the victor without any suspense, and he looked up at the screen. At this moment many of the battlefields on the screen were particularly eye-catching, and his was one of them. Other than that, the most popular battlefields were Sirius Sex Yen Kun against Wang Yi, 7 Courts Yu Qin against Arbiter Lu Tianmu, and Sirius Sex Mu Ziying against the Astral Beast Domain's Star Devourer. Just like Lu Yin, when the match started and everyone was able to move, they all attacked Wang Yi. Lu Yin hadn't seen the beginning of the battle, and when he looked up at the screen he only saw Yen Kun fall while Wang Yi remained in his original position. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. This Wang Yi had caught his attention not only because of his strength but also because of his surname. The primeval surnames were a mystery to the Fifth Mainland. Even with his current background and status, he didn't dare to investigate recklessly. After all, he himself had a primeval surname. The fact that it could cause the entire Fifth Mainland to be disgusted showed that it was no small matter. The technocracy actually had people with the primeval surname. Could it be that the primeval surnames all came from the technocracy? Then was his background also related to the technocracy? On the other side of the arena, sword chi swept out and caused the competitors to fall one by one. No one was able to stand under Lu Tianmu's sword chi. Only Yu Qin remained standing 100 meters away from Lu Tianmu with a solemn expression. She looked like a black rose, and the bottom of her feet was covered in a thick layer of ice. Only Yu Qin was left in the arena to fight against Lu Tianmu. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. As a descendant of the Yu family from the 7 Courts, Yu Qin's strength was disappointing. In just a few moments, blood flowed from her abdomen and the blade in her hand broke. She had no choice but to be defeated. Many in the Neoverse were in an uproar. Was the 7 Courts descendant really that weak? First, Ku Lei had been sent flying by the Star Devourer's tail, and now, Yu Qin had been defeated by someone from the Innerverse. The 7 Courts had truly declined. Lu Yin looked at Yu Qin, who had fallen to the ground unwillingly, and shook his head. The Yu family's true descendant was Yo Year, and the Yu family's secret technique was in her hands. That woman was the true descendant of the 7 Courts, and she should be the most well-hidden descendant of the 7 Courts. Oh wait. Lu Yin suddenly thought of Undying Yushan. If he really wasn't dead, then he was the most well-hidden. Even his own family's elders did not know what he was up to. Undying Yushan had always been a thorn in Lu Yin's side. The more time passed, the more likely it was that he was still alive. He had also guessed that the spiritual force that he had absorbed from Lu Yingzishan's body might have something to do with Undying Yushan. Of course, this was just a guess. Within a small bush, a little girl who looked to be about 10 years old raised her head to look at the screen. Around her there were contestants lying on the ground. She had won. She was the only victor among the 100 contestants. She was Yo Year. When she saw Yu Qin's unresigned expression, she muttered to herself, "There's no need to think too much. This is fate." In another arena, Yu Weep looked up at the screen and then lowered her head again. No one knew what she was thinking. Mu Ziying had been defeated without any suspense. Even though he had the innate gift of wood transformation and had extremely high defenses that were on par with the 10 arbiters, he had still encountered the Star Devourer. Everyone had attacked him, but they had all been crushed in the end. Nearly half of them had been reduced to a puddle of blood. Mu Ziying had been lucky and had not died, but he had been half crippled. Emo Jiangshao had encountered the Prime Clear and there was no suspense. The flow of energy had not transformed into Progenitor Qin, and all the other participants had been eliminated. Lulu Mavis, Quang Wang, Long Yun, and the others had all been defeated without any suspense. Michelle had also been defeated by the Xiaoya King. She looked up at the screen and glanced at Xianxia before looking at Lu Yin. They had once been classmates, but now the gap between them was so great that it was almost invisible. There was one person who had been defeated that Lu Yin had not expected, Zhou Xian. She had actually been defeated, which was something that Lu Yin had not expected. There were no famous powerhouses among the 100 people in her arena, and she had even grasped Night's End, Daybreak. Even Night King Jinwu had been caught off guard by her technique. Her illusions could even affect 300,000 to 400,000 enlighters, but she had still been defeated in the end. The person who had defeated her had a very strange name. 007. That was the name of that participant. Lu Yin looked at 007 and narrowed his eyes. This person was only a hunter, but he actually had the ability to defeat Night's End, Daybreak. How had he done it? Zhou Xian was not famous, but she was very famous to some people such as the Day-Night clan. Only Night Queen Yanqing from the entire Day-Night clan had been qualified to participate, the rest had not. In the Day-Night clan's ancestral grounds, many Day-Night clan members were in an uproar. Zhou Xian had actually been defeated. Night King Dijiang was astonished as he looked at 007. This person had not been exhausted to death by Night's End, Daybreak. The universe was vast and there were indeed many geniuses with innate gifts. Night's End, Daybreak had defeated an entire era. To 007, defeating Zhou Xian was not a big deal. He remained calm as he looked up at the screen, but no one knew who he was looking at. There were more than 10,000 arenas in the third fault zone, and each arena had about 100 participants. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. This meant that only 1 million people had passed through the 5 checkpoints, which was not even half of the total number of participants. After the third arena, there were only 10,000 participants left. The battles on the third fault zone lasted for a full 5 days before ending. Lu Yin and the rest could quickly defeat the remaining 100 participants, but there were more than 10,000 arenas, and there were not even 100 with top-tier experts. The remaining participants could only compete slowly. Some arenas did not just compete on strength but also on intelligence, background, and various schemes, threats, as well as the exchange of benefits. It took a full 5 days before the final victor was decided. In some arenas, the only victor was not necessarily the strongest. However, these people were not within the scope of most people's observation. Only a few dozen people would appear on the screens and be seen by everyone in the universe. The further the competition went, the higher the chances of being exposed. One figure after another disappeared from the third fault zone and reappeared on the second. There were 200 arenas here, which was 50 times less than the third fault zone's 10,000 arenas. The number of participants in each arena was also reduced to 50. 50 people was still an exaggerated number. Almost everyone who could reach this point was an elite. Even the luckiest person would not be able to reach this point without strength. Up until now, the Supreme Tournament had not yet begun for many people, and these people were just there to serve as a foil. When they reached the second fault zone, everyone looked around as soon as they appeared. There were only 200 arenas here, and there were not many top-tier experts who had been eliminated from the third fault zone. In other words, the chances of encountering a top-tier expert had greatly increased. When they looked around, many people were instantly saddened. Songshi's face twitched, and beside him, Yao Xian looked over with a smile that sent chills down his spine. He swallowed his saliva and sighed silently. His luck had run out and he had actually met the Pass Lord. In another arena, Lan Baobao wanted to cry. She had met Xianxia. Xianxia still looked like a deity. 3 streams of energy circled around his body as he floated in the air. The dozens of people around him were stunned. They had never imagined that they would meet Xianxia. Of course, there were also people who were very happy. They were not very strong and they had mostly relied on luck to reach this point. Rather than someone else eliminating them, meeting Xianxia gave them more face. At the very least, they could tell the outside world that they had been eliminated by Xianxia. Who was Xianxia? He was the #1 person in the Hall of Honor, a true paragon. Being eliminated by him would give them a lot of face and it would not be embarrassing at all. Even further away, a fatty looked around anxiously. Skinny bro, where are you?" Beside him, a cultivator stared blankly. Skinny bro? Was this guy crazy? The fatty was one of the 6th mainland's green transformation duo, Fat Bro. Across from him stood Tianho. Tianho was extremely famous and everyone around him was staring at him. As for the green transformation duo, they were just passers-by. The same scene was happening in another arena. Skinny Bro was frantically calling out for Fat Bro, but he could not find him no matter how hard he tried. If there was anyone on the second fault zone who felt the most grief, it would be Sharon. He looked at Lu Yin in a daze. Why was this bastard here? Lu Yin had not expected to meet Sharon either. What a coincidence. When he thought about the harmonious interactions between the two, Lu Yin missed those days. They had been classmates, very good classmates at that. End of chapter. Chapter 1276. When he thought about his classmates, Lu Yin missed them even more and he couldn't help but smile. He thought that his smile was friendly, but in Karen's eyes, it was the smile of a demon and beads of sweat dripped down his forehead. Nothing good ever came out of running into this bastard. It's over. The Supreme Tournament is coming to an end. It's over. What's with Karen's expression? Why does he look like he's seen a ghost? Is he that scared? The older he got, the more cowardly he became. The Supreme Tournament was related to the glory of many people, as well as the interests of many powers. But to the vast majority of the universe, the Supreme Tournament only allowed them to know who the powerhouses were and who the young paragons were. It also allowed them to witness the growth of these people. However, some people were different and they were the bookmakers who had set up the bets for the Supreme Tournament. After the battle on the 3rd layer ended, an ancient family from the Beast Tamer's flow zone was caught in a bloodbath. Before the tournament, this ancient family had acted as the bookmakers and set the odds for Little Mountain God's performance. This family was connected to the Divine Grade Hall, and they knew of Little Mountain God's strength. Thus, they had high expectations for him. When Little Mountain God was eliminated in the 3rd layer, they had to pay an exorbitant sum of money. In the end, they even lost their entire family. It wasn't that they hadn't thought of going back on their word, but the consequences would have been even more severe. They didn't even know who had participated in the bets, and they had attracted the attention of enlighters as soon as they tried to go back on their word. After that, multiple enlighters had attacked them, and the Divine Grade Hall, 1st Grade Hall, 2nd Grade Hall, and even the surrounding 1st Grade Flow Zone and Day-Night Flow Zone had all come to collect their debts. An ancient family had collapsed just like that. Even if they could survive this crisis, it would be very difficult for them to recover. And this was just one corner of the universe. The universe was too vast and there were 72 weaves in the outerverse. Every weave had its own young geniuses participating in the Supreme Tournament, and there were naturally large powers within each weave who had set up bets. Some people won while others lost. Once upon a time, these bookmakers had always been confident in setting the odds, but the Supreme Tournament was different from what they had experienced before. The young geniuses and absolute experts that they were confident in were nothing more than passers-by in the Supreme Tournament. If they were unlucky, they could easily be eliminated. On the other hand, those who wanted to try their luck and bet on these geniuses losing made a lot of money. It wasn't just the outerverse but also the various large flow zones of the innerverse, the various regions of the cosmic sea and even the neoverse. Just the battle of the 3rd fault had caused thousands of bankers in the universe to lose everything. And this was just the beginning. The real big bets were not on the random passers-by who could be easily eliminated by the shockwaves of the battle, but rather on the famous experts. For example, the banker who had set the odds for Lu Yin to enter the top 3 at 1 to 10. Aside from setting the odds for Lu Yin, he had also set the odds for Bukong, Zhou Xian and so on. Almost all of the famous experts had been eliminated. No one knew who the biggest banker was. Many people were guessing, but no one had an accurate answer. When everyone arrived at the 2nd fault, a woman walked out from the starry sky. She looked at the unassuming spacecraft in front of her. "I finally found it." On the second layer of Mount Supreme, the competition began once again as the binding force disappeared. It was just like what they had encountered in the third layer. It was a battle royale of 50 people. Everyone had joined forces to attack the most famous experts, such as Xianxia and Lu Yin. Lu Yin watched as everyone attacked him. Stars revolved around his body before exploding. The Sirius technique was the core technique of the Sirius sect, and it wasn't something that ordinary people could withstand. There were experts from the Sixth Mainland as well as those from the Cosmic Sea and the Neoverse, but only a few were still standing. The rest had all collapsed. This included Sharon. Lu Yin didn't take special care of him. He was going to be eliminated anyway, so it didn't matter if it was sooner or later. Sharon endured the pain in his chest and stared helplessly at Lu Yin. The difference between them was too great. Back in the Astral Combat Academy, Sharon had been stronger than Lu Yin at the start. Lu Yin had threatened Sharon to protect him in the trial zones, but now Sharon couldn't even withstand a single attack from Lu Yin. Not far away, two cultivators from the Sixth Mainland appeared. Blood dripped from their mouths as they stared at Lu Yin and charged out at the same time. Behind Lu Yin, a young woman from the Neoverse also attacked. Star energy surged around Lu Yin's body, and the three were sent flying, unable to get up again. Lu Yin's battle royale ended very easily. Lan Baobao's battle ended as well, as most people gave up against the Prime Clear. Most of the arenas were filled with intense battles, and the most exciting battles were between the Crying Lady and Bukong. No one had expected the Crying Lady to meet Bukong here. The Crying Lady was the Hall of Honor's second disciple. She was powerful and had mastered a secret technique. She had even reached the highest stage in the Mountain and Sea realm, but she had lost to Xiaozhou. On the other hand, Bukong was from the Daoist's Three Skies. Their battle attracted a lot of attention, overshadowing Xu Jing's battle with Wu Taibai and Sujiu's battle with Drunkard. Bukong looked at the Crying Lady strangely, his eyes filled with confusion. He had just eliminated the others, but he had been attacked by this woman. Heartless sorrow for autumn. He only heard these 4 words and then he fell into a trap. In Bukong's limited cultivation career, this was the first time he had been hit without even realizing it. The Crying Lady wore a half-red, half-white mask, and layers of ripples spread out from her body. Her innate gift was hypnosis. Bukong hurriedly dodged and was on high alert. This woman was very difficult to deal with. In the end, the ripples enveloped Bukong and he was immediately hit. At that moment he heard the words "heartless sorrow" again. Bukong's body could not withstand the pressure and he slammed into the ground. There was a loud boom as his entire body collapsed. The Crying Lady stood in midair and looked down at him from above. Countless people who saw this scene were excited. The Hall of Honor's second disciple was truly invincible. Lu Yin looked at the screen. He did not understand the Crying Lady's heartless sorrow, but after such a long time he had some ideas about this battle technique. It was impossible for Bukong to see through it in such a short time, so it all depended on how he would break through it. In the higher realm, the cultivators of the Sixth Mainland were nervous. They could not understand what was happening and they had not seen the Crying Lady attack. Bukong had collapsed just like that. Could he have been defeated? He was one of the Daoist's Three Skies, the future leader of the Sixth Mainland. Bukong slowly stood up and patted the dirt off his body. He looked up at the Crying Lady. He still could not understand how that attack had appeared, but it did not matter. The Crying Lady stood in midair as hypnotic ripples spread out from beneath her feet. They descended layer by layer and enveloped the entire arena. Bukong raised his hand, and the ripples descended at a speed visible to the naked eye until they touched him. The ripples should have enveloped Bukong, but in the next moment, they distorted and finally shattered. The Crying Lady had an innate hypnotic gift, while Bukong's innate gift was disintegration. He had forcefully disintegrated the Crying Lady's hypnosis technique. This was a difference in power and the Crying Lady was still a bit weaker than him. "I'm very curious about what you look like under that mask," Bukong said calmly as he waved his hand. The Crying Lady was about to move when she suddenly froze. "Not good, a source box array." Bukong appeared in front of the Crying Lady and reached out to grab her mask. The Crying Lady was frozen in the void and she could not move. However, one of her hands was pointed in front of her, and Bukong appeared directly in front of her. Bukong's hand had already touched the mask, but his body was suddenly flung away and slammed into the barrier that had isolated the arena. Secret technique: exile. This was one of the Hall of Honor's inherited secret techniques, and even Bukong could not reverse it. The crying lady took the opportunity to break free from the sourcebox array and charged towards Bukong. Heartless, Autumn's sorrow. Bukong raised his hand and he did not seem to disintegrate anything. However, the void collapsed and the space between him and the crying lady was completely shattered. The crying lady's eyes narrowed and she hurriedly retreated. Bukong sneered. I guessed it. Your so-called battle technique is transmitted through sound. When I heard those words I was already tricked. It's a pretty good battle technique, but it's a pity that once someone guesses it you'll be finished. All you need to do is prevent sound from transmitting. He then pointed his hand at the crying lady and closed his fingers. Star energy was pulled up like a curtain, and the crying lady's star energy was completely suppressed. Even her speed was restricted. This was the suppression that a boundless advanced lockbreaker could exert on an expert of the same level. Bukong's control of star energy had reached the level of a world realm cultivator, and even the crying lady had to endure the pain of being suppressed. He did not need to use any battle technique to attack. Bukong had used the star energy of a world realm cultivator to disrupt the star energy in the crying lady's body. Even if he could not heavily injure her, he could still make it so that she could not retaliate. Bukong took advantage of this opportunity to rapidly approach her. He raised his hand and slammed down with a single palm. The crying lady watched as Bukong's palm descended, but she did not attempt to dodge. With a bang, the two of them were sent flying, blood splattering across the air. The crying lady was not the only one affected, as Bukong was the same. His face was pale as he stared at the crying lady in shock. The Hall of Honor's inherited secret technique, punishment. It was known as the most disgusting secret technique, and it could perfectly reflect any damage that the user had suffered back onto the enemy. Bukong's palm strike had landed on the crying lady, but it had also landed on himself. Heartless Autumn's sorrow. The crying lady had been prepared for this moment, and she had taken Bukong's attack head-on. She wanted to win, and this was her only chance. She had risked her heavy injuries in order to attack Bukong while he was under the effects of punishment. No matter how strong he was, she was confident that she would be able to defeat him once she attacked. However, the crying lady had still underestimated Bukong. He was the youngest member of the Daoist Three Skies, but he was also the smartest. He had been able to see through the crying lady's sorrow's principles and weaknesses, so how could the crying lady defeat him so easily? The crying lady's heartless Autumn's sorrow had hit Bukong, and her plan had come to fruition. However, the result was different from what she had expected. Bukong had learned many secret techniques from the secret progenitor, including the Great Reincarnation Technique and the Resurrection Technique. The moment he had been heavily injured by punishment, he had immediately used the Resurrection Technique. By the time the crying lady's attack landed, he had already recovered. The heartless Autumn's sorrow had the power to heavily injure an enlighter with a power level of 300,000, but it was meaningless against Bukong, who was at his peak. No one has ever used so many secret techniques against me. You're also the first person from the Fifth Mainland to injure me. It's over. Bukong's voice rang out in the crying lady's ears. He then raised his hand and slapped her. His palm contained the innate gift of disintegration. If she was struck, even if she did not die, she would be heavily injured. Chapter 1277. Beneath her mask, tearful lady's expression was calm, and her eyes were filled with determination. She raised her hand and slapped at Fukong as well. Fukong's expression changed, and his palm changed direction to attack the void instead. Tearful lady did not use her secret technique at the last moment, and the two pulled apart. You want to fight me to the death? Fukong looked at Tearful Lady with interest. Tearful Lady's gaze turned cold. So what? Bukong couldn't help but laugh. Woman, you've forgotten that you're using a secret technique. Secret techniques can't be used indefinitely. How many times can your body withstand my attacks? If you used a secret technique to injure me this time, then the next attack will only be greater. Tearful Lady fell silent, as this was the truth. Whether it was against Fukong or Xiajuyo, her weakness was too obvious, and she did not have any effective attack methods. Although Heartless Sorrow of Autumn was a battle technique that was very difficult to break, its attack power was not very strong. As the Hall of Honor's second disciple, she had spent most of her energy on mastering her secret techniques. Because of this, she could easily surpass Xu Jing and all of the other elite geniuses in the Hall of Honor. However, once someone could withstand her secret technique, her advantage would vanish. It seems like you really think that you can use your secret technique to fight me. Your innate gift is not bad and you have many secret techniques as well as unbeatable battle techniques. If you're not up against me, then you'd be able to put up a fight against anyone. What a pity. Fukong sneered. You won't have the chance to fight me with your secret technique. Do you know how lockbreakers fight? Especially boundless advanced lockbreakers. Tearful lady frowned and stared at Fukong. Fukong's words were heard by many. Boundless advanced lockbreakers? Most people did not know this, as boundless advanced lockbreakers were too rare to encounter, especially those who could control source boxes and arrays. Lockbreakers have a great advantage over ordinary people, and that's their control over star energy. Star energy is a cultivator's weapon. Are you sure you can wield your own weapon? Fukong teased her and the air began to stir. The dust on the ground began to move despite the lack of wind. This was not wind but rather star energy. Fukong was controlling the star energy in the area. Lei Nu's expression changed as the star energy within her body became chaotic. This had happened before, but this time she didn't even have time to react. The star energy within her body exploded out, and she couldn't withstand the sudden change. She spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to one knee. Everyone else could only see the shockwaves which were visible to the naked eye. The star energy within the tearful lady's body was completely expelled from her body. Countless people were dumbfounded. How could this be? In another arena, Wu Dan was shocked. There was actually someone from the sixth mainland who had such abnormal control over star energy, and it was not easy to achieve such a feat. Although star energy was the same type of energy, once it was absorbed and transformed into a person's unique strength, it would be different. A boundless advanced lockbreaker could suppress another person's star energy, but it would not be easy to completely control another person's star energy. This person's sensitivity towards star energy was terrifying, as he'd been able to figure out the characteristics of the tearful lady's star energy in such a short amount of time. Wait, that's the tearful lady, so she's not weak. No, how did she do it in such a short amount of time? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was amiss. If this person was really that terrifying, was there anyone in the Supreme Tournament who could be his opponent? The tear lady was not weak, and even though she was not a lockbreaker, her control over her own star energy was not weak. He must have done something. It wasn't just Wu Dan, as Qiu Shi, Xin Nu and Lu Yin were all confused. Lu Yin believed that his control over star energy was very strong, and he had mastered more than one source box array. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. He could easily suppress an enemy's star energy, even if they were a powerhouse with a higher realm than him. However, dispersing the star energy within someone else's body was a completely different matter. It was easy to defeat someone, but it was difficult to make someone submit willingly. But Bukong had done it. How had he done it? Outside of Mount Supreme, the older experts from the 5th and 6th mainlands were all confused. There were powerful lockbreakers among them, but it was not easy for them to achieve this unless the gap between them was too great. No one understood how Bukong had done it, but he had instantly turned the tearful lady into an ordinary person. Countless people looked at him with intense reverence. In the second arena, the tearful lady was half kneeling on the ground, fresh blood dripping down her mask. She had been completely suppressed by Bukong, and she had even been turned into an ordinary person. Bukong's lips curled up and he looked up at the screens. One by one he saw dazed faces looking up. He did not need to guess to know that they were all looking up at him. This was the feeling. He was one of the Daoist's 3 skies, and not only was he the future sky of the 6th mainland, but he was also the future sky of the 5th mainland. Who could turn an Enlighter, the second strongest person in the Hall of Honor, into an ordinary person. He could, and he could do it with a wave of his hand. To these people this was the power of a god. Lu Yin quietly looked at Bukong. This guy was truly terrifying. Lu Yin had clearly seen that Bukong had broken through the tearful lady's heartless sorrow in just a few moves. Lu Yin, on the other hand, had spent quite some time thinking about it. Bukong's battle talent was terrifying, and his ability to instantly disperse the star energy within someone else's body was also terrifying. Lu Yin could not figure out how Bukong had done it or why he had done it. However, one thing was certain. The moment Bukong had turned the tearful lady into an ordinary person, he had become one of the favorites to win the Supreme Tournament. This was the power of the Dao Source Three Skies. Wukong's battle with the tearful lady had been rather long, and the results of many of the battles had already been decided. For example, the 6th Mainland's corpse picker had been defeated by Zhou Xian. This person was not weak and was second only to the Realmlings, but he had not been able to retaliate against Zhou Xian. Xianxia had also been defeated in the same arena as the corpse picker, and he had been instantly knocked out. He had not even been able to move. Feng Shang had been defeated by Wu Dan. This senior was unwilling to accept this, but the difference between them was too great. Lu Xiaoyun, Avery, Han Chong and the others had all been defeated. These people were not weak and they were definitely elites in the entire universe. However, none of them had the ability to take another step forward in the Supreme Tournament. Avery was ranked 4th on the top 100 rankings and he was known as the Young War King. He had been predicted to be ranked very high in the Spirit Seal Flow Zone's bets, but he had still been defeated here. His defeat had caused several families in the Spirit Seal Flow Zone to suffer, and the bets had collapsed. The one who had defeated him was Xiao Bai, and it had been very easy. The battle that had attracted everyone's attention was between Xu Jing and Wu Taibai. Wu Taibai was also one of the 6th Mainland's Dao Source Three Skies. This Dao Source Three Skies rarely revealed his strength in front of others, and Lu Yin's deepest impression of him was the battle within the Dao Source sect's ruined furnace. This person had forced Night King Zhenwu to use the Arrow Progenitor's battle technique, which had almost burned Lu Yin to death. Of the Dao Source Three Skies, this person was the only one who did not reveal his strength. Even so, he was still ranked 7th on the top 10 rankings because he was from one of the Dao Source Three Skies. Wukong had displayed his unparalleled strength, and everyone was curious about Wu Taibai's power level. Xu Jing was the Hall of Honor's 3rd technique. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. He had once fought on the Cosmic Sea's general appointment platform and had attacked Wukong. He was not weak and even if he could not compare to Lei Nu, he was still one of the top contenders in the Supreme Tournament. However, his battle with Wu Taibai was stifling. No matter what battle technique or innate gift he used, he could not even touch Wu Taibai. Wu Taibai seemed to be playing a game as he dodged Xu Jing's attacks by a hair's breadth each time. Xu Jing felt as if he was just a hair's breadth away from hitting Wu Taibai. Lu Yin's face darkened as he watched such a stifling battle. This was a complete and utter suppression. Unlike Wukong's suppression of Lei Nu, Wu Taibai was relying on his vision and battle experience. He did not use any earth-shattering power and merely dodged. This was the simplest form of dodging, but it forced Xu Jing to be helpless, and even the range of his own attacks was shrinking. He had been toyed with by Wu Taibai. Anyone who could become the Hall of Honor's 3rd technique was naturally not weak, but at this moment his battle felt like a child meeting an adult. A straight line tore through the void and shot into the distance. Xu Jing retracted his hand and Wu Taibai appeared beside him. Xu Jing could not see him attack, but Xu Jing's arm was naturally caught in his palm. Let me experience this so-called punishment secret technique. Wu Taibai's feet tapped lightly, and his body rapidly retreated in a straight line. He was still holding on to a severed arm. Xu Jing's arm had been torn off. Xu Jing's forehead dripped with sweat. Punishment secret technique. Wu Taibai's expression changed as an intense pain appeared in his right arm, as if his entire arm was about to be torn apart. This was a punishment secret technique that could perfectly reflect an enemy's attack. However, the pain only lasted for a short while before it ended because Xu Jing had collapsed. He had not even been able to fully display his technique. Wu Taibai tossed his arm away and suddenly looked up at the screen. He looked at Shangqing. Only Progenitor Qin could bring him true passion in battle. If Wukong's victory over Lei Nu had been shocking, then Wu Taibai's victory over Xu Jing had been strangely calm. It gave people the feeling that he should have won even though he really should have won. Lu Yin couldn't understand Wu Taibai. He couldn't understand his movement technique or battle technique, nor could he see it clearly. In another corner, Wang Yi stared at Wu Taibai with a confused expression. Had he sensed wrongly? This person had given him a familiar feeling. Wasn't he from the 6th mainland? Why did he give off such a feeling? That shouldn't be the case. Outside Mount Supreme, Muin's expression did not look too good. The Hall of Honor's 2nd and 3rd disciples had both been defeated so miserably that it had benefited others, especially those from the 6th mainland. Even though the first disciple Xianxia was still recognized as the only sovereign on the surface, the other two disciples' defeats were also a form of humiliation. Right, there was also Lu Yin. Muan looked at Lu Yin. This person was the Hall of Honor's fourth disciple. If two of the Hall of Honor's disciples entered the top 10, and one of them was a sovereign, then they would be able to wash away their humiliation. Muan immediately gave the order to spread the news that Lu Yin was the fourth disciple. He wanted to portray Lu Yin as someone who had been nurtured by the Hall of Honor, and not as the Great Eastern Alliance's alliance leader. That status was not worth mentioning. Even though the process was incomprehensible, the results were as everyone had expected. Xu Jing's defeat was within reason. Thank you, brothers, for your support. End of chapter.